Hey, R2, we're back. Part 2. Part 2. I guess our fingers were too fast there. There's the panel link if anybody's interested in coming on up. Hold on. We got somebody. We got Bryce coming back. Hello, Bryce. It's
Someone
okay. We got part 2 going.
Someone hit the wrong button.
It's okay. I've done it too. We've all done it.
Don't want to do that again.
It happens to the best of
Oh
us, I
yeah,
promise.
I accidentally hit leave before. Instead of muted, I hit leave.
Yeah, I've done that too. You're trying to like Mondays and R2, but it's really hard. Are you on Monday already? Or are you just trying to prep yourself for Monday? That's what Jonathan said. J1. He don't like Sundays because Monday's right behind it.
I looked up Spirit. They lost $2.2 billion 5 years. Spirit has.
Wow.
That's not good for Spirit if they're going bankrupt.
Well, but the thing is, though, the government will end up helping them out. Hey, Lisa, welcome back, honey.
I'm back.
Native, you have a wonderful
doing
night, too. Thanks for coming. Make sure you hit the like, honey.
Good night, Native.
Monday morning for Narchu. He is ahead of us in time.
They always ahead of us.
You have a short week this week, Christine?
Actually, I'm not working at all this week.
Okay, good for you.
I have too many things to do.
Are you having Thanksgiving at your house?
I am. I have about 20 people coming, but we eat between 2 and 3, so
count me in. 21.
Come on over.
No.
Come on over anytime. We have plenty of food. But my problem, and here's my problem, because when you cook in the oven, and as much, and I have a double oven, so I have 2 ovens I can cook in at one time. Okay. Oh, Michelle, somebody accidentally hit the end live button. But so anyway, so I have a double oven, so I can cook pies in one oven and cook my turkey in the oven, and when the pies are done, I can do my stuffing or my potatoes or whatever I want in the oven. Yep. Well, my self-cleaning oven is not working. And I hate starting a dinner like this where I'm going to do cooking all the, the evening before and all day.
Yeah.
And my oven's not dirty. Well, my oven's not that dirty, but I just like starting with a fresh, clean oven. So now I got to clean my oven by hand. But I heard, because self-cleaning, I'm afraid to use chemicals, but I heard there's a chemical out there that is for self-cleaning ovens to clean. So I'm going to try and get that tomorrow.
That'd be good. Get it. Hope it goes well.
Yeah.
Do you know why it stopped working?
Yeah.
I do not. And my problem, here's my concern. I'm not going to be able to get somebody out here to fix it before then. And I don't want them to, make it disabled where I can't cook at all.
Yeah.
And B, I thought about just going to buy a new oven, but I really like my oven and there's not a need to go buy a new one. Right. Peer pressure. So I'll, like I said, it's really not that dirty, but I just like starting fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like in the start fresh each time you cook.
Well, when you're cooking for that long, because I'm going to spill things anyway. So if there's anything,
that's called OCD. Sometimes we have, that's our OCD. So it's not like
it is my OCD. You're 100% right.
There's no reason why.
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to butt in, but I do want to say something real quick that I forgot to say before I shut into the live. It's my bad, y'all. I want to say thank you to whoever sent 4 bags of dog food and a box of hand warmers. It didn't have a name on it, but I got it yesterday, so I want to say thank you to whoever did that.
Oh, that
So
was
we have dog
terrific.
food. All we need now is treats and more hot hands.
Yeah, those hot
But yeah,
hands
that
will
was
be.
really
So
What do you
yeah,
now end up
what
getting those hot hands for the winter.
what do you need?
yeah.
Treats like dog treats?
Yeah, we have a dog treats and cat food really too. On
Yeah, I
our
think
Amazon thing.
yep.
Yeah. That we got 4 bags of thank you, peer pressure. We got we got 4 bags of dog food, so we'll be good on dog food. And we got 1 box of hot hands, which will help. But we'll need more hot hands, dog treats, and a thing of cat food.
Okay. Cool.
And then our animals will be good for the wintertime.
The babies.
Gotta make sure the fur babies are good.
Yep.
So we're good. I think we'll be good on dog food for at least, for to get us until the beginning of the year. So I'm happy with that.
You know what I was like looking at, like to see if you had any, like, do you have like, I know you have like hats and stuff, for humans. Is there any like sweaters or anything for dogs that you have?
So actually, I am going to be looking at that because I do sometimes get. So we partner with organization that specifically that's all they do is animals, right? Specifically dogs and cats on the street. And they'll give us like reflection jackets, and they give us little jackets and stuff when it gets cold. So I'll be
Yeah.
hooking up with them really soon.
All right. And the other thing, like I saw on your list, and I have at my house because of my parents that were, here that we had aides come to the house, or the gloves. They're not, the whatever the gloves people are allergic to, but they're the gloves like for, protection, and they're on your list, and I'm not using them. So is there a way I can just send them to you?
Yeah, if you email me or email Christine, and I'll have her send you an address you can send it to.
Yeah. Okay. Latex. Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, they're
Latex.
not latex. They're gloves. If you're taking care of somebody or something.
Yep.
And I
Those
have
look
like
really
9
pragmatic.
boxes. All right. Yeah, Christine, I'll email you and you let me know, because I'll send them out to you, because they're just sitting here. And
Yeah, most definitely, because I can use them when I do the street medic stuff, and then also Fernando, I accidentally ended it on accident. I was going to leave the panel, and I ended the live, so we started a part 2. My bad. Um, but I could also give it to people because we have some people that just with their OCD, they always wear gloves. Then also when they get wounds, they can have the gloves to change out. So yeah.
okay. Yeah, no, definitely. I'll get in some way to get them to you.
Okay, cool. Kill beans.
Summer, you get the emergency Mylar thermal blankets.
Yes, I also got the blankets. Yep. The emergency. Those are good because what I do with those,
Oh, yeah.
well, what I tell people to do with those is, especially when they have tents, we line the inside of the tent with it, and it helps keep the body heat in, and it helps keeps that wind chill out, or to a minimum at least. So yeah, those are good helps.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's about that time. We're gonna start Tuesday. Anybody that wants to donate, you can donate to our Venmo or Cash App. We are starting Tuesday on cooking, and we will be cooking turkeys, hams, all kinds of different stuff for outreach. It's gonna be fun, and I'm gonna be live while we're cooking, so you guys can see
We
and
get
be a
to
part
watch
of it.
that.
Yeah, Seven's
Yes.
cooking channel.
Oh, me and Sarah's cooking, honey. It's about to go down. Let me tell you, that's one thing. We Southern women, baby. We know how to cook.
Yep.
Gonna be
I think we know how to do it. But
I have
it'll
8.
be funny because it's gonna be a lot that we're gonna be cooking. So, but we got this. I have no doubt it.
I have 8
So,
families we've collected enough for. I've got 8 turkeys in my freezer that we're gonna go give 8 families tomorrow, enough for their Thanksgiving dinner. It's got pies and the potatoes and the yams and the turkeys and the corn.
Yeah, we're anything we raise outside. I put something on my community page and I put something on my Facebook. Anything we raise outside of Wednesday, will go to the 3 families that we're helping as well.
Yeah. It's a tough time of year,
So
you know.
I'll be able to go Wednesday night and get all their stuff because I'll know what my total is by then.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you both for, doing this at this time of year. It's special.
Well,
Yeah, we just have to take care of each other, and the holidays, sometimes I think it's easy for people to kind of get in that spirit. So, I mean, like last week we had um, um, this like chili cooking club or whatever. They came out and it's a bunch of moms and a bunch of kids, and a couple of them came out last week with us, and we'll have a lot of volunteer people with us the next couple of weeks because of the holidays and shit. But I'm cool with it. I don't care as long as people get out and do something nice for somebody else.
Yeah. You just said children. Is that the children that were there when you went out Wednesday?
Yeah. At first, I was a little nervous because I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, here we go. Wait a minute. Where's my bag? That I was stuck in here. Wait. Oh shit! Not so fast. Can't leave shit in his office. At first, I was because it's nighttime, and nighttime outreach is just different than daytime outreach. It's just different, and
Yeah.
and so when there's littles, it makes me a little nervous. But I think they got a little nervous too, so they didn't really give me a bunch of pushback on not being able to go out of the car in certain areas.
But where did they come? Were they affiliated with another agency or?
Well, they have like a little cooking club or whatever for chili, and they volunteer. They'll cook chili and volunteer and come out and help serve it, which is cool, right? Like I think it's amazing. And then during the holidays, we'll get a lot of people that'll have that time or whatever to volunteer, and they'll do stuff like that.
Did they wind up coming out of the car?
Yeah. I mean, the moms and the teenagers got out the car the whole time. But I just didn't want the littles to be out in certain areas we were at. If they did the first 2 stops, they could come out.
Yeah. Because I think I heard you say to one of the girls, you'll be okay. I'm just trying to give you. And so it's a reality.
Yeah, I got you. I'm a mom of 10 kids, honey. I ain't got no problem telling a little one, like, it's going to be all right. You're going to be all right. I know how to communicate with littles.
But it's got to be like scary in a sense to them. And then you hear from you, like, this is, these are the things to look out for. You're just being honest. And so they're like, are they?
Oh, yeah. The little girl told me that she after watching me for a little bit, she said, Miss Summer, you just look like a little superhero. She's like, you know how to do everything. And I was like, oh, well, thank you. I'm very sweet of you. But you're the superhero, honey.
Yeah. And like you said, they're, the children of the future. So,
yep.
You have to, it takes a certain.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just saying it takes a certain special, and for them to see you and look up to you and say that, then these are the children that are going to be stepping into your place in the future, so.
Yep. And that's what I tell them when because a lot of it, like, in my community, I'm on the news a lot. I go to schools. I go to Bible studies. Whatever. I go so I can talk to the kids too, And so a lot of them will recognize me, even when I don't know that they've recognized me. And a lot of it's because I keep my hair cool colors and different things like that. But I always tell them, I'm like, listen, Miss Summer's getting old. Miss Summer needs you all to come out here and do this stuff. Like, I need you all to come out here and be the, because this is your future. These are your people. This is our community, and I really just drill that into young people because sometimes we can, and I get it. Like, I've been a project of my circumstances, but I had to learn that actually I am not I don't have to be a project of my circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I can be better than my circumstances. Um, and once I learned that, I became very dangerous because, okay, nobody tell me shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I just want those kids to know that too.
Yep. And if anything, they don't, it teaches them how to be about humanity,
Well,
and,
that's my
Absolutely.
thing. I
and
stand
just,
on humanity, baby.
we don't all come from the same circle of life, but we all need to learn how to, be human
100%.
and treat others. Nobody's lower or better than the other, because like I've said this before, but for the grace of God go this could be me tomorrow.
Exactly.
So we're never above, we're never below, we're equal, and so we got to treat each other as equal, and because one day that could be me, so
100%. It was after the court hearing came out, and I try to I mean, yeah, I'm loud and obnoxious online at times for sure, but I try to lay low. I do a lot laying low, let's put it that way. And when I like this job, the reason why I like it is because I work at night. I'm not around anybody. Nobody knows who I, like there's no one
yeah.
here to know anybody know who I am or ask me this or ask me that or
Yep.
all the fun stuff that when you step into certain roles that you deal with. And so after court happened, one of the guys came up to me. He said, I've seen you because it's the first building. That's the only one that I actually interact with people every now and then. He said, he said, I thought you were that girl from Facebook. He said, but then when I seen you on the news standing there with the family and he goes, then I was like, oh my God, that girl takes my trash out. What the hell? He's like, this is why you should always treat the janitor like, like they're the same as anybody else, because he was like, you just really never know. He's like, man, you're a fucking hero in our community. And I was like, yeah, no, not really. He was like, nah, dude. He was like, he said, again, people should always watch how they treat people.
Yeah.
And I was like, well,
For
we all
sure.
got to have a job.
Yeah. No, 100%. I agree with that. This and
He
not
was
for
like,
nothing. It doesn't matter if you didn't have a background. That whatever person, that could be the person that tomorrow is going to be the person that's going to save my life. You know what I mean? One day I'm going to
100%. It could be anybody. Again, that's
right.
why you treat everybody the same. It doesn't matter if they're a
Exactly.
CEO.
Yep.
Treat them like human beings.
100%.
You treat me good, I treat you good. If you an asshole to me, well, baby, I promise you.
That's the golden rule
And
right
that's
there.
how I can be. So,
Yep.
usually and then most people that follow me, most people that take the time to get to know me or even just watch how I do things, I'm, as long as you don't fuck with me, I'm cool. You play around, I play back. And
Yeah.
I'm good at it. So,
Yeah. I mean, I work in a corporate office. I've shared this. I work for a law firm, and I have people that talk to me that have that, ESQ behind their name and talk
yep,
down to me. And I'm like, I'll give it right back to you. And then
that's
I
right.
get talked to because it's like, how dare you talk to them? I'm like, listen, I don't care who you are. I don't care who I am. You treat me with respect, I'm going to treat you
That's
with
right.
respect. I would not come at you that way. And I don't expect you to come at me that way
Nope.
because you have a higher degree than I do. Like, it does not matter. You treat me good, I'll treat you good. You treat me bad, I'm going to treat you bad.
That's
And
right.
there's no
And that's
disrespect.
the way it should be.
Right. And I'm the one that's getting in trouble from, my superior. And I don't care because I've given it back to her. And I'm like, I don't believe in any of that. We're on the same team, right? We're a
It
team. We
takes
work
everybody to make the
together.
motherfucking boat. It takes everybody to make this motherfucker move forward. That means it takes the
Exactly.
screws,
Right.
the wheels, the driving
Yep.
shift. It takes everything to make this
Right.
motherfucker move forward. So
Exactly.
ain't
And
nobody better
don't
than nobody.
right. And don't talk
That's
to
why
me
my
that
message
way. I
will
won't talk.
always right. That's why my message and anything that comes out this channel is about humanity. Now, as much as I stand and believe in humanity, also I'm not one to be played with. So I mean, there's that. Like I say.
Yeah. Yep.
But just a lot of people sometimes get different summers, right? Like sometimes everybody's like, "Oh, summer's so cool, so nice, so good. I understand it, blah blah." And then sometimes you're like, "It's a fucking nightmare." Well, ask yourself what you've done to get me to act that way, because
Right.
I don't usually act that way with anybody. But
Listen,
I
we
ain't
all have
wired right, baby.
a season in us. We all have a summer in us, right? So
That's right.
you're just more. How do I say?
Well,
You're
you know what
more
it
just going to
is
be able
I've
to
been
tell
fighting.
somebody than I'm going to hide
Yeah.
behind a chat.
Well, for me, I fought really hard to get my voice. Being
Yeah,
someone that's been assaulted since she was 5, being a trafficking survivor, being through all this shit I've been through, I fought really hard to have the voice that I have now, and I just will not allow no one to take that from me.
and so you should, for sure.
Now,
For sure.
sometimes I'm the red flag, baby. But at least I tell y'all my red flags. A lot
Yeah,
of these bitches act like they got it together. Not me, honey. But welcome back, Thomas. Welcome back. All right,
Thomas
I'm
the
gonna jump down,
veteran.
y'all.
All
I
right,
love y'all.
don't
See
hang
you in
up
a
on
bit.
us here. Don't disconnect us.
The funny thing is though, like Summer and even me, when you guys jump down, you can hit the red X in the bottom corner. If we hit the red down in the bottom corner, it ends the live. We have to go out differently. So it's not uncommon for that to happen, to be honest.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you all hit the red X. We have to go into a different area and remove ourselves from stage. We just can't hit that damn red X, because when you hit that damn red X, it actually ends the live.
Gotcha. Okay. So if I wanted to leave the panel right now, I would hit that X, and I
Yeah,
could leave, but the panel will still be up. But if you guys do it,
right.
we're saying goodnight.
It's good night, all. We'll get part 3.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thomas, welcome back, sweetheart. Thank you for coming back. We've
No,
enjoyed you.
I came back. I came back to say one thing, and I don't care who the men are out there that I can't never ever. And a lot of men they're gonna probably comment or whatever, but I was raised by a single mom that she was my heart, soul, mother, and father. Taught me to be independent. So a lot of things that I run into when I'm traveling around is that the lack of respect for women. I can't tolerate it. I can't tolerate it because to me, women should be put on a pedestal. Should be put on a pedestal because they are God's gift. And anybody that doesn't believe that a woman is God's gift, why did God make it that a woman can produce life? A man doesn't can't produce life. All you do is just leave a little drop here and there, and then you won't fucking take care of your kids. No. So I'm a big fan of women. And a lot of men don't like that.
You're right. You are 100% right. Thomas, I don't know if you're married or not married. I have been married almost 41 years. And you've heard that I have 4 sons. My husband does put me on a pedestal. Sometimes I'm not very easy to get along with, but he still puts me on that pedestal. And so do all 4 of my sons. Because I'm their mom. I am the wife. I am the one that holds the family together. I brought you into the world. I have made it a home, not just a house. And I am a firm believer, men can be petty with women. I'm okay with that to a point. When men start attacking women, that's where I have a huge issue also.
Yeah, I, I can't tolerate it. And it's, I mean, when I was out in California, it's like, it was real prevalent out there. I mean, I can't stand a man talking down to a woman like she's nothing, you know? But on the same token, I don't want a woman talking to a man that same way.
Right. Well, I will tell you, I have never been called a CUNT until I started going on panels. Like that first time,
Well,
I was devastated. Who does that? Now I don't have a problem saying it. Just sorry, not sorry.
Now it's just like saying, "Hey, what's up?"
Right?
now come on,
That's just
Christine.
the least of the
Come
few
on,
that I've heard.
Christine. You knew what was going to happen when you started getting into the internet. We're the same age. You knew what names was going to come.
But it's just the
How
thought
we
of the person.
respond is what makes us
Well,
more
I respond back now. I don't take that. You're not going to talk down to me because I am going to put you in your place.
But see, those are just like the names that are just like, okay, whatever. You're just your language is, your vocabulary is just not there. It's the slurs that are just, it's got to
I got you.
stop. It's got to stop. And I don't.
Well, you know my belief on racial slurs.
Yeah, that's just, it's not necessary.
I don't care who it is. I will not back down from it, and you know that. I will not.
You can call
Ever.
me what you want. You can call me whoever you want. But come on, you
Don't start the racial slurs.
No, there's just no need to go there.
Okay, now I got to be totally honest.
Please do.
I am prejudiced against a certain race of people. And the reason why is because they've proven to me to be who they are. So the race of people that I'm prejudiced against, they call assholes.
Mm-hmm.
But Thomas, I'm going to share something. There is a huge difference between prejudice and racism.
But Thomas, do those people that you're prejudiced, do they come in any color, form, like religion? Do they come in any certain sex?
Yeah, it's like,
are they all just,
you can't tell the asshole until they show that they're asshole, because they hide
100%.
They hide it.
Yeah.
And so
and
that's
they don't
the only,
discriminate.
And there is a race. That is a race of people to me.
Yep.
Is assholes. 100%. Assholes are a race that I can't stand. And guess what? Assholes are pretty much tied to people that are narcissists.
Yep.
But don't you think narcissist, that term is thrown out way too often?
Yeah, because I like the term that I grew up with, asshole.
I like that term because, we all, in my belief, we all have that narcissistic tendency. We all have it. Every human has it. It's just that how far we let it go and if we recognize it.
Well, Christine, everybody in the world is capable of murder. But how we deal with that thought is a different thing. Narcissists, I mean, they put that word out there for people to understand why they're getting abused by a certain person or this and that. But no, pretty much, I'm old school. You was dealing with an asshole.
I like asshole better.
Yeah. That's how I was in my day. And the only way to deal with an asshole is to plug it up.
Yeah. Well, I've learned to be an asshole back.
So, what do you think the difference between, you said everybody's capable of murder. What is the difference between me and an asshole?
The difference between you and an asshole is
Mm-hmm.
that an asshole won't come up on a panel unless to torture somebody else.
Right. They can't have a conversation.
Yeah. So there's no speaking or conversating with an asshole. I mean, if there was an asshole that came up on this panel, you would see a different Thomas. And that Thomas would drop off the panel because I'm going to track this asshole because I got to settle something.
Well, I will tell you, I can be an asshole, but I'm an asshole when you're an asshole first.
Yeah, here we go again, Christine.
What?
Now, first it was the beauty sleep. Now it's like I'm an asshole. You need to just stop.
It's hard sometimes for me to be an asshole. I will tell you that.
Gosh.
But I can be.
Lisa, this is what I got to deal with when I decide to come up on a panel. You see this?
You got to deal with two women. But we're conversing, right?
Yes, indeed. And I got much love and respect for both of y'all, and I will never disrespect a woman ever.
But I think the difference is what Thomas is not what we all can be assholes, right? But we're talking about the people that are just, ignorant in life and who just say things for whatever reason they want to say things, and some people may throw out some racial slurs and some people may do these things, and we don't understand those people. So
Well,
we go ahead?
Well, you see that most time people that are, let's say, are just regular people, it gets confused. An asshole is different than somebody that's just being mean for the little bit of time that you done ran into them. They being mean or this and that. And so a lot of people think being mean is an asshole. No, an asshole, when you run into a real asshole, the first thing that comes to your mind, I want to kill that person. That's when you know you ran into an asshole. But the smart part of you goes, I'm just gonna walk away.
That makes sense. I like that sense because in the alleys of YouTube, I have felt that way with a few people. But you know something? I will just tell them the way it is and I walk away.
Yeah, because Yeah, there's a difference. It's, you
I
know,
hit that red X.
yeah, it's like Lisa was saying, what's the difference? Lisa, you could never be an asshole at all, especially to me. You can never be an asshole. Neither could
Mm-hmm.
Christine. Neither nobody could be an asshole to me unless I feel I'm threatened. Then
So,
that's the asshole that I need to take care of.
so like a question: you're at a light, right? And I'm behind you, and the light turns green, and you're just messing around your phone. So I beep the horn at you, right? To like, come on, go. Am I an asshole or am I just
No, you're not an asshole.
okay? And
And
I'm not meaning any, but it's like you see, like there's so much road rage out there that people just get something as simple as that. Next thing, people are drawing guns at one another, for something like that.
Oh, right.
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. Like,
bro.
so what do you, what's in that? What is it? Because everybody can be an asshole in a different way, and I can just be like,
Well,
hey, beep beep, like, come on, pay attention, or like, and you got full like guns drawn at a traffic light. So, like, that's what I mean. What is the definition? Because some people are just crazier than others, and
yeah, but
Those are,
that's
those are the ones who think murder.
that's dealing with life. I mean, you got crazy people out there and stuff like that. And to use your scenario, okay, I'm at the light
yep,
and you behind me.
mm-hmm,
Light turns green. I'm not moving. You honk your horn, right? I
yep,
don't. The first thing that comes to my mind is not asshole, because trust me, when you run into a real asshole, and that's why I say narcissistic people are the same, are one and the same. I talk
mm-hmm,
old school. I say asshole. The new term is the politically correct thing. Narcissistic people.
mm-hmm.
Why should I call you an asshole? Because I fucked up and didn't move. That's
But
not an asshole to me.
people get so
That's
mad,
somebody.
like,
That's somebody that's got mad.
yeah,
And same thing do with when you see road rages. It's
mm-hmm,
not assholes that are fighting. They just mad, and there's a difference.
yeah.
People like to think that being angry is the same as being an asshole. No, it's not. It's not. There's a big difference. Assholes, you pretty much will think about them even after the incident is done. You will think about them and you will realize you go like, oh gosh, I could have killed this individual.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah.
still want to kill this individual. I don't care about this individual. I don't give a fuck if they live or die. If they
I
die,
know a
I want
couple people
on
like
my head.
that.
That's an asshole when you think
Mm-hmm.
like this.
I know a couple assholes.
Yeah,
Not many, but a few.
yeah, yeah. It's not a big population of them, but they
Like,
pop up.
I've got to a point where if I'm at a light with somebody and they don't move right away, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not in a rush. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to, because just, I don't know who's in front of me and I don't know what they're capable of. So I'm just going to sit there and wait for them to move. And I don't know if I'm wrong for doing that, right for doing that. I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
because most if you research it, most times that incident that's happened where somebody lost their life in a road rage accident is just due to temporary anger.
Yeah.
So it's not that they was an asshole, it's just how they reacted.
Right.
You know, so when you deal with an asshole, you'll let them live, but you also you want to kill them, but you let them live in
Mm-hmm.
hopes that karma catches up to them.
Mm-hmm. And I think that goes a little bit beyond more than just living and dying. It's just, I think life in general, when people don't treat you nice, it's like, you know what, I'm not going to get into this, but karma will catch up. You know, I'm not.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not about, well, I wish death, I wish that. No, it's just, all right, you know, that's the way you feel. That's the way you feel. Good for you. You know, I'm not going to argue with you, but karma will catch up with you. And
exactly.
that's how you have to, you know, do I fall short at times? Yes, of course I do.
We all
Um,
do. We're human.
We all
yeah,
do.
of course. But at the end of the day, it's like you have to pick and choose your battles, and a lot of it for me is at work, and I've learned to just be like, this is not a battle. It's just not a battle. It's not a battle, so I'm going to just ignore this and move on, you know. Whereas before I used to take it so personal, you know, and be like, what do you mean? What is that? You know, no, I'm not.
Just
It's just,
remember to always have your boundaries, though, Lisa. You have to set boundaries.
yeah. But
That's what I've learned.
you have to learn your audience too. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
Like, and so you have to know who you're dealing with. And if you learn who you're dealing with and learn you know, if you push what you're going to get back, and if it's worth it or not, then you have to just make
See,
that decision. Do you want to push or do you want to pull? You have to know your audience. You have to
and
read
I
the room.
and I will tell you, and one day it's probably going to be an issue for me, but I'll deal with it when that day comes. But I push back on racism.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And I push hard, and I will never stop pushing hard, because my thought process is that I feel that the United States has become more divided amongst races, and
Yeah.
it should honestly be more divided over socioeconomics, trying to get that figured out to where, you know, economically we can all survive in life and have a little niceties. Whereas racism and the division due to race, because people take their free speech and turn it into racism, and I can't do that because that's not free speech. You have to understand, when we're talking racism, for generations what has happened because of racism, and if we do not learn by our mistakes, and our history, we are going to repeat them again.
Right. But I mean, are you talking about in general, or are you talking about in some of the platforms that you've been on?
Well, both. I mean, I won't tolerate it in my real life
Right.
either.
But some of the platforms that you've been on, these people will not ever, ever, ever go out into the real world and say anything that they say
Oh, any of the
behind a
racist
screen.
slurs. You darn right they won't.
Yeah.
You are
Will
100%.
never,
One
never.
of the things that we need to remember is that way back in the day, you knew that one person that when they got drunk, that's when they got courage.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah.
facts.
But before they drank, they was timid. Well, this day and age, we got IP addresses talking shit.
And we still got some of those people you just mentioned.
You know,
We
and
always will.
Yeah.
yeah, they're gonna be there. they're gonna be there. They're like
Mm-hmm.
they're like a virus. But
Yep.
just like in the old days, it's like if somebody called your house when you was a lot younger, and somebody called your house and said, "Hey, I dare you to come outside." I hung up the phone. Now I went outside.
Mm-hmm.
Did what I needed to do.
Yeah.
But you got the internet that's got people thinking that they bigger than what they are.
Right. And those people that are talking smack, you think they're going to go to your house and say, "I dare you to come outside"?
No.
Some
Never.
might like them to.
Guess what?
Yeah.
I can show up at their house.
Right. And they won't come outside.
Because
Like that.
I do
I don't.
communications for a living, so pretty much.
Yep.
And I did it to one YouTuber, and
I don't talk.
I flew 1,500 miles and walked up to his front door. I didn't hurt him, but I let him know that the shit that he was talking about me had to stop. And now he eliminated his whole channel.
Yeah.
So people don't know when they online and they're trying to be brave and big and bold and all that. You never know who you're dealing with.
Right. And you don't. And somebody had said this, and I've seen it before somewhere. You don't know who's watching, and you don't know who knows where you live. You know what I
Or
mean?
what city, what town, what
And they're gonna be
street.
like, "Yo, this dude or this dudette, like they're talking this way."
Oh my gosh, Lisa, I use dudette too.
Yeah. And so they're talking and they're hiding behind a screen, but they don't know who knows where you live. The way I live, if I'm not going to say it to your face, I'm not going to say it. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to hide behind a screen. I'm not going to hide behind a text. I'm not going to hide behind a phone call. If I can't say it to your face, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm just not. And
then also on the flip side of that, another negative thing about doing that to people when you online trying to be a bully, you never know who's actually absorbing exactly what you're saying to them, and then next thing you know, they kill themselves.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a tough. There's a fine line there. There really is. And you know something? I know this sounds horrible, but in my opinion, the way some people's behavior is that are keyboard warriors or hiding behind that camera, maybe they don't deserve to live. I know that sounds horrible, but that's my opinion. Because sometimes the world's a better place without that.
Christine, no, it doesn't sound horrible because that goes way back to our earlier conversation. Narcissistic people, I can't stand. I want them eliminated.
And I want racist people eliminated. I want us to live, and I know it's never going to be that way, but I would like us to live in harmony. Your color, your class should not matter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my circle is always going to be like that. So
Mine too.
anybody outside that circle that wants to act a fool, I'll deal with them. But my circle is peaceful.
Yep.
Hey Doc, how you doing? Yes, Doc, it is. This is Thomas Veteran, yes. You're welcome to come up, Doc, or you're welcome to stay and chat and talk, sweetheart.
Come on, Doc.
We're just having conversations, nothing of in particular. We're talking about assholes. And we're learning about assholes. Thomas, I have a question. You're from New York. You're in Idaho. Do you have
Yes.
family? Do you have family there with you?
Oh no.
So
No.
you have created your own, per se. I call it home, family, friends, whatever, without actual family around.
Yeah, there's no connections. I got no connections here. Well, I've been that way for a while. I can go to different places and establish my own set of circle, friends, family, or whatever you want to call it, that I deal with. I don't run into obstacles when I travel. And so this is one of my traveling spots that I'm in right now. And I'm gonna be here for a while due to medical reasons, but this is where I'm at.
Well, and
Just
that's okay. If
just me.
you that you have that is your home, and your home doesn't, it's not just a house. It's where you choose to live and you've made the home, and whether it's a medical reason, a family reason, a personal reason, some people do like to get away from the people that they know and start fresh. And some, and I don't know if Idaho was your last, military stop, but I know people in military. My husband worked retail. So we moved every 3 years until we moved to Minnesota. And it's like, I'm done. I want a home. I don't want a house. I don't want to just keep moving around. I don't want to drag my kids around. I mean, I have 4 kids. All 4 were born in different cities because we moved so often. And so that is what we did. We made a home. Lisa, you're typing in private chat. You need to
Oh,
type in
sorry.
No, that's
I
okay.
have no clue.
You need to type in, it should say
I was
comments.
trying to say hi.
I know.
Right. But
Yeah,
And
I see it.
I was just raised, like I said, by a single mom that taught me to be strong and independent. And so at 17 is when I joined the military. I was 17 years old. And I was blessed with being able to travel. I mean, going around the world, and sometimes when I would fly through the airport in New York, because most of the time I was flying out of California, but my mom would always meet me for that layover, whether it would be 15 minutes or an hour. She was always there. And then when I come back through, I always made sure I had a gift for my mother from a different country. And that's what made me happy. Not my service in the military, was making my single mom strongest woman I ever seen in my life. Making her smile was that was my purpose.
I feel like that's how my boys are too.
And then when she passed, I pretty much stayed the same because she taught me. So I wasn't one to be, I don't want to be around family and nothing like that. I love my family. I love
Right.
everybody,
Oh,
but
sure.
I didn't need to be local.
Right.
I needed to be on my own, doing my own thing. And traveling is what I did. But that's what my
Well,
mom wanted for me. She knew that
well,
I was strong enough and independent enough that I could do anything.
Well, and that's what moms do. That that's how we bring up our children, especially our sons and our daughters. I shouldn't say that, and I don't have daughters, so it's a little different. I speak of sons, and as a mom, this is what I've told my children. I don't care if you have a college degree or not a college degree. Are you going to survive in life, and are you going to be a productive, kind person? That's all I've asked. That's all I've asked. I know that's probably setting the bar low, but that's all I've asked. And in all actuality, 3 out of the 4 ended up with degrees. So, I here's the type of mom I was. I felt I was a successful mom if all my boys graduated high school and the police didn't bring them home. I, I set the bar low, okay?
Oh
That's all I
God.
ask for my boys. Just graduate high school and don't let the police knock at my door for you before the age of 18.
Oh jeez. Oh,
I set the
blessings to
bar
you
low.
because you couldn't have had me as your son.
Well, I will tell you, my kids, during their teenage years, we lived in a very small town, 2,000 people. My kids gave the cops a run for their money. I will promise you that. There was one night, there were like 20 of them, and they played this cat and mouse with the police. I mean, it was a small town. It probably had 4 cops on duty at a time. And they would go out there and they would get close enough to break in the law, but not break the law. And they would play cat and mouse with the cops. At that time, we were able to listen to them on a radio and where the cops were at everything, and they were chasing our kids. They were chasing them. They would pinpoint where they're at and told them to watch, make sure they're not doing rolling stops, and if they're 2 miles over the speed limit, pull them over. And my kids, none of them got a ticket, but man, for hours, and I finally had to go round them all up. They started hiding in a car wash, and I ended up having to go find them and bring their asses home. I'm going to put you on mute. You guys handle it for a moment, please.
Unreal.
So what up, Thomas?
Hey, living the dream. Living the dream. That's all I'm doing. Living the dream.
So how you feeling though?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Got
feeling there's no pain, no nothing. I mean, I'm good.
So you mentioned last night, like it was spreading. Like, is it like spreading? What's the prognosis?
Well, that's what I'm gonna find out in the next week where it's gonna spread to. It looks like maybe into the lymph nodes or something like that. But for anybody that can hear this in chat, stuff like that, cancer has no symptoms.
Yeah.
Nope. Especially, and they don't have symptoms until it's gotten to the point to where now we have to react. That's the sucky thing about it.
Yeah.
And
Especially like
there might be some symptoms, but they're so slight and they really don't add up, and nobody recognized them as symptoms.
pancreatic cancer is like crazy.
Yeah. See, now that's one of the things that they're gonna be checking out because see, I've had polyps removed from my pancreas and
Yeah.
my intestines in the past.
Yep.
It was non-cancerous. So I don't know how it showed up where it did, but leads me
That's
to believe that it's somewhere else as well. So
and that's a cancer. Correct me, Christine, if I'm wrong. That you don't know until much later.
Right.
Yeah, you don't know. So
And that, and that's kind of like prostate cancer, as I was talking, that, you go in for your annual checkups, everything looks good, Men don't go as often as they should, their annual checkups. And
yeah,
that's what happens. It's, well, but if you're feeling, here's the thing, and I get it. I 100% get it. You're feeling good, you're functional, you're being productive, you're having a little symptom here, a little tummy ache there, you're having a little, when you're trying to pee, you don't have a good stream, you know what, that happens. You might be having a headache, but you don't put all these symptoms together until enough symptoms rear their ugly heads. That's how I call it.
Christine, I have
okay,
a question.
Christine, stop backing me on the hand with the ruler.
Spanking you on the hand with the ruler.
Stop it.
No,
No.
I used to have a
Okay,
nun
I
that
understand.
slapped my
I get
hand
it.
with the ruler. But you'll start doing your annual checkups, won't you? After you beat this, won't you?
Oh, I've got no choice.
There you go,
I gotta
buddy.
do monthly checkups.
Yeah, but after you beat this, it'll go back to your annual checkups.
Well, after I beat this, then I'm just gonna wait on the next battle that's gonna come.
We always have a battle. You know that.
Yeah.
That is what we are trained are for, those battles. And you need the strength, whether it's physically or mentally or emotionally, you need the strength for each battle that comes to you every day.
Well, luckily, I already got like 6 voices in my head. So one of us is gonna help me beat this while the other 5 just sleep. And then if I'm not winning, then one of the other ones will wake up. And yeah, I'll be good.
I have
I'm
a question.
joking. I'm joking.
Christine, I have a question for you.
I got booted out, but I'm back.
Are you there?
I got 2 of me.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
yeah.
Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back, but I see 2.
Okay. Well,
I'm
now you
seeing
should see
double.
1. I got rid of 1. Did you see? I got rid of 1.
Yeah, I see 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All of a sudden, 2 of
take off
me.
the glasses.
Y'all don't want 2 of me. Trust me.
I'm seeing double. But I do have a question for you, Christine.
I might or might not have an answer.
So we're talking about like mental health. Or I shouldn't even say mental health, like health, right? Men should be doing their yearly checkups and women should be doing their yearly checkups, right? So part of the
Absolutely.
female is their gynecologist. Okay, no problem. I do that. And the other part is a mammogram, right? So I do that also. But the other part is that, and as a female, I need a
Colonoscopy.
no. I need a ultrasound.
And
Like if dense breast, right?
yes. Then they do the
So
ultrasound.
right. And so I need that, but none of that is covered. So I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to pay $400 and something. Why isn't that covered?
I don't know. Here's my next
Shouldn't that be
question.
covered?
In my opinion, it is. But they're also doing MRIs on dense breasts. There are new tests out there. I will look them up and I'll email them to you what they're suggesting the test to do.
Okay.
But yeah, they should be. But the other thing that's important is that women and their mammograms, and the same way with men and like their prostates and things like that, you should try to always stay with the same doctor. And if you do a
Oh, I
different
do.
doctor, and if you do a different doctor, try to stay with the same place that you get your test done. Like if you're doing a
Totally.
mammogram, try every year to get the mammogram done at the same place.
I do. That I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
all that.
Because then they have
Yeah.
comparisons.
Right. But
But
they're like, oh, well, you need it. No, I'm like, no. And unless I meet my deductible, I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. They're like, well, your doctor ordered that. And I'm like, well, I understand
Yeah.
that, but I'm not doing it.
but you know
Correct.
what? You know what, Lisa? That is one of the things that hurts me the most about our country is that I think that healthcare should be number one, free to,
Michelle, thanks.
because it's a lot of us that die because we can't afford the healthcare to keep us alive.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if my doctor orders this, then as part of a precaution, like it should be covered. You know what I mean? So I just don't get it. And
It should all be covered.
yeah, and I don't mind paying a copay, but I'm not paying the whole, $400 and something dollars. That's so I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then what? You're going to wait for me, God forbid, to have cancer, and they're going to be like, oh, we should have paid for that. I can't control what my body is. You know what I'm saying?
Your doctor's office isn't coding it right. You know that, right?
I don't know. Somebody else
No, I'm
said your
telling you.
doctor should be fighting for that.
Your doctor's not coding it right. I would go to your doctor's office and say, my insurance says they're not covering it. Are you coding it right? Or can you put an appeal in?
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yep.
But as a woman, and men too, as they get a little older, but you should make sure you get a bone density test done so that you have a baseline. Because women, their bone density, because of the hormones and menopause and if childbearing, it depletes your bones. So your bones become brittle. And that's why you see
Yeah.
our elderly people breaking hips, because the bones have become brittle. But every woman, I would say 50 and older, needs to have a bone density test done. Have you had one of those done yet?
No, and I think I'm getting, well, I'm 53.
No,
So
you're at that age. And it's
and
not to do anything other than to have a baseline in life.
yeah.
I'm going to tell you. Do you know at 50 years old, I had the bone densities go from like 4 to -4.
Yeah.
Do you know I have 2 areas in my body at age 50, mind you, at -4s. That is what they would see in a 90-year-old.
Wow.
Well, Lisa, you 53, right?
Yes.
Do you realize that you really not old enough to drive, and you really not old enough to be on this panel?
That's right, because we're 60.
You are a teenager.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
Dee.
like, listen, I played sports my whole entire life. I was not a gentle girl. I was a tomboy.
Me
You know,
too.
I climbed
Rode, rode,
trees. I did
rode,
everything.
rode mini bikes and shotguns.
Yeah, but there was a time I felt like I went to go walk my dogs, and I was like, I fell and I broke my ankle, and I went for physical therapy, and she's like, that's just weird that the fact that you fell at this age and you broke your ankle. Have you had like a bone density. But at that
There you
my
go.
age, I was like 47,
Doesn't matter.
and
When
they're
you
like,
get an unusual break,
but
that's
they
a
wouldn't
huge
do it.
indicator.
They wouldn't
It-
do it.
Who wouldn't
But
do it? Your doctor wouldn't order it?
no, I don't know. They said they wouldn't do it. I don't know that much, but maybe now I need to. But
They
listen,
they they will. Over age 50, they will normally do at least a base, they call it a baseline.
yeah, because I've had a knee replacement now. It was bone on bone. I've had dentists, and they're like, "You're losing bone dents." Like I think I'm like somewhere in that area that I need to have a bone density, and like
Yes.
so.
Chris has a, and I don't want to interrupt you, but I don't
Yeah.
want to let this message get away. Chris has a huge question, and a lot of us, and I know I work with some veterans that we're going through and helping them get paperwork. But Chris wants to know, Thomas, as a veteran, do you feel you've gotten the most medical help this country could provide you?
At first, no. Pretty much every program that was created for veterans was shot down by
Yeah,
Washington
I know.
every time they did budget cuts, and had nothing to do with being Republican, Democrat, or whatever. They all did it.
They all did it. That's right. Didn't matter what political
Yeah,
party, they all did
they all
it.
did it. They all did it because the last time that Washington did anything for us was when Ronald Reagan gave the military a 3% raise. We was able to eat.
That's crazy.
I know, right?
So you go to different VA hospitals are not tied to each other, and they're not. What do you say? Yeah, they're not really government tied. They are individual places. That's why you got some VAs that are the worst, and some VA hospitals they do the best. I got blessed, even though I don't like where I'm at, but I've got the best medical care from the VA that I could possibly have. And because one of the reasons is that if they can't handle it, they send me to a specialist, a cancer specialist outside of their network, and it's all paid for.
You know, and that's newer. They used to not do that.
Right. Yeah.
And I will tell you, I worked ER. I worked 20 something years of emergency room. And we would get veterans in and they would need surgery. And if it wasn't an emergency to do it now, we couldn't do it. We would have to send them over to the VA. Even though we had the doctors to do it, we had, the facilities, we had the care, but that has changed over the last couple of years. That if a veteran does come into our ER and needs to be admitted and have a surgery that's not an emergency, but it's a need of immediate, that has changed. So we can now admit them and do the surgery in our facilities.
What if that veteran doesn't have insurance? He's got VA insurance. Like, how does that work?
Well, with being when you got VA insurance, that means that you're gonna have a primary physician and stuff like that at the VA. So,
Right.
But anything that comes up that they can't handle, they can refer you to another specialist outside of the network. So,
Right.
Correct.
But Thomas,
right?
say you showed up at the local ER and you don't have insurance. You're a veteran, and I know they're going to treat you.
Correct.
Oh, okay. I'm not
We
explaining
will
it right.
help. We will
When
also
you're a
help
veteran,
them get their
when you're a
insurance.
veteran, when you're a veteran,
Yeah.
you've got medical
TRICARE.
for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you get TRICARE for life normally.
Yeah.
But I know you would help him at a emergency level, but how does that work later if there's an insurance? They build TRICARE.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's TRICARE. They,
Okay.
They'll bill the VA for the services.
Okay.
So
So you don't have
like
to go to the
in an
veterans hospital.
emergency situation, and you got to go to King's Hospital, for example.
Yeah.
Your local hospital. So when the billing comes up, all you got to do is just like show your VA card, and then they're gonna discuss with the VA why you
yep.
here and how much has to be paid, because the VA 2 years ago paid $30,000 because I had to be medevac from one city to another,
Yeah.
50 miles away, for a blockage, to where I was pretty much on the brink of death then. But the VA disputed it because they said I should have went to their clinic or their hospital first. But no, it happened in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Right.
That's crazy. Okay.
I think I can answer that for you a little bit better.
Go ahead,
So,
Fernando. Thank you.
so a few months ago, and I found out, that this is kind of like the process to kind of go through. So, in the event if you have to go to the emergency, there is a 1-800 number that we can call, and once they verify you, then pretty much the information to the hospital personnel that are checking you in. And then at that point, you'll be treated for pretty much everything that you need to be treated for. And
Mhm.
then it pretty much kind of gets dealt with, on the back end, like they'll send the bill to the VA. The VA, chances are, will probably pay maybe 30% of it, because they'll never pay the 100%, and then it'll get taken care of. You won't have to pay anything.
Right.
And then,
And it used to not be that way.
Yeah,
We used to have
Fernando,
to send you to a VA.
Fernando,
yes,
you're right, because I didn't have to pay anything, and it was all handled on the back end. I didn't know anything that was going on except for like a couple of collection letters that came from that hospital to me. But yeah, it was all taken care of.
Yeah, but now it's a little
I
bit
am
different
very
now, because you have 72 hours pretty much, to report it to the VA. If you don't,
Hmm.
then that's where it really becomes a real big problem. But so
But Fernando,
TRICARE is the best one that you can get. That
Yep.
one typically you'll get if you retire. But if, let's say, if you're 100%, then typically it'll be, I think, Champ VA, I think is what they call it, which I mean is still pretty good anyways.
yeah.
Fernando, what if you're in a situation where you can't relate that information to the hospital? What happens? It's just
The hospitals know.
okay.
Yeah,
They know.
because if you're in a situation where you can't relate that instance, you don't worry about it, because everything is now concentrated on getting you back to some form of normal. So when you come to, if you don't have your VA card with you, then you just tell them the VA, and then most respectable hospitals will have a financial person come up and you do the paperwork. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, and then when I was able to be addressed and talked to, the financial person came up and I filled out. Well, she filled out the paperwork as I spoke it to her, and after that, it was a fight between the VA and St. Luke's Hospital. So,
Right.
but I ended up not owing anything. I mean, I got letters in the mail and saying I owe such amount of thousands and thousands of dollars for this treatment, but I didn't do nothing. VA paid for it.
Fernando and Thomas, I just really honestly want to say thank you for your bravery. Thank you for your service. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, thank you for the support.
Yeah.
Hey,
You're welcome back. And Michelle's here too.
I was
Hey,
scared of going
Michelle.
to college.
And I only found out about that process because a few months ago I got bursitis on my arm, and that was a bitch.
Oh gosh, yes.
And so I got it on my right arm, and I'm a righty, so I drove myself over to the nearest ER, and like I was in so much pain I couldn't even sleep. Like I was just like, man, I need to go. And that's when I found out about the whole process. Actually, the lady that was checking me in, she was the one who kind of schooled me on that.
Yeah, and Fernando, unfortunately, it changes from state to state because I done been to a lot of VAs for my, for medical, and they didn't pay for it, and it changes from state to state. So what I tell veterans is, because I got a lot of them that they come into my chat room, and what I tell them is watch and listen to whatever state that you're in, and you'll find out what's going to be covered. Because normally VAs will cover a life-threatening emergency, but if you gotta be in for a while, it's gonna be a fight.
Right. But again, we used to have to send you out to a VA facility where now we don't have to. It's handled through financial and case management normally.
Because the big joke was back in the 70s. It was that I went to the VA because I had an ingrown toenail on my right foot, and I came out with my left leg missing.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, the VA used to have a bad rap, but no, it changes from state to state because you got out here, because I'm in Boise, I'm under the best cancer treatment there is, except for Seattle, Washington VA. So there's a lot of people that they drive for thousands of miles to get to the best VA care. I just happen to be already here. I mean, there's people that I already met in the center that's from California, Nevada, Missouri, Minnesota, Michigan, all coming to this one to get them treated. So I feel pretty blessed.
I'm glad you feel you have a good one. That's nice to know.
Michelle in the house. What's going on, girl?
Woof woof, not a thing, girl. Sitting here bored, waiting for some action.
Are you saying we're boring?
No, I was bored. That's the reason I came up.
Okay. Like, wait a minute. We're having
Be
real life
still
No, these
and
conversations
tell.
here.
conversations need to be had. A lot of veterans don't know this information. A lot of
Absolutely.
women don't know about the bone density test. A lot of women don't know if you've got all of this going on. Yeah, it's been a damn good conversation tonight.
Yeah. We have important conversations, and I appreciate everybody having the respect towards one another, not to be talking over, yelling. I mean, it is great to see people on panel actually talking about important things in life. And it hasn't been politics tonight. How do you like that?
So Michelle, how do I get my doctor to freaking speak up?
Like, oh Lord,
Because
give
you're
me
in
a
the same
minute.
spot as
I,
me,
I done.
right?
Wait a minute. I done had my medicine, so give me a minute to get my head together.
All right.
It is what it is.
Because
Now,
you're right. You're in the same place as me.
okay. So for me, I have a high risk of cancer
Yeah.
because my mother has breast cancer.
Yep.
My aunt had breast cancer. My first blood cousin has breast cancer. So I'm high risk, and I'm the oldest of the family, also as the first cousin or grandchild. I'm the oldest.
Yeah.
So I've been high risk. So, and with it being densified the way it is, I was put on a high risk, and that's the reason mine's covered. Now, like Christine said, it could be all in coding. All you have to do is go in and talk to your doctor and say, "Hey, doc, you making me do this test and I can't afford it. Is there any way that we can redo something that we can get this passed through?"
Send the backup information on why it needs to be done, and that
Right.
normally
Yeah.
handles it.
Because I mean, lately it's just like a fine, let's do it. But I'm like at the point where I'm not doing it no more. So
Well, one of the simple things all they have to do, honestly, is send in your mammogram. And
yeah.
on there, the radiologist will show that there is dense areas in the breast, and
Mhm.
probably even put in there recommend ultrasound.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so,
So let me ask this. So every time my doctor puts in recommended ultrasound, I'm not
mhm.
going to do it. So what do I do? Not do it and fight it with my insurance or what? Like
So
If you don't do it, you just don't do it. It ain't got nothing to do with the insurance or nothing. It's just you refused your doctor's orders.
yeah.
well, no, she's not refusing. No, 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 no. We don't ever want to use that word. No, 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 no. We are declining at this time to do it.
Okay, I see where you're
Never,
coming from. All
ever
right.
use the word refuse. Never.
Because I'm willing to do it. I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
not
I would
willing.
just get a hold of your doctor and say, hey, my insurance is declining this. Is there some way you can send other information to verify that this is a necessity so the insurance covers it? And normally, all the doctor has to do is put his notes and a copy, because I guarantee you, on the thing from the radiologist read that, stated that you had dense breast. You had in certain areas of the breast, it was more dense.
Mhm.
And at the bottom, they always kind of give a recommendation. And I bet they recommended an ultrasound.
Yeah. I mean, I even have like because it was the beginning. I was like in my early stages, like of being tested. Like I have a pin in there, so I'm like, I don't. What do you guys want from me? I'm like, I don't. I don't want to pay for this. I don't want to do it. But if you guys want me to do it, I'm gonna do it. But then I get a bill for like $400 and something, and it's like I don't want it. But then what am I gonna be like? I'm gonna I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
here's my next question.
Lisa,
Ask your,
the only thing I could say about your situation is that whatever you need to get done, for a matter of life and death, you go ahead and do it.
And I have been doing
but
it.
you
I have been doing it.
and I tell you what, you get the bill, take it and pull it out your mailbox, and then set it over on a special place to where you forget all about it. Because your health is worth more than that bill. So
But
forget
the
the bill.
point
It'll take care of itself.
the point is that we're as women and men, we're recommended to go for these tests, right? So I go for these tests. And then
Right.
I have my doctor that says, well, she has this condition. We want her to go and get this additional test to make sure she doesn't have cancer. And so I do these things, and then I get a bill for that test because it's not covered for like $400 and something. And I'm like, I'm not doing it no more. I'm not paying.
So
So
you already had it done, right?
I've
Okay.
had,
So I would have your doctor tell them that the insurance is charging you this. Ask them to send in the proper paperwork so that it will be medically necessary as covered. Now, with your next one, I would ask, and it's perfectly normal and fine to ask, because you tell your doctor, I have dense breast. I would like you to order, and he may have to look for one, a breast MRI or a 3D mammogram. Those are the newer ones they're doing.
yeah.
Are the
And I was
3D?
told that the 3D mammogram, if they're not covered, are they starting to become covered again?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yes, they
All
are.
right.
The 3D mammograms are, because that is going to be the gold standard.
Okay.
Is your 3D mammograms and your breast MRIs. Now, I will tell you, hold on one second, hold on. I will be having a breast MRI. And one of the reasons being is because I have implants.
Mm-hmm.
I do have breast cancer in my family. So far, it's been good. We've been able to move the implants around to make sure we got an accurate, but our next one, next year after in 2025, when I do it, it will be a breast MRI. And that is because A, my age, B, my history, and C, I have implants.
Right.
So it's a matter of talking to your doctor, and Grizz is right.
Yeah.
First thing you need to control is you control the conversation with your doctor. Okay? Ask questions and make them answer you. And Grizz, breast cancer runs into your family, in your female. You know something? Grizz, you got to understand, breast cancer does affect men and women.
Yeah.
Breast cancer isn't just women.
Yep.
Yes, that's true.
I had a male friend that died with breast cancer, so don't tell me it can't happen.
Yep.
That is true.
Yep. A lot of it is time, and I don't have the time to be on the phone with my insurance company. So what do
I know.
It
For
isn't your job to
hours.
deal with
What do
yelling
I-
at
Well,
the phones.
here's
It's your
the thing. She
doctors
already,
and her receptionist.
but she already had it done. So this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. So what she will have to talk with her insurance company and say that it was recommended by my doctor, but in turn, the doctor has to send in the right documentation. And I want you to know, for men, there's approximately just below 1,000 men a year get diagnosed with breast cancer. I know in the big scheme of things of 323 million population in the United States, and that's a very low percentage, but it does happen. And men are more likely to die of breast cancer.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So that's important. And as Thomas has found out, you need to make sure that you're getting blood work, and it's a simple blood work every year for prostate to detect prostate cancer.
Well, not even like every year. I would recommend men over the age of 50. I mean, just get lab work done like every 6
Yep.
months.
And you know, most of the time doctors won't order it unless they see something that's abnormal. You know, if you do it annually, then they'll start doing it every 6 months if they're suspecting, you know, something doesn't look right. And that's the problem. You got insurance that's directed by doctors, but then you got insurance that you have these people that have no medical background approving or denying claims. And once you go and question them, then they pull up the right stuff and then it gets approved.
Hey, Christina, country girl needs to ask you something.
Okay, country girl, I may or may not have the answer. Now, everything I'm telling you guys, it's not medical advice, okay? It's
Exactly.
just suggestions.
No, I know that exactly. I know that
Okay.
part, but it's on the same thing. But my question was to you, sweetie, is if a woman has a child and that child is a male, she
Mhm.
has cancer after she has this child, could that male child also come up with the cancer gene and him have cancer later on?
There's
Oh no,
always that
no. I could answer that one. No,
Is that
no.
well, I will disagree with you, but okay.
Well, no. It's like some cancer is hereditary, but
some of it ain't
the diseases,
hereditary though, it's blood.
yeah. But the diseases that killed my parents never showed up in my body ever.
And you're the only child?
No, I've got four of the siblings, and they all doing good. Cancer is not something that they can pinpoint to where you could inherit it from another family member. Cancer shows up when it wants to.
But you
Right.
got
I know it's like where we live, environmental, and all of that. I understand that part, but the gene part is where I'm having trouble understanding part of it.
so there is certain cancers that go directly towards men. There are some cancers that go directly towards women, and there are cancers that are genetic. And I'll explain why.
Yes,
Here,
yes, you're right, Christine.
I'll
Right.
give you a perfect example. I have a grandfather on my paternal side that had leukemia. I, in my 20s, had chronic lymphatic leukemia, went through treatment, and have been in remission up until this past summer. This past summer, I was showing cells again, so I had to go through immunotherapy. And now it's back into remission, we think. I'll do a bone marrow biopsy to verify it. But what I'm saying is that my grandfather had leukemia and I have it. I just have, it's the same gene. It's just hasn't mutated to the severity. Now, if I would have ignored it or wouldn't have known about it, it would have turned into full-blown leukemia. Now, Thomas, I don't know
Okay,
how much you've
now,
listened to me.
Christine,
Uh-huh.
first of all, you are too intelligent and beautiful. I envy your husband to even think about even death. But
Oh, sweetheart, you don't.
what you just
Look, Thomas,
it
I'm gonna.
resonates.
Yeah,
It
I'm gonna.
resonates because my mother died from leukemia.
Hey, Dubs. Thomas, I'm going to share a little story with you. And apparently you're not aware of my little story. And you're old enough. Have you ever heard of the Bubble Boy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I know everybody gets sick of this story, but it's kind of important to me.
Yeah.
But you've heard of the Bubble Boy, right?
Yes.
I have that disease.
Wow.
I was born with it. I have a sister who has the disease who was born with it. I have 2 cousins that have the disease that were born with it. And they are now testing one of my sons and one of my grandchildren. I do infusions weekly, like today. That's why I have a little bit more energy that I'm up later because I slept throughout the day during my infusions. I do an infusion once a week, and it takes anywhere from 6 to 8 hours depending upon how I'm tolerating it. But it is hereditary. Like I said, my sister has it. 2 of my cousins have it. They're checking one of my sons. They believe he has it, and they believe one of my granddaughters has it. So,
Yeah. The only thing I was saying is that, yeah, there are certain things that are hereditary, but if you think about it, most things that we say are hereditary had to start with one individual. So where did they get it from? You know? So that's why I say that certain things are hereditary. It's like when a woman that's hooked on drugs and gives birth, and that child is hooked on drugs, that's explainable. But genes, how we get the stuff that we get, I don't know. I never had a problem with none of my physicals or anything like that.
right.
At all. And as far as like, you know, the leukemia that killed my mom at age 48.
My grandmother was in her 40s.
Yeah.
Or my
And
grandfather. My grandmother died of cervical cancer.
Only reason why I can keep up with my mom's birthday is because she had me when she was 19. So that math is always in my head. But yeah, my blood has been good, and like you said a lot earlier, Christine, because of my man, it's a lot of things that I overlooked, pretty much. That if I had to go back in time, that I would have like said, maybe there's something wrong. But Christine, you hit it right on the head. I didn't pay attention.
Well, it's not that you didn't pay attention. It was the fact that some of the symptoms that people have, you can explain them off because they're not of that importance at that time. And until you get more symptoms or the symptom you had becomes an issue in your daily life, we explain it off. And that's common. It's very common.
Christine, I love you. I like how you take what I said and make me feel like I'm not dumb. But I was dumb.
You are far from dumb, sweetheart. You are far from dumb. Trust me, you are far
You
from
made me
dumb.
sound intelligent.
Oh, good. That's the whole object of it, to make you sound intelligent. We're all intelligent. It just, sometimes we just don't see it. Dubs, make sure you put that like up before you leave if you're just passing through. And Pure Pressure, for decades, I worked in a hospital. So yeah, it's not that you ignored it or you didn't do anything about it. It was just the fact that, and we all go through that. Every one of us goes through it. I will be honest, if I did not have my bubble boy disease, we probably would have found the CLL when it was pure leukemia. Just saying. But I've done bone marrow biopsies annually, and those are the most painful SOBs there are in this world. And then it got to a point where
tell me about it.
yeah, they hurt. They hurt. But Lisa, yes, they could, it depending upon what type of cancer. Some are genetic, some are environmental. And that's what we're all forgetting. Some of these cancers are environmental. It's what we're ingesting, it's what we're inhaling, it's what we're putting on our bodies.
See, I think that my cancer came from my ex-wife, because she was cancer, and I think after the divorce, somehow she implanted part of her in me, and that's why I got it now. But that's just my opinion.
I have a question. Have you ever taken hormones?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Well, if you ever really truly look into how prostate cancer comes or develops or something like that, and this is what I go back to talking about what we ingest, even water. A lot of prostate cancers are due to an increase in specific hormones in the body.
Yeah, it's a high level of testosterone, and my level of testosterone, when it showed up, they had to test me for steroids, because they think that maybe I was doing too much roids, stuff like that. But no, come to find out, I just got a high level of testosterone. That's what
But
fuels
you
the
also
prostate.
you also have to look at that some illnesses, some diseases, even cancers, being they're still using the word African American, but being a Black man also puts you at higher risk, just like your color of your skin also can put you at higher risk for high blood pressure.
Yes.
Just like the color of your skin can also put you at a higher risk for heart disease. And what that goes back to, again, is genetics.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Christine, you said something that now I know that now there's a bond, because I grew up in the age, and you know the age. I'm Black. I'm a Black American.
Yep.
In American shit, I don't I don't get into. I've
Right.
never been to Africa.
Well, and I didn't mean to offend anybody, but the Black Americans that I speak to, they do not want to be classified as African American. And I
And
respect that.
I am one of them.
And I respect that. I am told I'm a Black American. I'm not an African. I've never been to Africa. I don't even know if I've ties to Africa. Well, we all do somewhere along the line, but that's besides the point. So that's why when I said, and it was probably inappropriate, and I apologize if I offended anybody, but the medical community still calls it African American. I call them Black Americans.
Well, Christine, you was talking to me, so I don't give a shit what anybody else thought. You was talking to me, so
I hope I did not offend you.
Christine, come on. The only way you offended me was by that bullshit beauty sleep thing.
Beauty sleep, and it's past midnight. I'm losing my beauty sleep. But I gained it this afternoon when I had to lay down during my infusion. I gained it. Don't worry about it. We're good. Oh my gosh. But I am so glad listening to you and Fernando talking about your military services and the VA and your stories with the VA, because we always hear the horror stories of the VA. And as a nurse working in the ER for decades, I so remember, and it was so wrong that we would have to wait for a private ambulance to take them from our ER if it was an emergency where it meant life or death now. To get into an ambulance, go to the VA, they'd have to go through the ER again, and it was just a mess.
Yeah, that was, like I said, the VA, it changes from place to place.
Yes.
And you run into a good one. I'm blessed to be in the good VA. They've been very aggressive with what with my cancer. They being very aggressive, so they're not dragging their feet on different things. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. No, they're attacking because they say that at my age they can attack it and do away with it. If I was in my 80s, they pretty much would just drag their feet and just let's see where we go. But no, they pretty aggressive. I got diagnosed in August and started getting treated in September.
Okay, what is that noise?
Somebody snoring
Okay, who's snoring?
or breathing heavy.
Okay, I can deal with the
Somebody
breathing
fell
heavy.
asleep.
Lisa, are you still with us? I'm just gonna put her in black.
My bell.
I
I'm
think
just gonna.
Lisa fell asleep.
Okay, I'm just gonna put Lisa in back.
Lisa fell asleep?
I think so. I just don't want her to feel embarrassed that if she's snoring or breathing difficulty. So she's just in back. She can still come up.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, is somebody having an asthma attack, or are we sleeping? So
I heard. I'm sitting here like, what? And by the time
well, she's probably had a long day. It is 12:30.
if I hadn't laid down, took a nap today, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I lay down. So Barbara, I have a question. You said, I'm asking Barbara in chat. She said, well, it changes every year on the paperwork check here. Are you talking about Black American, African American? What is that? What you're talking about? Because I think that's when you put that in.
I think what she's referring to is like when you do applications, a lot of applications now are not
African American. She's saying they're doing Black American. Okay, they're just doing Black. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
So they slowly getting back to what we are. I mean, it's like we're American, we're Black.
but I don't ever want to take away from somebody that still wants to be an African American. I never want to take that away from a person ever.
Yeah, I mean, I won't dispute when somebody says African American. I mean, it's not something that I get raged over. Like, oh, my African American brother, this. No, but I do identify as a Black American.
Right. And that's what, my friends and even my grandson, that's what he says he is. Yeah, just put Black on the paperwork. Yeah. Yeah. So Fernando and Thomas, I have a, because this is a huge thing in my county and the county surrounding me, and I know it's huge across the United States. And both of you guys being veterans, how do you feel, and what do you think can? And I'm not saying should, because we know what should be done, but what can be done about our homeless vets?
Well, I can tell you again, that goes from state to state, city to city. My last assignment was in Mountain Home, Idaho, and everything fell out the thing. So I'm under a program that I got my own apartment, 1-bedroom apartment, but I am one of the homeless vets.
Okay.
And it took 5 years.
Wow.
It took 5 years, and I got it. And I'm under the program right now, and it's like I got my own apartment, place where I lay my head. But yeah, I'm part of that homeless vet program, and it works. And we need more people to acknowledge that it works, because the government cuts funding big time. So we need everybody to tell the local government, the state government, and the federal government, take care of the veterans.
Right.
So,
Go ahead,
like
Fernando.
like in this area, what a lot of the homeless vets will do is that they will sign themselves up for like the rehab programs. Like, so there's one in Buffalo, New York. There's one in Batavia, New York. There's one in Bath, New York, and some others that I don't know exactly the names. But what they will do is they will bounce, between, you know, those three and all the other ones in the area. So that way they can be able to at least, be within four walls and a roof.
Right.
But, during their time while being in there, they can try to, kind of transition out, eventually.
Yeah, but what happens is the problem that I was running into in my years of being on the streets is that the VA and the housing association was getting federal money, but for the vets, it wasn't going to happen. In order for you to get any kind of help,
Oh, there you are. You're back.
you had to say that You had
We
to
lost
pretend that you
you.
was
So
like
anything
drugged
you
out.
said, Thomas, we lost you. So anything you said, we didn't hear you, hun.
Oh, could you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, hun.
Okay, so back in the day, I mean, to get help, you had to, as a vet, you had to be like admit to being drugged out, uh, doing heroin, doing this and that, and then the VA would take you in into their place, and it was called geez, it's the name of the program, and they still do it. It's like for vets that are strung out on something, alcohol, drugs, or whatever, they take them in. But if you just a regular person, it's a vet that got nowhere to go. No, you wasn't getting help at all.
It still kind of is that. It is still kind of is that way. You have to pretty much tell them that you have a problem, and they'll take you in. But you
Yeah,
can't just go in there and say, "I'm homeless. I need somewhere to stay."
exactly. And
So
that's
for
that's the
example,
reason why I was the way I was, because I no, I no, I'm not gonna try to pretend to be something to get something. I'm always gonna be me.
right.
You want to help me? Help me. If not, walk the fuck on.
Well, and that's what I'm seeing. And I kind of been doing a little bit of research across the country. And it seems to be this way that if you admit to a drug or an alcohol problem, they will help you. If it just happens to be that you can't pay your mortgage anymore because you have to afford food or you have to afford medicine and you're losing your home or you lost your home, they're not willing to help. That's what I'm seeing. And I don't know how to fix this, but I know it needs to be fixed because our vets shouldn't be treated this way. I put a city and a county, if you look at the private chat, and that is what I'd like to see more of. There is a county. There's several counties here in Florida, and it's being done by grassroots people that are getting funding, and they are getting federal government, but it's in grants. The government's just not handing money out anymore. There's grants that they are giving that you have to fill out, and most of them are to grassroots. But in that county that I put into the back, they have built tiny homes, and these tiny homes are only for veterans. In another county, the grassroots, organizations have bought abandoned hotels and made these hotels into what they've done, several of them. They've done 4 of them so far, and I know we're working on more. They're working on more. That they're taking it, they're making them like efficiency apartments where you got a little kitchenette, you've got a little sitting area, little kitchen area, and what they're doing is that if a vet's getting, let's say, $1,000 a month, they're only charging them 30%, which would be $300 a month to live there. And then they're making it's not a link, it's just a city. They are making one of the areas that in the hotel that used to be like the lobby, they're making it into a kitchen area, and they're serving all their meals. And all the meals are by volunteers. And I just think that we need to get more people involved in this. And I can find the link also.
And I can tell you firsthand, like I'm on the streets, as most of you all know, that's what I do. Is I My job that I'm working is the only reason is so I can take care of homeless people on the street, which a lot are our homeless veterans, the ones that have had like Mr. Lee, and we have a lot of amputees and different things like that, and it's hard to get people in anywhere, and especially even if they're a veteran, you would think that it would be easier because soldiers deserve to have that care. I mean, hell, they fought for our rights, right? So,
Yeah,
but
well said.
it's just,
Well said.
and just like he said earlier, he said, each state is different, and I can 100% vouch for that. We had to fight for the new veterans hospital that we're getting built here. Like, there were people in that side of town that were like, we don't want this on our side of town. We're like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
Hey, Summer,
It's
do you
just,
think it could be by county too? Like you know how like beer drinking in New
yeah,
York is by county, not even by state. Like it's by
Yeah,
county.
yeah. I
it
mean,
goes city to
well,
city.
yeah, it goes city to city. There are certain federal laws in each state, but then
Yeah.
city to city, county to county, however you want
So
to word it.
interesting.
100%.
Yeah,
And
that's
we
so
get them in
interesting.
we can get them in housing, we can get them in all these different things, but also Fernando's right too. That's a trick that we do sometimes. And somebody that doesn't have a rehab problem shouldn't have to go into a rehab just
Yeah,
for
I
a
heard
place
him
to
say that. That's
be
right when I
warm.
joined.
But that's what we do. I mean, I've had rehabs that'll be like, well, if there's nothing in their system, we can't take them. They'll go drink a beer around the corner to have something in their fucking
Yep,
system,
yep, yep,
just so
yep.
they can get in somewhere, And it's
Yeah,
sad that we have to do
Yeah,
shit
that's
like
all
that.
yeah,
But
female.
yeah. Definitely,
You know,
definitely.
for the VA ones, you can't even show up being under the influence of any. They won't even take you in.
So it's the opposite over there. You're saying that
well,
they,
100 right? No,
yeah.
well, no, we're talking about two different things because
Oh,
he's
okay.
talking about the VA, but I'm
Yeah.
also going back on to what he said about the recovery centers. So the VA
Uh-huh.
centers, yeah, they don't want nothing in their system except for what they're
Gotcha.
prescribed.
But the
But
rehab centers
here
is
we don't.
totally different.
Yeah, hold on, school.
Gotcha.
Hold on, baby.
Yep.
Yeah, the rehab centers are different. The rehab centers
Yeah.
will be the opposite. If you don't have anything in your system, then well, you can't prove you're an addict, so you don't need the help.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know I'm following you. That's all. I ain't trying
No,
to
I get it.
interrupt.
I just gotta
I
be
just
able to
want you to
talk.
know.
That's all.
Yeah. No,
No,
I'm
you're
just
good.
like 3 words, just letting you know I'm following you. Because
No, you're
you
good.
know, a lot of people doze off when you talk. Not you talk. When I say you, meaning to everybody general. You ever get that? Like you speak to someone, you tell them what you're trying to tell, and then they ask you the question about 15 minutes later, and you're like, I just answered that if you were fucking listening. Like I just took the last 10 minutes to explain to you, you know. I just wanted you to know I'm listening.
No, it's all good. But it's just basically what I was saying. It's just frustrating because you shouldn't have to lie and tell somebody,
Yeah.
especially if they're a soldier, like, hey, this person's homeless. There's been times that we've had soldiers, and some of these stories people have been following me have seen it. You don't see the people that I help, but we've had guys that have had their legs amputated off and then put right back out into the streets, and then
Oh,
maggots and
summer.
shit get all in their wounds. And I mean, we have to go literally like throw a fucking fit just for anybody to get help. One guy, his finger froze off, literally um, fell off. and it was just the shit that I had to go through to get these people help, and they were all veterans.
And you know
No, I
what,
Just
remember
Summer,
that.
to respond to you, if there's anybody that when you tell that to, if they cringe and say, oh, I don't want to hear that, then fucking go away from me because you're just telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that shit needs to be here. That shit
yeah, well,
is that,
I don't worry about if anybody cringes on anything that
yeah,
I do
fuck
because
them. You know
my
what
whole
I'm saying,
story is
though,
gonna.
Summer. Fuck
Yeah,
those
it's,
people.
it's, it's no it's no
I
cringe
know,
here
but my
because
whole story is gonna
I've
make you
witnessed
cringe. My abuse started
I've
at 5
witnessed
years old,
everything.
Yeah,
so
hell yeah.
I'm not. Hold on, you. I'm gonna wrap it up, and then I promise I'll give you the floor back. I don't worry about that, and that's why I take you guys out with me on Wednesday night because I
Fuck
want
yeah.
people to hear the reality of what's going on in our country and what's
Fuck
happening
yeah.
to our soldiers. Go ahead, next person.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's ever wanted to speak? I just wanted to say, fuck those people. I know not nobody here like that think, oh, I didn't need to hear that shit, because that's the truth you're talking about. It's not a story.
No,
Fuck,
that's damn truth because
fuck yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen it, lived it, And I tell you what, the biggest thing is that the reason why we have, you go from state to state or city to city, county to county, where your VA services they change, is because the one government that sent us out there, which is the federal government out of Washington, don't protect us when we come home. So
Right.
we got to rely on where we at when we come home, and maybe we got a good VA hospital or clinic, and then in another place, that vet, they don't have shit in that state. When all this could be handled by the federal government, the same government that when we rose our hand and swore to defend, should have taken care of us when we came home.
I mean, it was
And you,
different then, but now, I mean, I don't know
When you
about,
say
you know,
then,
like the
what was
VA.
then, Fernando? What was then when you said, just so I know what we're talking about? What
Well,
was
I
the,
mean, I can't really talk about too much about then,
but
you
when
know,
is then?
because
What
when
time
I,
frame is that?
well,
well, a lot of it's
probably
during
way, you
after
know, way before.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like probably during that time because I got out in 2017 and I mean
Yeah.
I got nothing but good things to say about the VA and the one that we have here. I mean, honestly, I mean I love them.
No, I'm not talking bad about the VA.
Oh
Yeah.
no, 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 no! None of us are
They only
talking
could
bad
do
about the
No,
VA.
no. Well, I was just referring to you know like about the care you know that like we receive because he said you know like when we come home, you know like
Hey,
well in my
Thomas,
case you know well I've gotten you know nothing but good service.
when did you serve, Thomas? Do you mind? Thank you for serving, by the way. I see it says veteran there. I know Fernando. I never got to meet you, I don't think.
I served from 1981 to 1997.
Thank you. So through the Gulf War, right?
Maybe.
91, right? Like the Persian Gulf War. Thank you for serving, Thomas.
I just think, and I brought this up, and I'm sorry if it was a sore subject, but I think it needs to be talked about because if you look at the one link, let's see the one I really want you to look at in private chat. It's the second link. That program that they have built these tiny houses in that county just for the veterans. And it's a big issue in Florida that every year 500 veterans take their lives. Every year, just in Florida. Imagine what it's like across the country. And the government is right, Thomas, when you said that the government has, stopped funding. The problem is that they've stopped funding to a point. There are still ways to get that funding. There is millions of dollars, if not billions there, but they want these grassroots companies, these grassroots organizations, I don't want to call them companies, these grassroots organizations to pretty much beg and borrow to get this money. And then they build these homes. And I know this one that in Clay County, Florida, they're serving 1,000 vets. That's just one county a day. And they're trying to get enough of these tiny homes. Same thing with in the other county I was talking about, taking these old hotels, making them into efficiency apartments. And then what they're doing is making the lobby area as a kitchen. It's a really cool program that they're doing. And one link I sent you, it shows you what different organizations that are helping try to do this. And I'm telling you, watching the day that the ribbon cutting and these veterans moved into their homes, it was a bittersweet. It broke your heart because these grown men were crying that they had a place to live. But it was sweet because they have a place to live.
Yeah.
It's just unreal. I got your email, hun. But it's just, I don't know. I and as Summer says, and we've watched a couple. I will tell you, I have watched Summer and been with Summer enough. I watched the gentleman who lost his digits, his fingers. It was very
Yeah, let me
sad.
just touch. Yeah, let me
Yes,
tell.
please.
Like
Go ahead.
this was insane, you guys. So you have to understand, it was wintertime. I'm out on the street. I mean, you guys see me on the streets, but in the winter, I'm on there a lot. We find people frozen to death, everything. I started getting all these messages on Facebook locally, and people are talking about like man's fingers were falling off and all this other shit. So at first, I thought people were just fucking around. So then, of course, I get up, I go see what's going on. I find out it's one of my veteran guys, and he had frostbite and his fingers fell off. The hospital was supposed to treat him and didn't. So I get him into the hospital, me and another person, and I'm like, okay, so you guys are not going to release him because he's not leaving because he knows that if he doesn't get help, he's going to die. The infection was getting that bad. And so, and I tell him, I'm like, don't leave. He's like, don't worry, I'm not. I'm like, okay. I get home to check on him because I live a little bit outside of the city. By the time I made it home, they released him. So if I find him again because another finger has fallen off because of them not helping, right? So I find him again. I get him back to the hospital. I get him signed into the emergency room and everything. And then I start demanding, because like in my city, people know who I am and I don't fuck around, especially when it comes to a homeless community, veterans, or anything like that. Um, and so I asked why he was waiting in the room. I was like, okay, I want the social workers. I want this. I want that. I was streaming. People could hear the whole conversation. They're probably still on my Facebook somewhere. Um, of me talking to the social workers, and then let's just put it this way. In 2 days, I was talking to the CEO of the hospitals. Got him transferred to the best hospital. They finally did hand surgery on him and all of this other shit. But the hell that I have went through just to get this person that fought for my rights the right treatment that he damn well fucking deserved. It doesn't matter that he's homeless. It doesn't matter any of this bullshit they're talking about. Um, and so now he's doing really good. He has, no hand, no fingers on one hand, but he does have his other hand. He has his life, and we just put him into an apartment. So this year he will not be on the streets.
Nice.
And it's because I'm a stubborn ass little brat with a loud ass fucking mouth, and I refuse to. I know what it looks. I know what it feels like. I grew up being homeless. I grew up, like I said, people know my story. I'm a human trafficking survivor. I know how it feels for people to look past you and not see you. So that's why I do the work that I do, because I'm tired of people looking past people, especially soldiers. Like, dude, these people fought for our fucking rights, dude. Like, what are you talking about? This shouldn't even be nobody should have to deal with this. But especially people that fought for our rights. I come from a military family. Like, my family, and this is something that actually Thomas, I heard him say yesterday, back in the day when the judges would be like, hey, you either go to prison or you go to the military. That's what a lot of my family as well joined, and some of them it did amazing things for, and others they won't talk about it at all, and don't care for it at all. So I guess each person has their experiences, but one thing we cannot deny, and this is not a shot at veterans, hospitals, or anybody, but everybody that's in play that's supposed to be helping our veterans need to step their fucking game up, and our government definitely needs to stop fucking veterans over. So that's my spew for the night. Sorry, y'all. I had to tell
Well,
y'all that.
no, it's a good story, and that's why I brought it up. I hope you don't mind me
Yeah,
bringing it
thank you,
up.
Summer. Thank you, Summer.
And Mr. Lee, it's a similar thing. He was an amputee.
Yeah.
He didn't have his prosthetic. Summer, are you still here that you could tell Mr. Lee's story?
Yeah, Mr. Lee, same thing. We found this man. He didn't have prosthetics because of his circumstances. He had rats and stuff eating on him, so he had a bigger infection from even where the part that he lost, so he lost the rest of his leg. So while we got him in the hospital, I finally got the right doctor to take me serious, and help me. And so while he was in surgery, we got him another place. We found him another apartment. We moved him all the way out of the place where he was. And we went through everything and shit that didn't have rat pests and shit like that on it. We got rid of it and we got all new stuff. And thanks to people on the internet, I've been able to house him a whole new apartment. He's doing great. He's got his prosthetics. A couple weeks ago, you go back on my lives on Wednesday night. This is why y'all should be following me on Wednesday night. Just saying.
That's
You missed some
right.
beautiful shit.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
But
Well, it's
Summer,
kind of
I
hard
gotta
sometimes
I
to
gotta tell
follow
you
you
this.
on Wednesdays because sometimes you leave your phone in the car
What
and
time
then
do you
you
go
and
on,
then you and
Summer?
then you go off and then it's like we don't hear from you.
What do you go on, Summer? What time do you go on
yeah,
Wednesday?
that me leaving the phone in the car, that doesn't happen that often. And usually if that does happen, there's a reason. There may
Yeah.
be a very sensitive, like a girl may have been raped or something like that, that I'm not going to bring the phone around.
Gotcha. Maybe
So
that because I logged in one time and I was like, oh shit, like where the hell did she go?
yeah, there
I
might
gotta
be
But I was
something
working
I
at
gotta
that
say
time
this.
anyway, so
I gotta say this. Summer, you know,
yes, sir.
I've been sub to you for a minute, and I always lay in the background just like I do on TPP. So I just wanna thank you for your service, you know,
Thank you.
because we appreciate everything. Is and
I,
a lot of the times, and I have to tell you this, a lot of time that we vets, our pride gets in our way. It's why we don't seek help because we feel we don't deserve
yep.
to have it.
That's why it's important for me when I'm out on the streets to build relationships with my guys, right? Like I serve more men on the streets probably and mostly veterans. Um, and I know there are people who be like, oh, Summer just hates men. And I don't. I actually help men sometimes more than I help women. And I'm big on building relationship because if they have a relation, if people have a relationship with each other, they're more likely if a situation is going wrong, which losing fingers and hands and shit like that, it's probably not your best day. You're
Yeah,
more willing to go with somebody that's already been in the trenches with you than just some motherfucker that wants to do it because it's going to be cute for Facebook, a cute story to tell somebody. And this ain't nothing cute about this. This is people's fucking lives.
yeah, exactly, exactly. And I mean, the internet is good that everybody can connect, but it's also been a curse for veterans. I mean, it's like if you tell your story on somebody's panel or whatever, they're thinking that you are asking for something. I'm not asking for anything. I don't want anything, but
That's right.
respect me for my service.
That's right.
Yeah, I hear that. I can understand. You feeling that way?
Well, one thing about human trafficking survivors and veterans and people of war, and this is something that I've been learning through my process of healing and going through. I have to go through so many doctors, and I have to get my brain looked at, and I have to get all these things in my body looked at constantly because of all the abuse that happened. And I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm going somewhere with this. I promise. um, well, in that process, I've learned that because they used to think that only war veterans could have the style of PTSD that war veterans have.
Oh
And then with
no,
study
no,
and things like that, they've realized that human trafficking survivors as well you can't really tell that difference between a veteran that's been in active war and a human trafficking survivor's brain on a scan. Um, and
Summer,
so
you
when
was in war.
Yeah, 100%. I was in war. I was just in war here, unfortunately. Um, but I started, like, I really started thinking about that. And that's kind of what got me to helping. Like, I take extra care with our veterans on the streets because I was like, dude, unless you have that type of brain, you will not understand what I'm saying. but it is a fucking mission every day. You know what I mean?
Yes, I got
And
you.
and so it's no matter how healed you get, no matter how together you get, it's still, we deal with traumatic brain injuries, we deal with serious shit. And it just made me really, like, I don't know, it made me just have a heart. And plus I come from a military family, you know what I mean? And like I said, I know how motherfuckers can fluff you all day long, but can't even say a simple like see you in public and be like thank you, like, or you know what I mean, they like you said, they think you want something and it's like, no, motherfucker, I don't want nothing, just be a decent human being. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
Summer, like I said before, I really appreciate you and love and respect you, because my battles and your battles are pretty much the same way.
yep. And look at us now, honey. Couldn't tell us shit right now. Can't tell me nothing. Because you know what? All this bad stuff I've been through has given me the destiny I was supposed to walk right into. You know, like I wouldn't be effective and be able to help the victims I help and the people that I help today if it wasn't for my trials and tribulations. You feel me? So, like, I may not be everybody's cup of tea, but baby, I'm definitely somebody's cup of tea. And I'm okay with that these days.
But Summer, I got one disappointment that I need to tell you. Is like your left pinky finger is crooked, and I don't like that.
Will you straighten that thing
Well,
out?
stand in line with the rest of the ones that count how many cigarettes I smoke and what bottle of water I drink, and you can stand in line with them. How about that? And they'll all be okay. I promise. Like I tell them, I brought the prayers. So people be like, you're drinking a different brand of water today. I'm like, really, dude? Like, fuck. I'm glad
No,
somebody pays attention to me that much. I don't even pay attention to me that much.
yeah, just get a little pinky brace for that left hand,
You
and
know,
then
we
put
gonna get it together.
it on
We gonna get it together.
You guys are funny.
there.
So, Summer, I hope you didn't mind me bringing those up, but I thought those were important conversations. We have two
No,
veterans
not at
on
all.
here, and
Yeah.
Thomas brought up that he's getting assistance, and I am so glad to hear that because you don't hear those good stories.
And
Right.
Fernando
Sometimes,
knows.
yeah. I mean, we struggle down here, dude. So if you're in a place that's getting you good assistance and stuff, stay there. Cause, and again, I don't expect you all, and I'm not really throwing digs at the veteran situation stuff, but I've also been on the side of being a resource person, trying to find the resources and help, and then even so much the people at the Veterans Hospital, because their hands are tied too. It's our fucking government that gets on my nerves.
Amen.
So,
Amen.
I don't want to blame the people at the hospital or at any of these, places that are doing things, because they have a heart just like me and anybody else that helps. They want to see our soldiers. If we can't fucking take care of our children and our soldiers, that is a fucking dangerous country. Okay? I'm just telling y'all, and we're
It all
there.
start.
So
It
I'm
all
just
starts.
saying.
It all starts from the top for the federal. I
Well,
mean,
and I mean, Thomas, if you've listened to me, you know that I always say that people will sit there and be like, our communities are in such trouble. Well, it starts with leadership. And who's in leadership? Government. If government's fucked up, so will be the communities. And so, I mean, it starts at the
So
top.
I got
yeah.
something to highlight. So with some of these migrant shelters, things of that
Mhm.
nature. Now, with it slowing down in numbers, can we replace it to help the homeless veterans?
Oh
Well,
God,
and so I was talking to somebody the other day, right? One thing, it's hard for me because, like, in our city, and we have a lot of different immigrants. We're a safe haven city or whatever. I don't know if it's because we've just always been this way, so we know how to line things up. And I'm not like, I don't see immigrants on the street. I don't see immigrants in our shelters. I see American people. I see men and women of of this country, you know what I mean? But I do realize that in other cities that's going on. And so I would hope once numbers get down or people get housed or whatever the fuck they're going to do, um, I hope it would be able to go to some of the people that we help, but I can tell you right now, since they have criminalized homelessness, the government's not looking for ways to solve homeless except by arresting it. Because for everybody that's in that jail, for those that don't know, they make money off of that. Just like a body in a hospital or anywhere like that, and especially if there's a government that's going to be in it, they make money off of it. It may cost them money, but they also make money.
Yes, they do.
You know what a funny thing is that we got the immigrants coming in, and that's how people say it. We got immigrants coming in. We all immigrant to this country.
Exactly.
Yep.
You know, so
None of us.
Yeah, well said.
That's what's
Well
crazy
said.
about this country, because how do you fight immigrants when we're all fucking immigrants in this country? That's what made this country.
exactly. But for the new people that becoming immigrants, if they could go back to my time, they wouldn't come here because
Right.
our United States is not united.
No, not. And our government has done that. They've done a perfect job to make sure to divide people. And they
Yeah,
continue to do it. And people fall for the fucking okie doke every day. And I'm like, dude, y'all gotta fucking stop. That's why
I'd
we're in the
rather
situation we're in.
Yo,
I'd rather
didn't
be back. I'd rather be back how I grew up with the dealing with black, white, the prejudice thing. But today, I mean, we all divided, and it's very few
Yeah,
of
we
us.
are.
It's very few of us that love everybody and want to unite again. But we outnumbered. We
Right.
outnumbered to unite.
you know, Thomas, didn't Donald Trump, our president's mother, immigrate to the United States? Like he's a first generation American on his mother's side, isn't that correct?
Yep.
On his
He
mother's
is.
side. Like I know his
Ex-
father's side's been around
And look
for
at his
like
wife.
Exactly. But what
And
I'm
his
how
wife
the
was immigrant
what
too.
I'm saying, Athens. What I'm
yeah,
saying is that the country has been divided
yeah,
into Democrats and Republicans.
sure.
But
Yep.
I'm one of the people that's been failed by both parties.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So I have no alliance to a
Sure.
party.
That's
Me
right.
neither. I'm a registered
We don't
independent.
do
I can't
parties, we
vote in
do
the
people,
primaries.
honey.
Yeah, I can't
Yes,
vote in the
educate
primaries.
some. So I don't blame Trump. I don't blame
Yeah,
Bush. I don't blame Biden. I
It's
don't.
all of them.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
with you, bro. I'm
they
with you.
all did the same thing.
I agree. I
And
just
guess
thought it
what?
was interesting about Trump.
They don't worry about where the next meal is coming from.
That's right.
None of them.
Nope.
That's right. That's right.
None of them.
I just find it interesting that he's, so like over the top against migrants where his mother immigrated into the country. Like he
His
wouldn't.
wife's an immigrant.
That's
His wife's not from here.
So there you
that's
go. His
all.
Right.
wife.
Look at his wife.
That's all political bullshit.
I
I
mean,
mean,
But so his
yes.
dad was here, since whatever 1885, and he married an immigrant. So she got a green card in 19. She came here in 1930, I think it was, and he's so against it. But his mom, she wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his mom immigrating. So
His
I'm with you,
wife that
Thomas.
he
it's
had
all
children with wouldn't be here.
That's right.
it's all
That's
it's
right.
all political bullshit.
You're right.
I
You're
mean,
right.
that's
But I'm with
that's
you.
how they keep us divided because
Yep.
they're gonna attack each other personally, and then people in the country are gonna go like, "Oh, that's wrong what you said about him. Oh, that's
Yeah.
wrong what you said about her."
You're right,
No,
man.
it's all political bullshit. We the
You're right.
ones that pay the price.
Yeah,
We
you're right, man.
we pay the price for their bullshit.
Chris said something there that's really nice there. He's right about that. Appreciates everyone until they give me a reason not to. I don't care what the color of your skin is, what culture you got. We all bleed red. Hell yeah. That's what you're saying. What's up, Boston? Yeah, man, I'm a registered independent, Tom. I'm with you, Thomas. You know, like how if you're a registered Democrat, you can vote in the primaries, or if you're a registered Republican, you can vote in their primaries. I can't vote in either primary because I'm independent.
See, I go in and change mine, and then when it's over, I change it back
Mm.
because we're allowed to do that
So you
online.
you change to like what party you're going to vote that year and vote in the
Who I want,
primaries?
who I want in, and I
Oh wow,
go
that's interesting.
change it. And we can do it
Yeah,
online.
because I voted Republican some years and I voted Democrat some years.
Oh,
Either
The
me
or, yeah.
too.
last
But
last five elections. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up because it doesn't really matter. But
Yeah.
the last five elections, I voted myself, and
Hey, listen, I
one
wrote some
year,
shit in too.
Donald,
one year I
Mickey
got
Mouse.
Yep.
17 votes. I don't know where they came from, but I got 17
How do you
votes.
know that? How did you find that out? That's amazing.
Because I got the emails.
That's crazy. You got that, yo. Wow, dude, I've never heard of that before.
I'm
That's
voting for
amazing.
Thomas next year.
Yo, Thomas, if you put
Well,
yourself up
listen,
next year, I will
let me
vote
tell
for
you
you,
guys.
bro.
Let me tell you guys a funny thing. So, on
For you.
January 20th this year, and every 4 years, a president is sworn in on mine and Fernando's birthday. So we
Whoa.
was meant to be leaders, motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
Fernando, you're a leader too.
Hey, listen, I wasn't meant to be in the industry I was in. I was meant to be a fucking leader.
Hell yeah.
Me and Fernando, our birthdays are, oh shit, I almost busted my ass. See, Karma was like, yeah, let me humble you, bitch.
Yeah,
Fell and
so
broke my neck.
Just
when
make sure you
the next
hold
election
the
comes
panel
up,
on that day.
when the
Oh
next
yeah.
election comes
Well,
up, if
I
you
plan. I'm telling you, Fernando.
decide,
You think I'm bullshitting? I already talked to my husband about it. I want to be in a cabin, and I want to. I will still go live. We will have internet, but I don't. I don't. I'm not watching TV. I'll go live though, so you can make fun of me.
I won't make fun of you.
no, I never make fun of you. Hey,
I'll give you
I
play-by-play of
say the
the
shows that I watch
inauguration.
because I don't watch TV that much. But only thing I watch is Perry Mason, Dragnet, uh, what's the other show? Adam
Yo,
Adam 12.
Something right?
No, I like it.
yo, Thomas. My
Yeah,
favorite Dragnet episode was Blue Boy. Do you remember that episode?
yeah,
Yo, that's
yeah.
my favorite shit right there, bro. The Blue Boy episode. You
And
remember
then
he got his head in all them dirt in the beginning?
yep, and then,
And his face is
then at,
blue and
at,
yellow?
at the end, his own roommate
Yeah.
didn't even know he was dead.
Yeah, they go to the party.
Yeah,
Friday goes to the party. Dun, 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 dun. And he goes to the
yep.
fucking party. We were working the late night shift in narcotics. Me, I'm Bill Friday. Wait, what was the two names? Friday, what was his name?
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to my last building, which has
Yeah,
two little buildings.
I
I'll be right
love
back,
Is that the
guys.
that.
is that the raccoon one?
Yeah, his name was
Yeah,
Funday.
I
Okay.
gotta get my GPS first though. When I get by the raccoon one, I'll jump back on.
We get to see the raccoon.
I'm not gonna hush in this time.
Hey man, just fist pump him, man. Hey, cool peeps.
She's got the raccoon, I got the possum. I just don't know what to tell you people. That's why I had to mute. I had to get my dog because I got these possums that are coming to my yard and they're hanging out by the chickens. And then my dog goes down and sits there and then looks at them and wants to play and they growl at them. And then they come up here on the porch area and the dog sits there and is 6 inches from them and the freaking raccoon's growling. So I have to put him in the house because I'm afraid the raccoon's going to bite him. And Thomas, that that dog that is in my picture, that is my dog. His name is Fozzie. When we got
Oh,
him, he looked like Fozzie the bear, but he acts like Eeyore. Is it snack time yet? Why you growling at me?
That sounds like Snuffleupagus. That sounds like Snuffleupagus more. Hey, bird. Snuffy.
All
What
right,
you
everybody.
doing,
Inside.
Y'all have a
bird?
good night. Good conversation. Nice to meet everybody. Thanks for being a veteran and protecting me
Yeah.
after my grandfather come out. I appreciate you all. Salute.
trust me, Shell. The pleasure was all mine.
Michelle, we appreciate you coming up tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anytime, sweetheart.
That just gives me company.
Oh, good. I'm glad we can give you company.
Yo, all
And
I know
it's
is
when
good.
it's good conversation, I sit back and listen, and I'm like, yes, hell yeah, these are
Oh
what we need.
yeah.
And
Hell yeah.
yeah,
Well said.
Miss Summer, if you're listening, you have a good night, everybody. Bless you.
You
Bless
too.
you
Hey,
too.
Theo,
Bless you.
how's it going, sweetheart? You're welcome to come up.
Come up on, Theo. Yo, Thomas, you remember the beginning? Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true, but the names
Yeah.
have been changed to protect the innocent.
Yep.
Oh, shit. My name's Sergeant
Dun,
Joe
dun, dun,
Friday.
dun, 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 dun,
Sergeant
dun.
Joe Friday was the shit, man. That's my partner, Officer Bill Gannon. That's the other guy's name. Oh, man. That episode was so funny. What you talking about? His friend didn't even know he was there. He was like
Yeah.
waving and shit. They went to the party. And then
Yep.
he dies. And he dies at the end. Blue Boys
Yeah.
dies. You know, that's like big back then, like in a TV show.
Yeah. He dies at the end. It's like they ask him. They say, "Oh, where's he at?" Oh, he took so many of those. I don't know.
LSD. It
And
wasn't illegal at the time, you know, because it was new.
yeah, it was. Yeah, LSD and stuff like that. Those kind of drugs was they couldn't. It wasn't against the law, so they was doing
Yeah.
it.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's funny how like crime, like drugs can make like new science, right? Because like angel dust is like PCP. I know that like comes up on the drug test, you know?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like LSD and like acid, I still think if you take like those paper acid tabs, like I don't think they come up on a drug test, do they?
I don't know
I
because
don't think they do. It's a good question
No,
for
they
chat.
do. They
What
do.
do
It
they come up
depends.
as
It
then?
it depends. It depends what type of test. There's like a 10 panel test. There's a
Sure.
12 panel test. It just depends what they're looking
But what
for.
would it come up as in a 12 panel test for those regular LSD paper
well,
tabs or gel tabs?
only thing I know about
Because I've done a couple of them back in the day.
only thing I know about those
I was a
tests is
kid.
that they ran all those tests on me multiple times
Mm
in my life
hmm. Mm hmm.
because they tried to figure out what's making me so damn crazy,
Sure.
and they found nothing.
Yeah.
So they prescribed pills to calm
Oh,
me down.
yeah. But they found nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they so they give me pills to keep me low.
Yeah. Christine, it depends on which drug. Like, if you tell me what drug. What about mushrooms? Like, does mushrooms come up on a 12 panel test? It's a good question, though. I'm just curious.
And I don't know about that either.
Yeah, I don't know. Sick, it says gel tabs are a new thing at school. No, 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 no. We used to call it power tripping. So I was in high school. I took gel tabs. I tried paper tabs first, a couple of them, and it was all right. I felt good, but then I took a gel tab, and this is 1998, Tally. So I guess it's a new thing if you consider it's 1998, but that's almost 30 years ago now.
Well, they can test, but it's not going to come up on the 5, 8, or 12. They have to do like an immunoassay. If they're
Uh-huh.
really looking for LSD or
Yeah,
mushrooms, it is a specific test that they
yeah,
have to run. But just an FYI,
yeah.
it'll be in your system for a month.
Sure, sure, sure. I don't think any place would
Hey,
do that
Kelly,
test though, because it's too
they don't.
expensive. Yeah,
Normally,
exactly.
normally the only time that the test is going to be ran is if a
Yeah,
psychiatrist
yeah, yeah. Well,
for a
so
reason.
any normal test at like a drug rehab, because that's like it's not like an epidemic like opiates, I'd say, so it'd be really expensive.
Yeah. And it depends, I mean, if you're in treatment, for example, and a psychiatrist is talking to you and you tell them that, they
Oh,
could possibly run that
sure,
test, but it's not
sure.
a normal test.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. I hear that. Yeah, we used to go to Pirates Cove in Port Jefferson because it was like a little island and we get dropped off there, on a boat and we'd stay we'd camp there, like with a fire and shit, and we'd just take and ate the mushrooms over the time there, and we just had a blast, man, laughing. That's all that mushrooms. I took an eighth of it and I just laughed and laughed and laughed. Just being a kid, Like
Athens, Athens.
yo,
You said Port Jeff.
yeah. Yeah,
It's Long Island.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I said that to you before, Suffolk County. Do you know where Belterre is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't live there, obviously. I'd be a millionaire if I did. But we tried driving into Belterre, and if you look on the Google Earth map, just type in Belterre and look on Google Earth, you'll see a street that goes in and then a little circle at the shore where it hits the Long Island Sound. And we'd park there and go party down. It's a peninsula that's really, really narrow and then comes out to like a big land mass there. So it feels like an island. We'd walk on top of that peninsula. It was like, honestly, like maybe 10 feet wide. And you're walking across this thing, and there's cliffs on both sides going down. You could see it on the map. And we get tickets upon tickets upon tickets from the cops. And they wouldn't come down and bust us, but we get so many tickets. So we said, we're not doing that anymore. And we got dropped off by boat and we never got fucked with. Nobody came onto that little island there. You been to Port Jeff?
Yes. I done been. Oh gosh.
Where'd you go down there? Did you go to any bars down in Port Jeff?
No. At that
Yeah.
at that time, I wasn't old enough to go in the bars in Port Jeff. But
Wow.
when I came back, I hit when I was old enough and I
Yeah.
came home on leave, I went to Shirley,
Okay.
uh, Riverhead,
Okay.
Northampton, Westhampton,
Nobody knows
Freeport,
Northampton. Nobody
Roosevelt,
knows them.
Hempstead,
Oh,
which
that's all
is
the way
Nassau.
west. That's all the way west.
Yeah, that's Nassau County.
Yo, you just said Hempstead and then the Hamptons. That shit is like 80 miles apart. You've been all over the island.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sunrise Highway gets you everywhere.
Did you go all the way out to Montauk ever?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the end of Sunrise, man.
I
Yep.
didn't realize the island was that big.
Oh, yeah. Long Island, believe it or
Long
not, is.
Island is 120 miles long.
There you go. I was just about to say.
Hmm.
Damn.
Only one because you said the Hamptons and Hampstead are 80 miles apart. I'm thinking, well, I didn't realize it was that big of an area.
Yeah, and that's just Suffolk to Nassau because Brooklyn, Kings is Brooklyn, same shit, Brooklyn and Kings, and Queens are two counties that are actually on Long Island.
Yeah. Yeah. They are.
Well, Long Island is the largest island in the United States.
Well, yeah.
Yep, in the United States, it's the large. I mean, that's pretty crazy though, if you think about it. It's the longest. Like he said, it's 120 miles from Brooklyn to Montauk.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
crazy.
Exactly.
I mean, it ain't to the top in the world, but it, like you think of like all the islands in the world that are bigger than it.
Cause see, I was
But,
born in East Meadow,
oh hell yeah!
and then I was raised in Freeport.
Oh
But
man,
but a lot of my family lived in Riverhead,
yeah,
Shirley, Wyandanch.
yo, there's so
That was
many people from
Wyandanch
Long
was the
Island.
first time I met the man. I met
Yo,
Method Man.
listen, I was just gonna say Method Man was from West Hempstead. Hempstead in my heart, baby. He says that in the song.
Oh no, Method Man was from Wyandanch.
Oh, he's from. He says in that rap song, "Hempstead in my heart, baby." You know that song? It's called "End Together Now." But he's probably from
That's
Wyandanch.
Red Man. You getting yeah.
No,
Red
no,
Man
Method Man
is
does the
from there.
song with Fred Durst. I know it. He says it at the end of that song, but that don't mean he's from there. That just means he hung out there. He's probably from
Oh
Wyandanch. But
yeah.
Wyandanch pretty good.
Unfortunately.
Listen, I hung out in Wyandanch a lot of nights, and I ain't lying because one of my best friends in high school, his father owned a mechanic shop, and it was right on the corner. You know where Long Island Ave and the railroad station hit that corner right there?
No.
There's a McDonald's on the corner, and then Long Island Ave hits the railroad tracks. And my friend's father owned a mechanic shop called R&M Trucks, and he worked on diesel trucks, and it was right at the corner of Long Island Ave and the railroad tracks. So we used to hang out there at night times after his father closed, and his son, my best friend, would work on all the cars. And a lot of the guys from Wyandanch were cool. They'd come up, they'd say, "Hey, what's up?" Because it was a business. You know what I mean? They weren't fucking with him because he's been there for like 30 years. And a lot of the dudes were characters that used to come up there. We had a lot of fun nights, man. A lot of fun nights.
Yeah, I didn't know too many streets. I just know that everything was that we was handling back then, back in the
Yeah.
day,
It was
was
crazy.
was off the Southern State Parkway. So and you know about the Southern State Parkway, right?
I'm pretty good with directions. I know exactly where the Southern State ends and where it hits Sunrise. You know where it makes that turn and ends right when it hits Sunrise.
Yeah, yeah.
I know, and it gets all
When
backed
you
up.
start when it turns into where you're going through Patchogue and all that.
It stops before that though, because the Southern State, if you look on the map,
Well, it's
it veers into Sunrise, and that's the last exit to get off, or you got to go all the way down and turn around. Do you know that exit that I'm talking about?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and there's
Then
all the cars lined up.
most of the time, depends on where you was heading. Before you got to that exit, you would transfer over to the Long Island Expressway to get further down. But even, you know, back in the day, it's like Sunrise Highway ran straight through Freeport. I used to have to cross that highway to get to school. And then when I got older and got my license, I saw exactly how far that bad boy went. It was awesome.
Y'all want to see my kitties I take care of?
Yes.
These are the before the raccoon. Here's my babies I feed. She finally let me pet her. This is the first time she's let me pet her. See, Miss Summer always makes sure we feed. When I first met them, they were so skinny you could see their bones. Now they know that I'm gonna come every day and feed them.
Oh wow! Both of them are they brother.
Yeah, they're sisters.
Wow.
Got that one and that one. And there's another one. I don't know where she's at. I haven't seen her. She must be out hunting. She always brings mice and leaves them by my car door when I leave.
Oh yeah, cats love to bring you presents.
Oh yeah.
How you know they
This
like
one's
you?
this one has taken me forever for her to. This is literally the first time she's loved on me. All right, go ahead. I'll leave you alone now. They're eating.
I want the raccoon, okay?
I know the raccoon's next.
But I tell you what, good people,
Oh,
I love
okay.
each and every one of you
I don't know what
and
happened.
blessings. And this old man has got to lay down because tomorrow my phone is going to be ringing off the hook from everybody calling. So I'm going to get some rest before that starts happening.
Yo,
You gonna
Thomas.
be okay
Well,
tomorrow?
before everybody else calls you, happy birthday to you. Happy
Yeah.
birthday to you. Happy birthday, Thomas. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
Thomas, I want to say thanks for serving, and it was fun reminiscing about Dragnet, and geography on Long Island. Thanks, bro.
Hey, don't say it's been fun because I'm going to be on Summer's panel again
Oh
good.
yeah, we'll have fun again.
because I
It was
I
fun
get the
tonight.
good vibes, I get the good healing, I get the good feeling, I don't
Oh
know.
yeah.
There's something about the panel that makes everything all right. You know what I'm saying?
Well said. Yeah, well
Well,
said,
you
man.
always
Well
got a
said.
seat at this table, babe.
Hell yeah. I don't know what happened. It got cut out on my end, so I didn't get to hear you. It got cut out, but we were talking about the Southern State. But I just want to say thank you, man. I look
All right.
forward to hearing you again, bro. Happy
Peace.
birthday. Peace.
All right. Later.
Yo,
Peace.
Yo, Summer, it's funny. You the one that said that Happy Birthday was invented down by you.
Yep.
That's right. The happy
I
birthday
looked it
song
up.
was invented in Kentucky.
Yeah, I looked that shit up. I was just lurking that day on the panel. I wasn't on there, but I heard you say that in the corner of my ear, and I'm always writing shit down on notes on the other phone. And I looked it up after you said it, and it was two girls like in their
Yep.
schoolroom. Did you look that up?
Yep. Two young ladies. Yep.
Yeah, as a teacher in the classroom. And she originally said something else, but you were spot on with what you said and the royalties and everything that they didn't get. And you were spot on. I think that's crazy that they
You
didn't
know,
sing
I
the
actually
song.
just
Yeah.
learned that fun fact a couple of weeks ago.
How did
Honestly,
you learn
and you
that?
I seen it on TV.
Wow, that's crazy.
and you want to know, you want to talk about royalties? Do you know if a channel owner plays a happy birthday song, they can get a strike because of that?
Yeah, but those girls that invented the song aren't the ones that get the
Right.
royalties.
Oh,
Somebody
that's what I
else
was
it's
going
gets
to say.
the
They're
yeah.
not getting the money, but whatever company has decided to do this
It's
will put a
Warner.
strike. Yeah.
Yeah,
A
Warner got
court
it.
ruled. I read it. A court ruled in 2016 that Warner Chappelle's copyright claim to the song was invalid to the lyrics. So they likely never properly copyrighted again. That's such bullshit. The song now is in the public domain in the United States, so no one collects royalties for its use as of now. That's what ChatGPT says. I asked them who invented it and then who gets copyrights to the AI. It's fucked up.
Hey, Benny.
Benny!
Imagine though,
Salute.
their family should get the copyrighted version of Happy Birthday.
Absolutely. And
Right?
all the royalties.
Yeah, whoever their ancestors are, that's what I guess in Warner and Chappelle. I'm guessing that's either like last names of the Kentucky, girls. But that's crazy, right? With the business and shit. She invented
Yeah.
Mildred Hill by two sisters, written in 1893 in Kentucky. Mildred J. Hill and Patty Smith, the kindergarten teacher. Mildred J.
Yep.
Hill was a composer. The melody was composed by Mildred, and Patty wrote the lyrics for the original song. And then they later added "Happy Birthday to You." So the song became popular in the early 20th century. So only in 1935. Like, that's crazy, right? Like, you feel like that song's been sung for centuries. It's so crazy.
So, Vinny, how you doing there, baby
Wow.
doll?
How
Who's
you doing?
is it, Chenzo?
It's Vinny,
That could be
yes.
What up,
me.
Chen? What's good,
What's
Chen?
happening?
Not much. Happy birthday to Thomas. That's what's happening. Happy birthday to Thomas. Did
It
you
was
get to hear
good to hear
Thomas?
Thomas.
Did you get to hear him at all?
What's that?
I said, did you get to hear him speak at all? He was a veteran that was just on here, Thomas, veteran.
Just caught like the last 5 minutes of it, maybe.
Yeah, nice, nice. He said a lot of good things. You know, a lot of good things. Him and Fernando both of them veterans.
And Boston Strong, we love our panel too.
Ah, hell yeah, Boston's good. Good guy. Always got nice things to say.
That's Boston strong, not weak. Strong like bull.
Never once have you invited me over for tea or coffee. I have lost a son, and now you have lost a son, Chenzo. We must end this vendetta between the two of us.
Now come over here and let me fondle you while I hug you.
Oh, it's fucking beautiful.
Boston strong. He threw a whole box of tacks in the sea. He created this tea party. I showed up with my tea, and he threw it in the water. Been a joke. I guess
Vinny.
that's not the Boston Tea Party I remember.
What do
That's
you
because I
say,
took my
Chenzo?
I valeted my Cadillac over there and they lost it.
We
I
may
hope
need to have
I
another
hope
tea
your
party.
first child, Vinny, is a masculine child.
Yeah, I hope it's a. What a weird thing to say, right?
I know. That's what he says to him, though. He pays tribute, Godfather. I'm here and honored to be at your daughter's wedding,
Yeah, he's
and I
practiced.
hope your daughter's child is a masculine child.
It's a masculine. He had crunchy shoes too when he
He
walked
did.
before they killed him.
His shoes were all clunky when he walked up to him.
That's all you heard was his shoe.
Oh, quick. And he's
I said, "Oh,
practicing.
they're gonna whack him." I said, "They're gonna whack
That's
him."
right. He's my uncle would say he's disqualified.
His shoes are too loud. You
That's what
can't
he'd
be
say.
a killer with
Oh,
squeaky shoes.
oh, it's just so good. That's so good. You remember in Sopranos later when Christopher and Big Pussy are throwing the guy over the thing, and he's like, Luca Brasi is gonna sleep with the fishes. He goes, yo, Chrissy, it's not Luke Abrazi, it's Luca Brazzi. Say it right. That part is fucking awesome.
Theo, I hope your first kitten is a masculine kitten.
Yo, this shit. Yo, you know, when Marlon Brando went on the set, I learned it from that show, The Offer. The guy just grabbed that kitten, right? And all the producers were like, yo, put down the kitten, put down the kitten. And the one producer, Ruddy, that's what the show's about, Alan Ruddy, the young producer's like, yo, it's Marlon Brando. Let him go with the kitten. Let him go with the kitten. And that's what they're doing on the show. And then the Godfather poster is what? Him with the fucking kitten, right? Holding it, all the producers.
Excuse
That's
me,
my
Vinny,
money,
where's your
Paulie.
kitten?
That's
Oh,
my money. That's my money, Paulie.
let him fucking. That's my money, Paulie. That scene was so good when they go to the fucking
Yep.
trip together. Oh, don't get me started on movies and shows. I'll be here all fucking night with quotes, man. It's just
Hey, look
fucking
at me.
awesome.
I'm a hairy pusher.
Hey, there he is.
Look at that. I can smell my breath through the screen.
What's your kitten's name? What's your kitten's name? Harry
Yummy.
Pussy? Yummy? Okay,
Yep.
Yummy. I am honored to be here at Yummy's wedding. I hope Yummy's first kitten is a masculine kitten, Chenzo. That's what I hope.
Well,
School, I'm thinking yours isn't very masculine looking.
No, mine's a boy, baby. Mine's a boy. He's strutting with them
Look
pantalones.
how
He's like a
pretty
Latin.
he is. But
He's
look
like
how
Latin.
pretty he
Yeah, he's a
is.
boy. I
it looks
wanted to
like the
name
kitten
him
is wearing
Mikael.
Buscati earrings.
I wanted to
Buscati
name him.
earrings.
I wanted to name him Mikhail because he's Russian, you know. But then We settled on Broly. I like Broly too, though. We call him
Gabagool.
Bros. We call him Bros. You know, hey Bros, what are you doing, Bros? I got some
Hey,
gabagool. I got some prosciutto for you, bro. Just a little bit. It's a little salty. You gotta watch the
I'm
salt.
I'm an anti-pasta. I'm against it.
That's right.
Anti-pasta. You
That's
get it?
right.
I'm
No
anti.
gluten. No gluten for my kitty, man. No gluten for my kitty.
The Chinese food gives my kitty cat MSG.
That's right. No
It's really
MSG.
the Madison Square Garden Network, so we watch
That's
the
right.
Knicks.
When I was a kid, I always thought they made Madison Square Garden. What's going on here?
We watch the Knicks eating
Oh shit!
Chinese.
Back in the day, it was the Yankees, Rangers, and Knicks before they formed this gigantic conglomerate, right? With the Yes Network. What is this shit? The Yes Network.
It's the No Network. I
Now they
want to
all do
create
it.
the No Network.
All the goddamn teams now are creating their own fucking the Red Sox network, the fucking Twins network after the Yankees. Was it Barbara says I had Godfather pictures all over my house. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That is the second greatest movie of all time. Godfather, 1 and 2 combined. The second greatest movie of all time, without a doubt. Oh,
I like when what's his face? I can't think of his name. He tells him, he's like, "Oh, don't worry about the gun. It's gonna scare, like anybody else. They're just gonna shit their pants. They'll be running into something when he shoots
Yeah.
the cop and
Leave the gun.
yeah, the gun.
Take the cannoli. That's the best fucking line, man.
Yeah,
He
leave the
shoots
gun. Take the cannoli.
That's right. He shoots it. My family has had debates over how you say cannoli in the single form. My uncle's like, it's canolo. I'm like, yo, you guys are all crazy. My other uncle says, no, it's cannoli. And they look at me. They say, Athens, what do you say? I say, you're both crazy. I'm Switzerland. I'm neutral. We can't get a deciding vote. I
It's
literally.
cannoli.
That's what
He's a
I think.
crazy cat. Look at that cat.
That's what I think. Cannoli,
Hmm.
cannolo.
Hey, my cat wears pinky paw rings. Who?
So many good lines.
Hey, look into my eyes. Let me. Am I here to amuse you? It's hard to say the word amuse with my pushy mouth. It's too small.
Listen,
Hey, wake up, that cat. That cat's just sleeping.
if I speak to Yummy, I'm gonna just make
That cat's
Yummy
so
an
purty.
offer he can't refuse, Chenzo. Okay, I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
That's it.
31, 35.
You're gonna give him a
31?
Cadillac too.
31, 30, start.
Listen, Chenzo, do you spend time with Yummy?
Look at that cat.
Was that Fernando? Was that Fernando?
Uh-huh.
That cat looks like he's just come downstairs. He interrupted the poker game and he's saying, listen, fellas, the boss upstairs, he wants to see you.
That's right. Fernando, do you spend time with your cat? What's your cat's
No.
name?
That's
No.
not my cat.
A man who doesn't spend time with his family can never be a real man. Chenzo, you know this. You know
That's it.
this. I love
Spider. No, I thought you said I was a rat.
I have a dog, okay? Mine's a dog.
that. I love it.
That's a sponge. That's not a dog.
I don't like
I'm going to
cats.
use that to wax my car. Call that thing microfiber on 4 legs. It's a 4-legged microfiberer.
Listen, Yummy, dance for me. Dance for me, you little shit. Dance for me.
Dance. You shoot me in my
Bang,
paw.
bang, bang, bang. Why
shot
don't
me
you
in my
go
paw.
fuck yourself? He says to him. That's so funny.
Yeah, take him to the doctor down the block.
Yeah. You're gonna let this fucking punk get away with it? What's the matter with you? Jimmy Eggs. I love that shit. Ugh. Well, I told you about the shit in The Sopranos when he gets shot in the foot. That's the best, right?
Which scene in The Sopranos?
Remember Christopher Moltisanti is Michael Imperial. That's the actor, right?
Yeah.
So Michael Imperial gets shot in his foot in Goodfellas, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he's Spider and then he wraps it and he's still serving the guys and the thing's wrapped after he got shot. In Sopranos, this is 15 years later, right? Christopher's a made man. He finally gets made, right? In like the 4th season or the 3rd season. So now, like, no one will fuck with him. You know, he walks into the pizza place and the guys that are sitting down, they're like, yo, he's a made man. He's a made man. After the pizza place, he goes to the Schfoyadel shop. So he's going to pick up Schfoyadels for the guys, right? They're like, oh, get me the Schfoyadels. He's like, fine, I'll get the fucking Schfoyadels. And he goes in there and the guy's not helping him, you know? So he says, fucking give me the Schfoyadels. And he points a gun at him. He's like, oh shit, all right, here's just Schfoyadels. He gives it to him, he gives it to him. And then he shoots him in the foot anyways after he gives him the Schfoyadels. And the iconic line is, he's like, you just shot me in the foot. Michael Imperial looks at him 15 years later in the Sopranos and goes, it happens, and walks out the door just like that. It's fucking awesome. I love it. I love it. Any tribute to Goodfellas, you know what I mean, in these movies later on is awesome.
Look who's here. Look
Yeah,
who's here. Look at
look
this
at
nice
Chris.
painting I drew. Look at this nice painting. One dog. Look, I like this picture. The old man.
Yes.
One dog goes one way. Christine dogs go the other. And I sit here and say, what do you want from me?
I like Chris, man. Chris got it down. He even added the line to it. He said, you shot me in the foot. Chris says, sucks to be you, fill my box. I forgot that part in the beginning. It happens. I love it. Chris knows his Sopranos. We need Bruno for this convo. He's been
Yeah,
pretending to
no,
be Italian his whole life.
I'm done with that.
Done with what?
That person.
Oh, really? Bruno, what happened?
Oh no, we're done.
Oh
Oh, that's a
no.
shame. He's got a big heart, though. You know, he wears that
No,
shirt.
no, 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 no. You're wrong.
All right, all right, all right. I'm with you. Oh, I missed it, so I can't say it.
You're wrong. Dead wrong.
Well, okay, I'll bow
Yeah.
down because I wasn't here. I
Yeah.
could talk to Chris. Chris, bro, Sopranos is
You
my
can talk to
favorite
Chris
show.
all
Love's
you
in
want.
jeopardy. Her love's in
Yeah.
jeopardy, baby.
Chris loves Sopranos. That show was bigger than TV. People that love
Right,
the show
Barbara?
That bandage on your paw is bigger than your head, Zach.
happens. No, yeah, I'm already off it, Barbara. I'm talking to Chris about Sopranos. I'm already off the topic. So, Chris, that show was so much bigger than TV at the time. And people that loved the show, they asked them in a poll, what do you want to see? Why do you like The Sopranos? They said, I want to see what happens next. Then there were people that didn't like it, and they asked them, why do you watch the show if you don't like it? They say, I just want to see what happened next. It was just such a, like, so big that people who didn't like the show watched it, and people who loved the show watched it.
I liked
I've
when
never seen
Tony.
it. I've never watched The Sopranos.
Oh,
I've
it's-
never watched The Godfather 1 or 2.
Oh, it's a great fucking. Oh my god, girl, you gotta watch all those.
Yeah. The Godfather 1 and 2
They're fucking
combined.
classic.
Yeah, I consider that one movie because the book, The Godfather, is actually the
Oh.
book is both. Yeah, Godfather 1 and 2. So that was the book, and Puzo wrote the screenplay to the movie. But Christine, I'll tell you something. The reason why Sopranos did so well is because of the vendetta between Tony and his mother. It's never been done before in television or movies where his mother was like calling the shots behind his uncle. His uncle was supposed to be the boss, but he was just listening to her. So we were waiting for season 3 to see if she was gonna, or she ordered that kill on Tony because Tony gets fucking, he gets an order to kill on him at the end of season 2, and then she died in real life. It was just such a kill. You know, this actress, Christine, she dies in real life. So yeah, they had to do a CGI. It was like the first time they did CGI of her face in season 3, and it was
Really?
sad. Yeah. But she was amazing. She was amazing actress.
I like when Tony was running down Phil, and he was listening to Rock the Casbah. And
Oh my
fucking made him
God,
crash the
yeah.
car.
Right, that's
He's
just
just like, "You rock the Casbah," and he
the
runs.
choice of music for that
Good
scene was
in there.
ill, right? Ah,
Yeah,
that shit was great.
Well,
Yeah, that's a great scene.
it's a good song too.
Ah, yeah, I loved it. I love the Clash, man. I mean, I got Clash on vinyl. I was showing them the other day. I got London Calling. The Clash album.
Yeah, I
With
was just
Rock the
jamming
Casbah.
to "Our Love's in Jeopardy, baby."
I was jamming to the Kinks. You like the Kinks?
Yeah, they're not bad.
Lola, la 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 Lola. That's my Kinks shit. La 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 Lola. Dana, dana. I love the Kinks, man.
Hey, you can make a drinking game out of that
Hey, you're
song.
good. You good.
Every time they say Lola, take a shot.
I like that. I like it.
The first 30 seconds you'll be done for.
You would be. You're over. You ever see the movie Dazed and Confused?
A long time ago, yeah.
All right, we used to play a drinking game. Every time they said the word man, like, oh man, you're killing me. Because they took so many hits of weed that movie. Like Slater would be like, oh man, man, every time. We just get hammered to that shit.
Well, that song,
Ready?
I don't know the name of the song, but it's
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know, I know, I
All right,
know.
see you later. Yep. See you later.
You're gonna make that cat an offer he can't refuse.
I get her kisses. Bye bye. Oh my God.
That's the
Let's go.
Beach Boys.
Now we'll see if the raccoon's out or not.
That song, I know, I know, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You make that the drinking song.
Yeah, that's the Beach. I got that on vinyl too. I was showing
I know,
Thou Who Shall Not Be Named, all them albums.
It's like the guy got stuck while he was recording it. I
I
know.
know. Yeah, the
And they're like,
record's
come on, you
skipping.
got to finish it up. And he's like, I know. And he's trying,
I know.
no, come on, we're late for dinner. I know.
Is my record
Come on,
skipping or is this the fucking song
know.
here? Get in gear.
I know.
What the fuck?
I know.
Look
And
at
then you just
Barbara.
get
I
slapped
wish
on
The
the back.
Sopranos never ended. You see, Christine, the love for Sopranos.
I think the way they ended was bullshit.
Yeah. Look at what Chris says. Barbara, the ending
Don't
mentally
stop
broke me. I totally agree,
I
Chris.
swear, I was so fucking mad at
I
the end. I threw
totally
something in my TV and
agree.
everything.
David Chase is the creator of that, and he directed the first episode, and he did that last episode with that scene. I was like, David Chase, I want to murder you. That shit was
He
just
should never be
killing me.
allowed to do another fucking scene. Like, that's
Look
just
at
stupid. And then
Boston.
I was like, they were gonna bring. I thought they were gonna. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, all the people saying the
I
same
thought they
thing.
were gonna bring it. I thought they were gonna bring it back, and they never did. I was like, fuck you.
Never. Yeah, they came out with that Saints in New York. It was cool, because you got to see Christopher's father and what he was doing, because that was a mystery. But I wanted to know. And James Gandolfini dying in real life just ended anything that.
Yeah, I think they were gonna bring it back, but once that happened, they
I
couldn't.
think they were going to do a movie. I think they were going to do one movie because did any of you guys on the chat watch the documentary when they did the reunion and James Gandolfini wasn't there? So they had them all up on the panel. It was like 12 of the people, and they spoke so highly of James Gandolfini and like how his craft as a thespian. That's what they were saying about him. He was like he was a true thespian who honed his craft. I was like, damn, these are like it's like this actor's studio and shit. Yeah, Chris says rest in peace. The biggest one was you remember Malfi, the psychiatrist, when she spoke, Lorraine Bracco, she said like all these scenes I had to do with Tony one on one. And there were so many scenes where I actually started to tear up and they had to cut it because he was like so realistic. He wouldn't come out of character like the method acting. And you just see what they loved him like. Ugh.
I
Anytime
don't
you
see
bring
the raccoon tonight so far.
Oh,
He'll
no,
be around.
raccoon.
The
Look
raccoon's
at that.
out with his
Rest in peace,
gumata.
James. Look at the chat giving love to James Gandolfini. Yeah, you don't see that a lot. Everybody, that show meant a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, he was an amazing actor.
Oh, God.
He was a good person.
Yeah. That role was just so iconic.
Don't stop believing.
Like this, how many scenes do you guys in chat see him in his fucking your father's sleeping, don't wake him up. The kids are all downstairs, making a mess in the kitchen. She's all done up, gonna go to get her nails done or something. And he's upstairs. He comes downstairs with the robe on and the boxer short. Where's my paper? That's all I picture. Where's my paper? You kids get the paper? No, and he walks down to the bottom of the driveway, gets the paper. Oh, it's such a great show. Ugh. And everybody fucking dies, right? And that shit.
Apparently, I didn't have enough time to watch it.
Oh, I tell you, with DVR and shit, you know, DVR was invented in like the early 2000s, like right around like 2004, because I was working at Cablevision part time when I came home. So right around 2004, 2005, the DVR box came out, and it was the fucking rage back then because you could record. I mean, that shit blew everybody away.
Didn't they
Everybody
call
went.
that TiVo at
No,
first?
TiVo came out before that. You're right, though.
I had a TiVo.
Yeah, you're right though. TiVo came out before the cable DVR, and then when the DVR came out, everybody just switched to because they already were paying Cablevision and then paying TiVo, right, for the separate box. So when the DVR came out after that, everybody switched to the box, like the cable DVR box, the silver box. If people remember that, that was silver.
I hope it's a masculine box.
I hope your box is a Scientific Atlanta box because that was the company that made it, Chenzo.
With all the pretty LEDs on it too.
That's right. It was silver and Scientific Atlanta 3000 version. That's who was created it. TiVo was kaput. TiVo was kaput, Chenzo, at that point.
Tebow went to the T-balls.
That's right. They T-balled the TiVo. You're
That's
absolutely
it. Christine
correct.
pickled it. Christine pickled
I
that
did.
ball. She pickled it.
Christine stayed with her TiVo. She said, "I'm not switching."
I tell
But then-
Christine, don't tickle it. You gotta
That's
pickle
right.
it.
But then TiVo
Oh, that
went
sounds like a
bankrupt,
song.
and Christine had to give it up and go to the DVR box.
Don't tickle it. Just pickle
But
it.
she was the
Hey.
last remaining TiVo customer. It's on record, Christine. You were the last remaining TiVo customer.
Maybe.
That's right.
Custom
That's right.
Christine.
Only because I didn't pay attention to it because I didn't watch it.
That's
Now,
right. Well, the
Christine
kids, all
managed
your
it.
adult children used it, right? That was fucking awesome before.
Probably.
Only
That's
her
fucking awesome.
masculine ones, Athens. Only her masculine.
That's
Jensen.
right. It's only her man. Christine's got
I have prissy boys.
That's right. You got what? You got
Christine-
three masculines and one feminine. Is that correct or no? Am I wrong?
Yeah, pretty much.
Christine, when
That's
I go
right.
to the wedding, don't bring the bottle of Manischewitz.
But I think Summer likes my baby one the best because
That's right.
he wants tattoos and she keeps talking him into get a tattoo.
Well, one of them has the same birthday as me, so we've already established
Yeah,
that.
one
has the
does
same
have the
birthday.
same birthday.
That's
Uh-huh.
right. That's right.
The
We've
birth.
established that.
Birth.
By good
That,
detecting,
and that was funny to
yes,
connect that.
that's right. That was good detecting, right? It was a detective on that.
Absolutely.
Because when I brought it to your attention, you're like, wait a minute, hold on. How in the world do you know that? And then I slowly brought you into how I knew it. That was awesome.
Yep, same birthday as
You know,
you.
panel's going mafia crazy. I like Joe Pesci.
Yeah,
You
Chris,
motherfucker, you.
that was Goodfellas. He goes, now go home and get your fucking shine box.
Get your fucking shine back. You
Keep him here,
motherfucker.
Athens. Keep him
Boom.
here. Let me take my date home first, but keep him here.
Oh, you want to know the best thing about Pesci? Do you remember when he did Home Alone?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that Home Alone movie, there's a documentary you can watch on Home Alone, and it's really good, and it's funny because they said a couple things about Joe Pesci. First of all, Joe Pesci laid down the line because that movie was not supposed to be a hit, and Joe Pesci said, "Listen, I go golfing every morning. This is true. You can look this up. Every morning he went golfing before he came in to work on Home Alone. So he golfed every morning, and then when he came in." You couldn't curse in that film because it was a kids movie. So do you remember when he would go, "You frickin' chicken"? Do you remember that? That's what he came up with instead of cursing. And they were like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Just work with me, work with me." And he did that, and it was like a crazy hit. You see how much money Home Alone made that first movie? Hundreds of millions of dollars, and they thought it was going to be a flop. Their company.
It was totally untraceable.
But I'm telling you, you don't even know. They were signed to like Paramount, right? And then they just got told on the phone out of nowhere, "Listen, we're dropping the movie." So they get told that like the other movie, I think it's Touchstone, right, is picking it up. So when Touchstone came in to see the movie, they still had all the Paramount pictures up all over the place. So that movie was cut and in the span of maybe 15 minutes and then picked up by another film. Like that movie was just not supposed to be made, and they were all embarrassed of after the acting. They were all surprised. It's such a good documentary.
Do you know I get calls every day thinking you went batshit?
Bad shit crazy. I love that shit. Oh man. Yeah, that fucking documentary shit is cool. It's about movies that weren't supposed to be like major blockbusters that they thought were gonna be shit. And they tell all the little inside things about it. You ever about Die Hard? You ever see Die Hard?
I always say, Athens, it's not Christmas around here unless Hans Gruber does a fucking header off a Nakatomi
Yo,
Plaza.
so you know what Hans Gruber, do you know how they made that fucking scene?
It's my favorite Christmas show.
Yo, that's awesome though. That's sick. We watch that shit in my family. We watch Christmas Vacation and we love to watch Die Hard because that scene, do you know that he's really getting dropped from 40 feet high? That's exactly. Yo, you know, he's British, right? He passed away, that actor, Alan Rickman. You know that guy, Alan Rickman, who's plays Hans Gruber?
Hans Gruber.
Yeah, he had cancer.
That's
He
all I
passed
know him
away.
as. That's all.
No. He's got a slew of Broadway and West End, and like you know, he was Slytherin in the Harry Potter shows. He's like the most iconic character in the Harry Potter shit for like 20 years. But anyways, Bruce Willis is supposed to be this big stuntman, and he didn't do any of the stunts. Bruce Willis, they had all the stunt guys come in. So he talks to the director, and Alan Rickman says, "Listen, I really want you to drop me from like 40 feet high. Can we do that?" And the director's like, "Wait, what?" And he goes, "We can get my real face. If you drop me from 40 feet high, you're gonna get that eye scene from me, and it's really me. It's not a stunt guy." So this prissy British, you know, thespian that does Shakespeare is doing the stunts that Bruce Willis isn't. And they drop him. They show the pictures of it. If you look it up online, when they're holding him 40 feet high and he lands on a big airbag. So when he gets dropped, he's really dropping 40 feet. And his eyes, that's what they talk about, that iconic scene, what you just said. Like, I just associate him with Hans Gruber. That's because of that scene. How fucking sick is that?
But he landed on the airbag.
Yeah, but imagine getting dropped 40 feet. That's 4 stories, you know?
It was a small squeaky sound.
Yes, Christmas Vacation. You couldn't hear a dump truck running through a nitroglycerine tank. What was his name? What was the uncle's name? With the
Uncle
cigar.
Eddie.
What is it? Oh,
Eddie.
Eddie. No, not that. Oh, what was the grandpa's name then? That's what I meant. With the cigar?
Oh, I don't know. He goes, "What's the matter with you?"
Yeah, you couldn't hear a dump truck. That's him saying that to his wife. Do you hear that sound?
Did you fart? Did the room clear out?
Yeah, you couldn't hear. Yo, did you ever see My Blue Heaven with Steve Martin when he plays the mafia guy? You ever see that one?
Is that the one when they put that big gigantic nose on him?
No. That's no, that's way back. That's a good fucking movie. That's crazy shit. I forgot which one that is. I forgot what that is.
Now I'm not really.
Christine, if you want to go to bed, I'm here.
You're good now?
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
gotta
Vinny
go
in
to work.
school's fine.
Yeah, I don't gotta go to work till like 1:00 tomorrow. So I got work at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
and then I got work at 7 p.m. at night tomorrow.
Christine.
I'm still listening. I'm gonna go to the back. So
in the
if anybody needs up and
Put her in the bedroom, Athens.
That's right. I don't want that's coffee cake. I don't want that face looking at my dice. Put him in. I don't want to go in the bathroom. Get in the bathroom. You motherfucker, you.
If
I'll
that girl
put you in the
don't lean
bathroom.
over,
Everybody's going in the bathroom. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette before I go to bed.
Barbara
Christine,
says,
if
nah.
that girl don't lean over and unlock that car door for
You guys have a good
you
night.
dump her.
Hey,
Are you
Fernando,
leaving,
thank you for
Fernando?
sharing, brother. I appreciate that.
Fernando,
I
thank you for coming up. It's been a good night. I love when you come up.
Man.
Oh, well, thank you guys for having me up here.
Yeah, I got lucky listening to you
Anytime.
and Thomas talk about it, and some are talking about the the extremities falling off. That was a crazy story.
Yeah, birthday twin. You can come up anytime.
Oh,
I think
thank
you
you.
got the
You
same.
guys have a good night.
I think you got the same birthday as my ex-girlfriend. I dated for 5 years.
Oh gosh.
I think so. I don't know.
Bring her up on
Inauguration
panel.
day.
Yeah, 120, right? She was 120, 83.
Yep,
Yep, she was 120, 83. I know it's
12079.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. So we were around the same. Yeah, you and I are 4 years apart, 3 years apart. I'm 82.
You want to know when I graduated high school?
1854.
Like the
Probably.
Emancipation Proclamation. What did you say? What did you say, Christine?
82.
Christine used feathered pens
Oh,
and she
you
had to dip it
graduated
in
the
ink.
year I was born.
I
See,
know.
that's my B right there. That's my B.
Christine literally mailed
Mobby.
letters horseback.
Right, my B. I like that. My B. I told my mom earlier, I said, I was talking about you before. She said, what do you remember? She beeped in. She beeped in when I was on the panel.
Uh-huh.
She said, I'm home. I was just wondering if you got home. I said, I got home, Ma. I got home.
I do that to my boys.
Yeah,
I have
people, I appreciate it because I'm not gonna, knock her for that because some people don't have
you know,
that. So who am I
I
to?
I have a son that's in Minnesota that he works on Sunday nights and he has to go up to like 3 hours away from where he lives. So him and I are texting back and forth. Then when he gets there, he calls me and says, "I'm here, Mom."
Oh, hell yeah. Hell
And
yeah.
he's all the way in Minnesota and still
Nah,
does
I
it.
do that same shit when I
Minnesota.
get. I tell my mom, we were in Yapank, like by the crib, and I was just driving back to where I'm from and telling her I'm home. It was like, I don't know, 15 miles away.
Yapank.
Yeah.
Yapank.
But
Yapank. You know what
but
that is,
it's
Vinny? You know what Yapank is?
No, I just think that's a funny name.
It's Indian. It's an Indian name.
Yapank.
All those names are Indian out there. Amagansett, Montauk, Yapank.
Every time I go down the southern state, I gotta fucking patch a hog. Who?
That's it. Kutchog on the North Shore, Patchog on the
Patch a
South
hog.
Shore. What about Orient? Oh, Orient's Indian. Every one of them. They're all Indian names.
It's not the
well, and
sunrise. I'm
most,
always seeing the sunset.
if you think about it, there are a lot of East Coast areas right on the coast that have Native American names.
How about states? How many states? Like Delaware? You know that's an Indian
Mhm.
language? Did you know that, Christine?
No, I did not.
Yeah, Delaware, the state of Delaware. That's named after an Indian language. I learned that
Huh.
from Last of the Mohicans. You ever seen that shit, Chenzo?
And how?
Yeah, that's right. Everybody's
See,
seen
now
Last of the Mohicans.
where I live, we have a lot of Moroccans.
Holy
No, not
shit.
Moroccans, Menorcans.
Wait, like from
Isn't those the
Morocco.
things with the bees you shake? You go chicka, 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 chicka,
No,
chicka.
Menorcans,
Baraka,
not
chicka chicka chay,
no
chicka chay, chicka chay.
Menorcans.
Are they from Morocco, Christine?
No, they're Menorcans.
Oh, Menorcans.
A
Wow.
Menorcan from a knockin'?
Yes.
Where's Menorca?
A Menorcan from a knockin'? You muted yourself, Athens. Your big pussy whiskers knocked you
Where
out.
is Menorca? That's what I'm asking Christine.
Menorca's the school of mullet.
This cool mullet.
It goes back to
Yeah,
the
those guys with the long hair.
Next to
it goes
flock of
back to
seagulls.
the Mediterranean.
Oh. But what country owns that shit? That's what I want to know. Some countries got to own it.
I
Is
don't
it
think so.
Portuguese? You saying it's its own country? Let's take it out. Let's take it to the Google. Take it to the Chat GPT.
The Google.
Let's
A
see.
Google. You're
'Cause
gonna
I don't like
Google
to
it
act
in the
smart. I
Google.
don't like looking. I don't look this shit up. I don't want to just pretend I know this shit.
At the
It's one of the
Google.
Balearic Islands, which are part of Spain. Spain, Spain. It's located in the Mediterranean Sea, like Christine said. She knows her shit. And Menorca is the second largest island in the Balearics, wherever the hell that is.
The
After
belly
And
of Delaware.
they established in part of Florida, the
it is
northeast
known,
part of Florida and Georgia.
Christine, it is known for its beautiful beaches, clear waters, and historic sites. The island is part of the autonomous community autonomous community of the Balearic Islands, which is also include Ibiza. I always saw
And
Ibiza.
where did they go into the United States?
I don't know. I'll ask
Up the
ChatGPT
hoo-ha.
that.
They went up the
But
hoo-ha.
Ibiza, you know Ibiza? That is a crazy party island. Do you know that island or no? Have you ever heard of it?
I took a pill in Ibiza.
Yes, that's what they do. They take them ecstasy and then Molly pills and they go
Fucking
crazy.
A right, man. That's
I
on my
watched
bucket list.
I watched a foreign like murder mystery that took place in Ibiza, you know, and those kids were going crazy off that shit. Yeah, down the rabbit hole is right.
That's where
Say
they have
hello.
all the hey, Christine,
Yeah.
you want that?
Pump them fists, pump them fists. You know, like them Jersey Shore do. Pump the fist like the Jersey Shore does. Do like the Jersey Shore does. Punch the girl in the face. You remember that fucking scene in Jersey Shore?
No.
Oh, that
Yeah,
chick changed.
when Snooki got put to the face, yeah, I
Yo,
remember that.
somebody knew that shit. I bet you Chad don't know it. That punch was like heard around the world. That changed television. I can't believe they aired
Yeah,
that. That teacher,
little Snooki.
that poor guy was blacked the fuck out. He had no clue where he was. He had no business being in that bar. And you could see it. Like, he got so freaked out when she got right in his face. Like, a bouncer should have been on that guy when he seen him blacked out like that. He can't remember doing that one bit. He's still guilty of it, but
Right.
he's still guilty of it. But you know what I mean? Like, did you see that guy's face? How googly eyed he was? Oh, yo, if you want
Yeah,
to
I mean,
see, yeah. Yo, Chenzo, if you want to see something crazy, just type in on fucking YouTube, Snooki gets punched in the face. Seriously.
trust
This,
me. I can almost
I
put
think I
money Vinny has
remember it.
seen plenty of people being punched in the face.
sure,
I don't know if
sure.
you would know what his next job was, but I'm
I
sure
do.
he's
He
seen a
told me
couple of them.
last time. He told me
I
that. He
hope
told
your
me last
next
time.
punch is a masculine
That's
punch.
right. You told me. We had that night with you, me, and Thou Shall Not Be Named. Remember that night? That's when I like met you for the first time that way
You
back.
can say you can say his name, Bruno, or Christine's just not happy with him right now, which I understand.
Yeah, it's like Voldemort though. Thou who shall not be named. I was just making a
That's
joke.
why we're in the back alleys of YouTube. We don't want to be
Yeah,
found
that's
That's right.
right.
We don't do the streets. We do the back alleys.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I
I tell
like
y'all
that.
when I'm on my outreach, where do me and my friends
And
hang out
look at
with?
these guys
In
coming
the
down the
alleys,
street.
baby.
Oh
Who's
yeah,
that guy in the
summer.
black? Who's that guy in
Wednesday
the black on
nights.
the left, and
What?
who's that guy in the middle? They're
Well,
coming at
I don't
two of
know.
these guys.
Third base. I
Oh, they
don't
know.
know.
We're gonna smoke cigarettes and go. Oh, who's these guys? Nobody. Oh, they're nobody, Athens. These guys
Yeah.
are nobody.
Who's
I
on
think I see
first,
them.
Chenzo? What? No, he's on second base. I don't know. Third base. Chenzo. I love it. Summer.
Third base.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
Third base. But for real, what time do you go on in like on Wednesday
I
nights?
usually start about anywhere from 4:45 to 5 o'clock.
All right, that's cool. Because I go to my night job on Monday through Friday. It starts at 7.
He
So
dances, ladies. He dances.
that's right on the
Hold on
pole.
for
That's
you.
my night job. So during the day, I have like the appointments with the people for sales, and then at nighttime it starts from like 7 to 10. That's where I get the benefits from the big company. But
Right.
I want to tune in on. You're gonna be on there Wednesday 4:45 for real. I like joking around a lot, but I'm
Yeah.
serious about that. All right.
Yeah, no, it's like I go up between 4:45 and 5 o'clock, somewhere
I'm
around
going to be
in
on
between
this
there.
Wednesday. This Wednesday, I'm going to be on at 4:45. I want to see it because you made a really good point before about outreach.
You'll be
Yeah, it's just a
amazed
lot you
at
can
what she
listen to.
does.
Yeah. You
It's
just said
it's
that shit.
it's a lot. It's a long live and everything, and I get that, but like it's a lot that goes on during it.
That's a perfect time for me because I don't got to go to work till 7 o'clock at that point. So I'm usually done by 5. Like tomorrow, I got one appointment at like 1 and then another one at 3, but that's it. So, and I don't even know. It might
Yeah.
be a short appointment if they say, fuck you, I'm not buying. You know, some people, right? Chenzo, I just walk in trying to sell them something. And fuck, I don't want no Girl Scout cookies. Get out of here. Okay, sorry. And I
Oh,
just walk out the
that's
door.
my crack. Girl Scout cookies are
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah,
crack.
yeah. That's what they say to me. I don't want.
I
Thin
I
mint.
can't
don't
wait.
want no Samoa.
My crack dealer will be around after
That's
Christmas.
right.
Christine, you take a
Yo,
thin mint. You take a
no.
thin mint. Christine,
Uh-huh.
you take that thin mint, and you bite
Oh,
one little
I put them
side,
in the
and then
freezer.
you bite the opposite side. And then what you do is you use it as a straw and suck on one of the sides and suck your milk right through the cookie, right into your mouth.
Yeah.
Woo! That's not
Well,
bad. That's
That's what
not
I'm
bad.
talking
I do
about.
that with Reese's. I put the little hole in it. But my way, my Girl Scout cookies is the the peanut butter ones, right? The red
Oh
box.
my God. I
Yo,
hide them.
and do
I
you know what I
buy
dip them in? Do you know what I dip them in, Christine?
chocolate milk.
No, fluff. You know fluff, the marshmallow fluff.
Yeah.
I did try it with fluff.
Oh, that's way too many calories for
Just
me.
try it. Try the peanut butter red box and dip it in fluff from marshmallow fluff.
Too many calories.
Oh, it's so good. It's like
It's
peanut
totally,
butter.
totally
It's just like peanut butter and fluff sandwiches. You ever have them?
No.
Oh, you never had a peanut butter and fluff sandwich?
not a fluff.
Oh, it's so good. So
They were
good.
against fluff in my neighborhood. They were racist against the
Ah,
fluff.
fluff is delicious. I put that shit in ice cream. I put that shit on peanut butter. I put that shit on my. No. I don't do
It's a Frank's Red Hot. He puts that
that.
on everything.
I was going to say, where were you going with that school?
There you go. Someone picked it up. Someone picked it up. But
He was like, oh, wait a minute. No.
that's right. That's right. We ain't gonna go there. But Chenzo just hit the nail on the head. Did you hear? He said Frank's Red Hot. Fuck Tabasco. I
Oh
put
my God. I
Frank's.
put that on everything.
Yeah, fuck Tabasco. Once I was introduced to Frank's Red Hot, I just put it on everything because I grow the
Christine puts
peppers.
it in her Cheerios.
I put it on my pizza. I grow the ghost peppers in the backyard. You know who knows about that shit? Casey or Miss Rummy. They know their peppers, man. You ever talk to them about peppers, Christine?
No, we have they're called the till peppers, DATIL, that are from our area. They are the best.
Yo, they
The
make
best.
the hottest
Great.
peppers that are out are Carolina Reapers. And
Oh my God.
she
We
was
have
explaining to me, and I tried one before because there's like a
oh my
fucking
God,
pepper.
you'll die.
Yo, those things on the what's the name of the scale? God damn it. Chat. I need like Tommy or one of you guys from chat to look
The
this up.
Richter
The,
scale.
the what yeah, it's like so the Richter
No, that's
scale
an
for
earthquake scale. That's an
that's
earthquake.
right. Richter for earthquake. There's a
Well,
there's a scale for hot
I would
peppers.
set off the Richter scale the next morning in the bathroom. Trust me.
Oh yeah, you're not kidding. But
There is
I
this
wish Tommy
You'd be
would
like, okay,
fucking
we got some seismic activity here in New York. What's going on?
yo Boston,
there's
look
this
up the scale for a hot sauce. That's what I want to
there's
know.
there's this place near where I live, and all they do is have stuff with pepper in it. I always buy like a raspberry jalapeno the till pepper jelly, and I mix that up with a little soy sauce, a little Worcestershire sauce, and then I broil a pork loin, and then I put that on top as a glaze, and oh my God, it's to die for.
That does sound good. That does
It
sound
is
good. How do
so
you pronounce
good.
that sauce? Because there's a town in Massachusetts that I drive through when I go up to Maine to a
Worcestershire.
property. Yeah, and it looks like Worcester, but they always tell us it's pronounced Worcester. So I want to know how to pronounce that sauce. How do you pronounce that
What's
sauce?
your sauce?
Worcestershire.
Is it Worcester sauce, just like the town?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Ah,
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. That's good sauce. You know, that's a little like from left field,
Yeah,
Christine.
I
I
like
like that.
Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah. You know what? I got a steak in my freezer right now, and I'm gonna start marinating for tomorrow. I'm gonna
I
get
know.
you
I
know.
think I might pull the steaks out for tomorrow night.
Yeah. I like the. Do you remember the night that we were all doing food and you made that shrimp? And then did you see me make my fresh mutts with the tomato and the basil
Yep.
vinaigrette? Right? Everybody was making food that night because you came with the shrimp first. That was so funny.
That's I
What?
like that
Balsamic
what you
vinegar
made
on
though. I
that is
like
good
that too.
too.
I like eating that.
I like
Wait,
a
what'd you
nice
say? Something I
balsamic
couldn't hear you.
vinegar.
I said I like that. What you were talking about, what you made with the tomatoes and the mozzarella and
Yeah.
all that. I like that.
Yeah. Yep, I get like a pound of that shit fresh and it's still wet and it's got the white water on the bottom of it and you cut it out, you cut it into
Cool.
little circles so it's fresh.
Cool. I
Like
got a
it's
question to ask you.
yeah.
Do you know how to speak Italian?
No, Spanish a little. I can speak Turkish though. Like Bir iki üç dört beş altı yedi sekiz dokuz on. That's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 in Turkish. And then when I go to the gas station, you know, I say Assalamu alaikum. That's like how you are, brother, in Arabic. And then, you know,
Right.
he asks me how much I want. You know, I'll say Yirmi abi. That means 20, brother. And they're so ecstatic that I can speak Turkish and a little Arabic to them. Like they're in such a good mood, you know. Sometimes he gives me things like from inside. Like he gave me these Turkish cookies for free, like boxes of them, you know.
Andiamo.
Yeah, but I'll
My
say,
daughter is half Lebanese, and so I know a little bit of Arabic.
oh
I know,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like I
Lebanon.
know what Wahali means, and I know I have Arabic writing on my neck actually.
Oh, that's sick. So, like, did she say like, did she learn like Assalamu alaikum and alaikum salam? That's what you say when you meet a Muslim, and then when you
She's
leave.
not Muslim. She's not Muslim.
But
Not
I
all
just
Arabics
mean,
are Muslim.
no. Not. I'm just meaning that they speak it. Well, most people who speak Arabic are Muslim, though.
No,
Like,
not all. Nope,
no,
not
not
all.
all, but like I would say 99%,
It,
wouldn't you?
no. I would say no.
So,
I would say no. There,
if
it's
they're
a mixture. Hold
teach
on,
me then.
hold on.
Yeah,
It's a
teach me.
mixture because I've dated a lot of Arabic guys, and it was a mixture. Some of them were Muslim, and some of them were Christian, and some of them just broke away from everything and didn't believe in anything. So
But
this false narrative that all Arabics are Muslim is not true because
well, Arabic's
there's just as many Christians.
Arabic's a language, though. Some.
I mean, not Arabic.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm talking about I'm talking about the language. That's all I was saying. Like
I'm trying.
states.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm talking about language too. What I'm saying is you're saying that
Okay.
because that what you just said is it's a Muslim greeting is actually what it is, and so
Yeah.
yeah, because I know black Muslims that say that. I know all kinds of people that are Muslim that say
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah. That's all I'm
And so
saying.
all I'm saying is people that are like Lebanese and Arabic descent. Not all of them are Muslim. If you look it up, there is just I mean it's there's a lot of Christians that speak Arabic as well.
Where though? What countries would you say? That's all I'm asking.
I mean,
Because
Lebanese has a mixture. Lebanon has a mixture of Muslim and Christian.
so I'm not saying that Arabic people can't be Christians, but when we say Arabic people, like I'm talking about the language, not Arab people. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
right.
That's all I
But
meant.
what I'm saying is that greeting that you just said is a Muslim greeting.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Right.
That
And
people
all
that
I'm
speak
saying is
Arabic are
not
Muslim.
all people that speak Arabic language are all Muslim.
No, I wouldn't say every single one of them, but I would say definitely
Because you said
more
like
than.
99.9%, and I would say no.
What would you say? Well,
I've dated more. I've dated more Lebanese or just different
what would you say
Arabic
though?
speaking people than I have anything. So, and none of
Gotcha.
them, except for a
Yeah,
couple, were
definitely can't
Muslim.
be 100%. I'm totally with you. What would you say percentage wise though? But you're totally right. It can't be
I
100.
mean, I would probably say even as far as maybe 60-40.
Really? Not
The
good.
60-40 split.
Because like there's no language
It's
called
obviously
Lebanese.
Muslim. Muslim that's a religion. Arabic that's a language. But when you break down like Arabic speaking people, like where they could be from, I mean, there's people in every country that are that are Christian and Muslim. And like I said,
Sure.
there's even some that have broke away completely away from both of the religions because
Sure.
they don't want nothing to do with either one.
You're definitely right. There's definitely not 100%. I can't do that. But like I know, like even in Turkey, they don't speak Arabic. They speak Turkish. And then in
All
like
right.
Lebanon, the state language is Arabic. They speak Arabic in Lebanon. So they are
I
from,
know.
yeah. And then
Right. My
Jordan. So
daughter.
like, yeah. And then Jordan,
Right.
they
But
speak
I know people
Arabic.
that are in Jordan. I know people that are from Jordan that are Christian.
Sure, sure. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I would just say
So
there's not a lot.
I wouldn't say like even 80% of
Yeah,
people that
maybe.
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And
It's
then
interesting.
you have to think, then you have to also think people that are Muslim. What style of Muslim religion do they take? Because not everybody's is the same. Obviously, we know just like Christian, there's extreme, and then there's the way it is, right? So
That's just the way
You're
it
definitely
Christian
is.
right. You're definitely right.
Some
That's
things
Christian
are
definitely.
Christian has extreme religion. just like you know what I mean. So
No, you're definitely right. It's
yeah.
definitely not. It's definitely not 100%. It's definitely not. No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
No, it's not even close, especially
I'm with you.
nowadays. And that
I'm
it's
with
not.
you.
Maybe back in the day, like an old school, like back in the day where everybody's families wanted to, because, you know, in different cultures, it's about families, right? And what the family does. But there's been a
Yeah.
lot of, especially New Age in the last 20 years or so, where a lot of people have broken off and they don't want the Muslim culture. They don't want the Christian culture, you know, or they want one or the other. But yeah, I wouldn't even say that. I think going 60% of Arabic speaking people, from whether it be from Jordan, Lebanon,
I'm with you.
Turkey, wherever
I
they're
believe it.
from, I wouldn't say that they're Muslim.
No, I believe that. I know in Turkey though, 99% of the population in Turkey is Muslim, and they don't speak Arabic. So that's fucking interesting, right? They
You know
speak
what I
Turkish.
always find in
I
Turkey?
also know that a lot of
Stuffing.
people, they'll lie and say that they're Muslim and they practice another religion because in their families, if they do anything
Sure.
else besides Muslim, they're disowned.
Hell yeah. That's a good point. That's a
Okay.
good point. No, that's a great
Oh, I
point.
mean, this is something
And you
I've
know
studied. So, I
Lebanon
mean,
better than me.
I'm
Like,
not good like with percentage and numbers, but like I know people.
no, I
And
believe it. You could be right. I'm not saying that. I would not, because I don't have the fact to back up Lebanon or Jordan. I have the fact to back up Turkish just because I learned to speak the language. And my old boss,
right.
when I left, I was a finance manager at one car dealership. And then I got hired as the GM, the general manager for a Turkish owner. So it was me and him. I ran the shop for him, and he was the owner and the mechanic. And he taught me about the Turkish culture. So I know, like, for a fact that in Turkey, like 99%, 98%
But
are
I'm going to
Muslim.
still challenge that. And this is the problem with numbers. And this is anybody that understands numbers. Numbers aren't always right. And I'm going to say
Sure.
again that even in Turkey or in Jordan or any of these places, there's a lot of people because, especially overseas, the Muslim culture is a little bit different than especially over here. It's very more
Sure.
strict, a lot more. I mean, shit, I know motherfuckers can't even chew bubble gum type shit because of what's inside the bubble gum, right? Because I had to learn all of this dating, knowing the father of my child was Muslim.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter. So I had to learn different things. I had to cook what things I couldn't cook. I had to learn all kinds of different shit. You know
Hell
what I mean?
yeah.
So, but
But you want to
a
know
lot of
something,
times,
Summer?
and I mean, I've had some of the same people say that, yeah, my family thinks I'm Muslim, but I'm not Muslim. I'm Christian,
Yo, but
or I don't
Summer,
believe in any.
you want to know what I just looked up for you? So you might want to trust the numbers. In Lebanon, Muslim makes up approximately 60%, just what you said. So that's what I just looked up for you. I just looked up in Lebanon, Muslims make up approximately 60%. Between Sunni and Shiite, and the rest of the population is Christian, just like you said.
Yeah,
Inside
That's fucked
turkey,
up,
I just
right?
find stuffing. Stuffing is
yeah.
all
I
I
didn't look
find in
that up at
turkey.
all. I
I
promise you,
just
I
looked that
didn't.
up
I don't.
after you said that because I really wanted to know. I was like, you could be right. And I was taking Turkey's number because it says Turkey's population. If you look it up on chat and Wikipedia, both on Wikipedia, there's a little footnote next to the number because you can't trust anything that's on Wikipedia. You have to look at the footnote next to it, right? And if you click on the
Right.
footnote, it brings you to like the WHO, World Health Organization, like where the numbers are more legit, right? So that's where they're taking their numbers from. So I know you didn't look it up, but you were spot on from this is what ChatGPT says. 60% that's fucked up in Lebanon, right?
Well, I just know from, like I said, I mean, Lebanon is
Pretty fucking
like
good.
a certain place. Like a couple of guys I dated were Lebanese, right? But even
Yeah.
Jordan and other places, and that's where I got to, because when you get into that whole world, right? Like, and
Yeah.
this is when I lived in Chicago. Chicago, there's a lot of Arabic speaking people, whatever national, whatever
Yeah.
bloodline they come from.
Sure.
And that's how I realized, like, because again, and then when you get to dating outside of your race, this is what I tell people all the time. If you're gonna date outside of your race, you need to understand people's cultures. Fuck understanding their race. You need to
Totally
understand
agree.
their culture.
That's right.
Because if you don't understand their culture, then you're probably gonna shoot yourself in the foot. Like, for us, right? Because I'm Italian, I'm Sicilian and Neapolitan Cuban.
Yeah. You know me. I'm
Prosciutto
Calabrian
to
and
us,
Napolitan.
but
That's what
but
I'm.
prosciutto to us is good. I was
Yeah.
like, so I was making some raviolis one day and it
Fuck
had
yeah.
prosciutto in it.
That's
So
right.
I
We
was
make our
like,
own
oh, this is gonna
prosciutto.
be so good. The guys came in and they were like, what are you cooking? This shit smells good as hell.
Oh
And I was
yeah.
like, and And then I was like, so prosciutto. And then I was like, wait a minute, I can't fucking feed this to you all. You all can't
Yo,
eat this.
was
You know
it
what I mean?
Prosciutto
So
de Parma? Was it Prosciutto de Parma? That's a city in Italy, a region, Parma, where they make the best prosciutto. So when you can choose between prosciutto like boar's head prosciutto, or you can get Prosciutto de Parma. That's like fucking $25 a pound. You know, you can get it like once in a while for like good occasions. You know, do you ever get that shit?
right.
You ever get it?
No, but my
Take a
granny and
look.
them always got that. My
Prosciutto de
granny and them.
Parma. Oh
Yeah.
man, that shit is so good. Yeah, you're
I
totally
just
right though.
get cheap shit.
Yo, Summer, you know how I always say you're talking School of Athens? Like, I'm not the School of Athens, right? Plato, Aristotle. Every time when you say shit like you just did, you have to understand the culture. You have to close your eyes and imagine to try and be in that person. The best way is to talk to that person. Like you dated Lebanese people, you said you talk to them and you learned and you imagine yourself, you know, what it is like over there. You immerse yourself with the culture. That's the school. That's Plato, Socrates. You remember I always say that to you like
Well,
so
yeah,
many
you know
times.
how crazy it is. Your boyfriend can't eat any kind of pork, and then you're going to fix him and all his friends after them playing soccer a bunch of
Yeah.
fucking pork. No,
Oh,
I
I
don't
love
want to
it,
do
man.
that
That's
shit.
my
That'll
game.
get me
That's my game.
fucked up.
My two favorite sports are football and football. Absolutely. I still play. I play down. I got my jersey hanging up right here. Oh, that's so funny.
So yeah,
Ah,
I've always said if you're going to date outside your race, you
see
have
what
to
my
learn and
jersey is.
understand different cultures.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna email Christine. I made a highlight reel for my little niece playing soccer. And I'm gonna send it. Yo, Summer, what is your like? Do you have like a junk email or a second email? Could you put it in the
Yeah,
back
I have an
chat?
email.
Yeah, can you
I just
send
have a
me?
regular email.
Yeah, can you send it over to me? And I would love to send you because I make so many little films, short films with my niece.
It's on screen right there.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna get that shit. I wanna take a picture of that. I see
I don't
Tom's.
really do all the like I was already way too public before I realized that I shouldn't be too public.
Oh, I see.
So it was like fuck it.
Summer. Oh, Summer Dickerson. Let me just take a screenshot. There we go. Because I got Thomas' name. I'm going to send you and Christine a group email of some of the videos that I make because I like making short films with my niece. And we do like, we reenact the Peter Pan. You ever see the Peter Pan movie? Like the Disney movie when.
Yeah,
Yeah, do you know the scene when they sing the song Following the Leader and they're clapping on the things following the leader, the leader? Do you know that
yeah.
scene? So I do that scene first, and then I flash to me and my little niece, and she's got bowling pins. And my mom's like, "Oh, teach her how to bowl." And I'm like, "She's 3 years old. She doesn't want to bowl. She wants to run around and clap these bowling pins together, you know. And she's gonna have fun that way, you know." So we do following the leader, and she's following me around the island in the kitchen, like tapping on it. So I'm gonna send you that one. And then I'm going to send you the one where my brother put her in soccer camp at 3 years old. And it's like a 20-minute soccer camp because it's tough for their attention span. Summer, you know, when they're three,
Right.
like you can't really get him into soccer till 5, but he's just starting her early. And the girl that does it's just like a little coach. But she's learning the basic mechanics. Plant your left foot, you know, and then kick with the right. You know, keep your head down when you kick it. And you can't coach somebody at 3 years old to do that. And she's doing it on her own, you know? So I put together, I call her Squeaker, and I said Squeaker's first highlight reel. And it's about like a minute and a half video of her playing soccer. Still shots of her like laying in the grass with her head up and her hair flapping and smiling, you know, shit like that. So I'm gonna send you that one too.
All right, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I think she had so much fun. I got the next screen that I wrote the next screenplay for the next film we're gonna do, and we're doing a scene from Robin Hood. Did you ever see Robin Hood when you were younger? Do you remember that one?
Yeah,
And do you remember the scene by any chance when you remember the king is a dog? That's King John, and he's a dog, and then his little like fool or person that is as his attendant is a snake, and his name is Hiss. Do you remember those two or no?
I feel like maybe.
Yeah, so he says the scene, Hiss, you're never around when I need you. So I'm gonna make her the king with the crown, and I'm gonna be the snake, and she's gonna hit me on the head and say, you're never around when I need you. You know, my mom's gonna do the costumes and shit. It's gonna be fun.
That'll be fun. When I ran my shelter, we had I would do Bible study over where I used to it's this church, and so we had a weekend where all the girls got their kids that weekend. And so
Hmm.
one thing the kids got to come to Bible study, and so we did like our first little play ever. It was so cool that I forget what it was. It was like something for Christmas or whatever, but it like had to do with like the armor of God is what it had to do with. And so we had all the little kids make their own armor up, the chest plate, the feet plate, everything that comes with it. And we did a little play on it, and it was really cute because it was like, I don't
That
know,
sounds
man. It's like
great.
I had never done no shit like that before, but I wanted the
Yeah,
kids
that's
to be
awesome
involved
though.
too. You know what
You
I mean?
know,
Because I felt like that was important.
yo, Summer, did you do that around like Christmas time at all? Did you do like the Bible study during
Yeah, it was
Christmas
around
time?
Christmas time.
You listen,
But
so about like maybe 10 years ago, if there was one girlfriend that was the girl that got away, there would be one, it would be her. We went, because I've had like 9 girlfriends that lasted for like 24 to 36 months. That's like a lot, don't you think? Like 9 people that I've dated for like between 2 and 3 years. And then I always split once like the wedding, marriage talk comes. And we went to um the Dominican Republic, and we were there for Christmas Day. And I'll tell you something, Summer. In the hotel on Christmas Eve, they sat all the people down that wanted to in the middle. You know how like some hotels have like that middle with all the rooms around it, and
uh-huh.
there was no Santa Claus. All the people that worked in the hotel put on this play with the 3 wise men and Jesus riding the
Yeah,
donkey. And it's
I did.
yeah, like just like you said, they explained the Bible to us. And you know me with history, I totally immersed myself in that. And I was amazed by it. It was just, it was something more to me than Santa Claus and Coca-Cola. Do you know what I mean by that? Or
And now, Summer,
Yeah, we did.
he gives out myrrh.
What
He's a myrrh
you
giver
know
for
those?
Christmas, aren't you? You give out myrrh.
it's funny, Chance.
Yeah, you give out myrrh, 100%. We did a. You remember? You know those those flash mob things that everybody does in the malls and shit.
Yeah, they
Well, my
like stop
friend,
and everybody starts dancing and everyone around is like,
yeah,
what the fuck
she
is going on?
she talked a bunch of us in because she's fucking crazy, and we are too. She's like, listen, we're all gonna dress up. She was
Oh,
like, and then
you
we're just
did
gonna
one.
bust out, and it's gonna be for Christmas. And I got to be married, right? I was like, of
Oh
all
my
people, I'm
God.
married. I was like the Virgin Mary. Are you kidding me? I was like, I'm a fucking
Wait, were you
hula
the
hoop.
virgin or were you Mary Magdalene? Which one?
I was the Virgin Mary,
Oh, okay, all right. I
which
was
was
just
kind
making
of
sure you
funny.
weren't.
They have in Manhattan.
Hey, I mean,
They have in Manhattan called SantaCon, and all it is
uh huh.
like thousands and thousands, guys, girls. They all dress as Santa Clauses, and they
Yeah,
hit all the bars on the east side.
yeah,
That
That's
would
a
be
fucking
fun.
fun. That's a
that's
fun night to work.
yeah. You're
Because
not
you get a
That
kidding.
would be
call.
fun. That
You
would
get a
be fun to
call,
go
and
to. If I
and
was
it's
up
like,
there, I'd be like, all right, baby, come on, fuck it, we're going, let's go.
but you get the call over the radio. I remember it's like, it's always the same thing. Yeah, some Santa Claus, and meanwhile you're looking down the street and there's like 300 Santa Clauses.
That's crazy. Doing a bar crawl.
Funny.
Yo, Vinny, you
Yeah,
bounced
my
after
friend,
you.
she was asking this year. She wants to do something. She's like, we all need to go back. She said, except we're gonna do like Santa Claus or something like that this time. She's like, let's go back to the mall and do it again. I was like, bitch. She was like, come on, Summer, you know you'll do it. I was like, I will, but goddamn you. I was like, why we
That's
gotta do silly
awesome.
shit all the time? But I
That's
mean, it's
awesome.
fun too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I
Both
thought it was
those are
cool
fun.
to learn the history, like of Jesus and shit. That was kind of different for me. There was not one Santa Claus in the place. I was like, Chenzo, did you after you were done? Did you bounce too or no? Did you bounce?
No, no.
Maybe I thought maybe after you were done at the other job, you were a bouncer. Someone else, who else bounced? It might have been Alexander. Who was the
That's
who?
Smash. No, Smash. But Smash was a
Oh,
bouncer.
Smash does that. Yeah, Smash is the bouncer. And how long did you work for, Chenzo?
I did almost 20.
Yeah. He told me that last time. I get sometimes Alexander and you mixed up when you tell me guys what you guys used to work there. Yeah, almost 20. Yeah, your experience is just so it's so valuable because you see the other side of it, man. Because you can't be 100% against it, right? Like the people are, it's prejudice, right? Like So
Yeah.
yeah, no, for real. Your experience when you get serious is valuable because you seem.
What I learned is how ridiculous the departments of things are. You
Yeah.
know,
Can I
that's
ask you an honest question? And I'm not gonna ask you, have you ever, but like, because
you
it's
can ask me
just.
anything. If I could answer it, I'll answer
Yeah,
anything.
but I'm not that kind of. I'm not a journalist, but you know how like
Just don't
journalists
give me a
ask.
Murr this year for
Benny's
Christmas.
pretty honest. Benny's
Yeah,
pretty
you know how
honest.
journalists ask ridiculous questions to people that you know they can't answer. I'm not for that. You know, I just don't like that shit. Like, do you
No,
think
if I
that?
can't answer anything, I usually say I don't know the answer to
Yeah,
that.
yeah, hell yeah. All right, so this is an honest question because I was thinking about this. Like, is there a police officer you think serving now, right, that hasn't committed perjury? And I'm going to back that up with I was reading the article about if you sign off on a false police report. So say you're there, you're an officer, you know, it's your second day on the job, and the sergeant, for lack of a, lack of a better reason, he violated the guy's Fourth Amendment right because of the bullshit. Like if he doesn't commit a crime, you can't ID him. So let's say the officer witnesses him, violate someone's Fourth Amendment. Do you think there's an officer that hasn't signed off on a false police report like one time in his career? That's what I really want to know.
I
And
don't
you're
know.
like, what?
Is it possible? Is it probably happened? Sure. I
Yeah,
mean,
thank you. That's all I wanted to know. And I really appreciate you just saying that. Is it possible? Sure.
the
That
difference on that
good.
would be the cameras when the cameras were introduced. Thank God I was already out by the time they rolled all that
So humble
out.
you say that. That's humble you say that.
Because the camera really probably tightened a lot of that up as
Yeah,
a good
totally.
thing.
Totally.
But but then again, Athens, you could have an accident.
Yep.
Like some of the best times would be when I was doing like a foot post or something, right? And I watched, the accident happen, right? Fender bender, right? So they don't see me that I was standing there the whole time. And then it's just amazing the different stories that people tell you. Yeah, this guy here. And meanwhile, I watched it,
And you
right?
watched it. You watched them commit a
So
crime.
I
That
don't
was
tell anybody anything. I just let
very
everybody. All right,
smart.
what happened? And what? Just let everybody speak. So then I know who the fuck is gonna be.
That's really cool. You don't hear policemen say something like you just said because the whole bullshit, with auditors, and I totally back every auditor that tries because all they're trying to do on outside of the box is bring the police and the community closer. That's like the end game, and you hear every police officer say, "You just want a reaction out of me," and then the auditor says, "No, I don't. I want you to walk away right now and leave me alone. I haven't committed a crime. If you walk away, then I don't want a reaction. I'm asking you to do that." And then they say, "Nope, you just want a reaction, and now I'm gonna, now you're gonna give me one." And what you
I
just
always
said,
found it funny that people tried to get our goat. Like there's some guys I work
yeah,
with. It's just like anything else, right? We're all
yeah,
human. But me, I, in a weird way, enjoyed getting yelled at sometimes because
yeah,
it's like I just laugh at them
very good.
and then I just de-escalate it down from there because then how could you yell at someone like genuinely laughing like, and then I look at my watch and I'm like, and then I just say like, "Are you done? Can I
You
go
know,
eat now?" Or
Vinny, it's
and
so
then they're just
smart,
like, "All right," and like, come on, you have nothing better to do to yell at me. Why are you yelling at me? Because you're protesting against some country run by the
right?
UN when I didn't
Exactly,
do. Yeah,
exactly.
you know what I'm saying?
You're so
It's so
right. You're
funny,
so
man.
right. No, you're so right. And you know how they always
I
say,
enjoyed it.
Well, now hold on, wait a minute. I gotta come in as a protester and say that's how I feel when I'm like when the cop's yelling at me when I'm just standing there doing what I'm
because
supposed to be doing.
it's
Keep it
the
one lane open
same way both
and
ways.
protest
Yeah,
it.
Yeah,
it
it's the
always
same
goes
way both
both
ways.
ways.
He's right.
Like
It
I
can
work
work
with a
both
guy, like
ways.
he's like it's like eggshells, It's like you just know I don't want to work with him because his feelings get hurt real quick.
Yes. Yo, listen, the school of
so
Athens,
so
right?
me
Plato and
even knowing that,
Aristotle. You know
so
what they say,
me
Chenzo? I want to tell you this because what you did was you stayed on purpose driven behavior. So they say to complete any task, there's two types of behavior. Seriously, there's purpose driven behavior and then there's fear driven ego behavior. So you're like, by you laughing like that, right, in your mind there, and then out, you're staying on purpose because your purpose is to de-escalate, right? That's what you said. So you're never switching to ego, right? You never are. You're
no.
staying on purpose. When a cop gets so flustered and just stays on the ID, the ID, the ID, I need your ID. No, go tell the other person that I haven't committed a crime and de-escalate the situation and I'll go away. And that's purpose driven behavior, right?
Well, to me, I don't really know about any purpose or non-purpose driven behavior. I just know me and my personality, just the way that I am, is just different from a lot of it should and it
It's
should be just like
purposely
all you guys
driven.
are. But like I just look at I never said, it was just me, just helping people out the best I
That's
can. I
because you
never looked to
stay on
fuck
purpose
somebody.
and you're a good cop. That's what
But
I'm
I
trying.
always but then again, I know the uniform, it represents things, and you come
Sure.
across protesters, protesting something. But if they're not protesting the police, I was talking mostly protesting, about some of the country doing something that I have no idea where it is
Oh
geographically,
yeah, I get
nothing.
that. Yeah.
And they, yeah, and I'm, I'm
I got you. Yeah, I got
I
you on
laugh
that.
at that because just
You don't know.
the scene of it. I always
Yeah.
ask God. I said, "You got to show me these clips when I transition." I said, "Because I want to see these. I want to see it again."
Hell yeah. Hell
It's
yeah.
just like funny clips out of a movie to me.
No. But listen, I think that what you said, you hit the nail on the head. So if like you say you don't understand it, but it's only two types, you nailed it on the head. You laughed at them and you de-escalated. You said that. That's perfect. Like,
What's funny, school is
yeah,
usually, and I think Benny probably knows this. Maybe I don't know if he knows this about me or not, but
you nailed it, man.
usually cops trigger me. I don't care if they're ex-cops. I don't care, and I
Yeah.
usually know. Like there's something in me that knows if a person's been a cop or not.
Oh yeah.
And one thing I can honestly say about Benny's never, ever, ever, ever made me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Benny has never made me feel like Benny would be one of the very rare
Hell
people
yeah.
that I would actually probably trust it.
Yo,
Because I trust
agree.
Benny now. I've left. Hold on, school. You got to stop interrupting me.
I just said I would agree. That's
There's
all.
people. Okay. But Benny is one of the even when I very first met Benny, I just felt instant. As soon as he came up, he was just a fucking talking pussy. And I was just like, there was something about him, though, I dug, I was
Hell
like,
yeah.
okay, I think. And then I felt like more and more we talked, Benny got me, and I, in some weird way, understood Benny, too.
Yeah.
Because he used to piss everybody off for being funny. And I'm like, no, dude, y'all don't understand. Benny's fucking great. But I think the more and more I've gotten to know Benny, and Benny was one of the first people that I ever trusted with my panel. Like
Hell yeah.
I didn't know who Benny was really, but I knew his spirit was good, so I knew he was good. You know what I mean? Even though we just met over the internet, and I was like, he could have crashed me that night. You know what I mean? He could have done whatever, but I was just like, nope, go ahead, you can run my panel. I'm going to get my toes done. He's like, okay.
You know what's funny?
So Benny's always. I just wish more people could be more like him.
Vinny.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I don't think we need a world without police officers. I think we
totally
actually do
agree.
need them.
But
But I don't need officers like Hankinson. I need officers and detectives like Vinny.
I totally
it's
agree.
mostly, and to me, it's just mostly you need more people to open their hearts more.
Yeah, you're right.
Because
Yeah.
whatever, if everybody in every profession, no matter what it is, because everybody's important in what they do, if it's especially supporting themselves, their family, but if they just open up their heart more and
Totally agree.
and just just understand that it's not all about you, and
Both
things can
sides,
be funny,
right?
and you can laugh at yourself, and
Both
have fun
sides.
with it,
I agree.
It's
Vinny,
not
I
a
want to tell
competition.
you.
Everybody wants the competition.
I know that's ego. That's the ego they try to one up because they talk about the cop's ego to ID, but what about the auditor's ego that they have to leave after the cop, right? Oh, I'm going to leave after you leave. That's ego. They're both egos on both
Now
sides.
there are people like we all know, just like you do in real life. I mean, there was guys I worked with that I'd work with him maybe 2 nights, and then I would just tell my boss, like, listen, I can't work with this guy anymore. He's either A, going to get me shot and killed, or I'm going to wind up shooting and killing him myself.
Vinny, a lot of cops wouldn't
But see,
do that.
you know
And
what?
that goes back to what Summer said.
I just want to interrupt real quick, and Vinny, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
That's
Because
what I said.
you knew that.
That's like
Yeah.
what you said, Summer, about if more cops were like him, because I truly think that a lot of cops, when they come out their first time, like training in the academy is one thing, but when they get out into the field, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Vinny, because I'm asking, not telling you, when a cop gets, into the training field and he's got his sergeant, and let's say it's his first day on the job, and he sees the sergeant do something wrong, I feel like he's got 3 choices. He can go back to the fucking headquarters and say, I want to do an IR report because he violated this guy's right. He can fucking turn in his badge and leave, or he can say I'm getting with the program. Number 3, but you just said something that was really cool that I didn't think of, because that's number 4. You can go back to your sergeant and say, listen, I don't want to make an IA report on this guy, but I think this guy is going to get me shot and killed. Can you put me with someone else? And I never thought of that, Vinny. I
Right,
never
and it's
did.
not because he was a corrupt or anything like that. It's just the mere fact that
Yes.
our personalities just would not make
Yeah,
riding
that's
around
great.
15
Right.
hours a night in a
That's
car.
fucking great. And I,
When you're sitting in a car with someone for like 12, 15 hours, you got to really try to get along.
yes, you're de-escalating. You're
Well,
not
and
making
not
a
only
big
that, but
deal out of it.
your life is in their fucking hands. So if something
Yeah.
goes wrong and you guys ain't got that connect, I mean, even like my team that I do when we do extractions and stuff with missing kids or victims, right? To
Yeah.
trust my team, because if one thing goes fucking wrong and one of my team members doesn't react the way they're supposed to, we can all end up fucking dead, victim and us. You know what I mean? We could end up in a fucking shootout. It's almost happened, and it hasn't ever happened to me, but it's almost happened. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so luckily we had the upper hand, so it wasn't gonna be nothing. But if we didn't have the upper hand, it would have been really fucking bad. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I have to think about the same thing, and not only that, but like, and even like when I turned my life around, I had to think about, because you have to think, I've been raped by 3 officers in uniform. So for me,
That's deep.
my experience for officers, I don't even have to know the officer, just seeing the uniform, to this day, let me tell y'all, I got full coverage insurance. I've got a driver's license. I don't get in no trouble. I'm like really known well in my city for doing good shit. And to this day, if a cop gets behind me right now, I will get off the wrong exit just to get him away from me, because I cannot deal with a cop behind me because of the triggers that I deal with. Now, that still happens to me to this day, and I'll still go in and I'll go, like the sheriffs and stuff like that, I go train them on trauma and stuff, to how to interact with torture victims and just whatever different shit that I do. And it's taken me a lot to get over that, but I knew that, like, and this is where I felt like, because like you with an open heart, right? Like I was like, well, I can be fuck 12 all day long, and it's still fuck 12 to some of those motherfuckers. But I don't believe that every dead body's bad. You know what I mean? I believe that, like, I had to figure something out, because I knew that even if they are bad, maybe if they just heard my story, maybe if they just understood what some of us have gone through, then maybe they would interact with us differently. You know what I mean? And so that's why when I go, even to this day, if I go and speak at an academy or anything like that, like, it's hard. I'm not gonna lie, I sweat and everything, and they'll be like, well, Summer, are you sure? In the middle of it, the person that's with me, like my mentor or whatever, I'll be like, Summer, are you sure you want to do this? And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing it, because they'll see me sweating, they'll see the triggers and the trauma kind of coming out, but I still do it because I want them to see that. You know what I mean? Like, I need them to understand, just like I have to try to understand, because I have to trust you all to put victims in your all's hands. And right now, unfortunately, with the county I'm in, now, not the one that I live in, but Jefferson County, I can't, because, and that's what I'm battling some cops right now, because, like, you motherfuckers are naked on TikTok. You guys are doing all this weird shit, fucking each other, raping each other, and you want me to put a victim in your hands? And you're the sex crimes unit? Suck my dick. You know what I mean? So it's just frustrating. I just wish,
From the
I wish more of me would open up and try to do shit. And then I wish some of them also, like Benny said, like, just open your fucking heart, man.
Yeah, if people just were just more compassionate in what they do. And that's
because I don't do it to show them that I like them or anything like that, because I some of them whatever, some of them I don't care about, but I want them to be able to do their jobs. I want them to be able to make it home to their families. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I think, because my son wanted to be a cop. What the fuck I look like wishing somebody else's son or daughter dead? Because, and I mean, okay, maybe I have, but in the moment, it was because I was fighting police brutality. You know what I mean? And the motherfucker just broke my girl's arm or some shit like that. Like, I'm not just going and wishing death on people just because.
And at the end of the day, Summer, we're all doing the best we can do, the best we know how as human beings. It's all it is. And you pretty much could size people. Well, I mean, I can, and it's a good gift to have.
Yeah, well, Vinny, those of us that have those gifts, we could size people up.
That's exactly what I was alluding to. It's just that you could get a good read on somebody within, a short period of time. Unlike some people, they have no clue You know,
Yeah,
like
you
they don't
know,
pick up on things and
Chenzo, I
whatnot.
want to tell you.
All I need is 5 minutes, especially physically in front of me. On the internet, give me about 20 minutes, but
And
5
then
minutes in front of me, and I could tell exactly what type of person. And I'm never off, not in person anyway.
And then Summer, I'll tell you something. You can see somebody trying to evolve too, because like when I joined that first time way back, and you know, you and Gina had that clash with me. I've tried to like not interrupt as much. Like you can see like an evolve. And I'll even go to the point where I'm just trying to agree. But on this forum, even though if you're saying something like, yeah, I agree, you're still speaking over it. Even if you're just saying those two words, right? Like, yeah, I agree with you, or
Well,
well
and you
said.
get excited. That's why I don't get
Yeah,
upset with you because too, I think you get invested so much in the conversation that you get
yeah,
excited.
I
So
do.
it's
But
like
like
Passion.
I don't
you
get
can
irritated to where somebody else is just being a jackass. You're just
yeah, yeah,
excited.
yeah,
And you're like,
yeah,
wait a
yeah.
minute, I feel what you're saying. You know what I mean? So I try not to
But
get upset with you.
I
It's
work
more
on
for
the
the
Athens, you'll
chat.
chat.
settle into
I
it.
see.
Athens, you technically you would say you're green and still a rookie at these online
Yeah, I've been
panels.
around like I've been around for like a year, you
All
know.
right,
So and I've never been on any panels
but let me
before
just
this.
finish this off to you.
Yeah,
I've been doing this now over coming up to 5 years,
you
and
told me.
I'm still learning, and I still look to better myself. Let alone in the listening and not interrupting, but
Yeah,
really just knowing when to turn it on, when to turn it off, and what to look at and what not to let bother me. One of the biggest things that I've learned not to do, which got me through in the beginning, was
yeah,
not even read the chat the first
yeah,
maybe
yeah,
6,
yeah,
7
yeah,
months
yeah.
I'm on a panel.
Yep, 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 yep.
Because then I just started to then read the chat while I was on a panel.
Uh-huh.
Now, just real nasty fucking people follow
Yeah,
this
yeah,
and
yeah,
shit,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, but that in itself, and I thank God for everybody who enters and exits my life
Because
because
you
there
can
was
learn
for a
from
learning
anyone.
lesson.
Yes, you can
But
learn from
but
anyone.
you'll settle into it. But I always suggest to everybody, you start, if you always thought about going on a panel, try it out. You may
Yeah.
find yourself surprisingly enjoying it.
So Barbara, right? I want to tell you the story of how I was introduced to you, Vinny, because someone was saying how she was introduced to you. So I want to tell you now. When the first day that I met you, you explained a lot of what you just explained to me, except for that chat part. But so the first panel that I joined was TPP, right? And I saw Eli, but I watch all the auditors. It's like Rummy knows all the auditors, so we talk about all the other auditors and shit. So like
Mhm.
that. But you were really big on just the chat when I joined TPP. You would not join at that point because you said you stepped away, right?
Right.
And but you were always chatting, and everyone was talking about mini pots and pans, right? Like, and you just were on the chat. So that first day that I joined Summers and you came up with Bruno there, I was like, yo, Chenzo, I was like, I know you from just a chat panel and everybody else speaking about you, like talking to you on the chat, and I'm watching this, and I finally get to meet you. And that night, alls we did was bullshit. There was no real talk. Remember, alls we did.
Yeah.
It's been like 5 times now that we've been on
It's
the
just like
panel.
tonight, just like any other night. When
But
you met
slowly,
Vinny
tonight.
likes bullshit talks.
I want to say something about you, Chenzo, though. Slowly, I feel like when you get to trust someone, then you brought out some real shit. So each time that we've spoken, like at the end of it, it's kind of gotten more serious, and you've changed your tone and you've given me knowledge. You gave me a lot of knowledge tonight alone about some of the shit about being a cop. So like I think that's what Summer said about sizing someone up, I would hope. Because on the panel with the chat, you were just throwing out bunkers. On the TPP, like throwing out some funny shit,
Well,
you
the
know?
TPP, man, that was
It was
an
all just chat.
experience, man.
I never saw you join it because you were gone.
That's a whole different arena.
I know. You said you stepped away.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, you gotta have
the
thick
fun
skin to be
times.
in an arena like that.
Yeah,
Oh, you
and it was
stepped
going
away.
hardcore when we were all getting fucking yelling at
Yeah.
Alex and shit. Oh, I was
Well,
ready to
Yeah.
fight
yeah,
him.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I promise you, you have it used to be. That's what I said the other day.
Yeah.
Like, when we used to go 24 hours, we used to go 24 hours a day,
Yeah.
and we would all. It was like I don't know how the fuck we did it. We did it for like 6 months though. Oh my god, it was insane. It was
Yo,
intense,
Summer,
but we did
tell
that shit.
Chenzo what I did. Do you remember what I told you that I went back and started looking at when everybody joined the panel for? So all those things are recorded. So I used to come home from work and watch like an hour and a half movie. I was doing like 2 hours of the old TPP chats with you and Summer, and like I
Yep.
looked up when Josephine first joined, and I watched, and it's so funny the first time this person joins and how what they say and how they act, and then they retract shit later. You know what I mean about what they say, and then they
Yep.
realize, yeah, it's so funny, man.
And what's
But
also
you,
good, Athens, is if you mix it up a little bit. Like I have different corners of YouTube where I'll go and disappear and
nice,
nobody knows where I am.
yeah,
And there's some people who will know where I am. So it's always nice to have a different kind of variety. Well, that's just me. That's how I find to
I
tolerate.
agree with you on that.
Because
Yeah,
if
I
I
agree with
just
that.
dealt with because I just found myself like for a little while there, it was just drama after
yeah,
drama after drama. So it
yeah,
was the
yeah,
whole drama sector wherever the fuck
yeah.
and then it
Yep.
was all this sector or that sector. But it is interesting though, because the time when I went to TPP is like
Uh-huh.
when my sector and like 2-3 other sectors were merging.
Wow.
Meaning like they were running into each other. So I was like, I gotta get the hell out of here. I gotta go find
Yeah,
something.
yeah. That's a good move. It's a good change. Ever see Robin Hood? You got a good change, Robin Hood Men in Tights.
But it's good because it's
That's a
just
good change.
I agree with that though, having that different spectrum, different because that even when I
Yeah.
found TPP, you know what I mean? Like I didn't even tell half of my people over here anything about TPP at first. You know what I mean? Because I was enjoying being somewhere else by
Yeah.
myself.
How
You know
long
what I
have you been
mean?
doing
Like
this summer? How long you been doing the panel over here now? Like this, like the chill panel for? Would you say?
been in this panel for a couple of years now, but I've been on social media on other platforms like on Facebook and stuff. I have like over 50,000 people that follow
Yeah,
me
yeah. I
with all the
watched it.
pages and shit.
I joined.
So
I joined a couple of them.
yeah,
Definitely.
so I don't do Facebook as much as I used to. That's kind of like where I first came out, like with my story and like all that kind of shit, you know. So Facebook
Yeah.
for that reason is still I hold on to it because I have a lot of longtime supporters
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Hell yeah.
But I started doing, and again, I came over to YouTube because I got a stalker, and him and his friends were driving me crazy on fucking Facebook. So I came to YouTube thinking, my dumb ass, thinking I could have some peace and get away from the
Follow
bullshit,
your
right?
ass,
Oh
right?
no, honey, no.
I followed your
I
sexy
walked
ass,
into
for
the
lack of a better
fucking
word.
lion's den.
Damn,
I,
that's
I walked
crazy.
into the fucking lion's den, and then you
Yeah,
know what's funny? Because I would watch Vinny too, because Vinny would be like, I know this motherfucker. I know this person. I know this. And he's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is
yeah,
all these communities merging? You know? And
yeah.
I was just like, oh.
That's
So,
the other
yeah.
good thing, Athens, is if you run into somebody like myself or someone who's been around for a while,
Mm-hmm.
you like we could pick off exactly who's who. Like if you know
Sure,
what I mean? Like
sure.
Yep.
it's like
I loved
But I
I
always
loved
say let everybody just find out for themselves. I mean,
yeah,
unless they're a real fucking scum. I mean, a real nasty person.
yeah.
But
When
what
I
I'm
come
saying is
on,
a lot of people are surprising. Like I know 2 people that they're friends that I would never have guessed they
and you
would
would
be
never
friends.
imagine it, right?
Yeah.
When I came on, I learned from Summer, Gina, definitely Barbara from the chat. She was nice to me, like on that episode when I was getting blasted.
On that episode.
Yeah, because I said some shit that wasn't true. Like I like to debate, but from a learning aspect. So we both have a different opinion, and then I'll back it up with facts, and then you'll back it up with facts, and then the winner is the guy that says, "You know what? I didn't know that." So like even before when I said I think 90% in Lebanon because of the way Turkey is. She backed it up and said 60%. She didn't even know, but that's like what the facts say on the World Health Organization. And I learned that shit tonight. So that was a debate that I lost, but I won because I learned from her. Do you know what I mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like you can learn from anyone. I try to pay attention to certain people and I try to evolve as a person because I seek enlightenment. I really do. I'm a studier of all religions. It's called omnism, and I respect like any person that believes in a
I like
higher
that.
power. Yeah, it's called omnism. If you want to look that up, Summer.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Send me when you email me, send me something on that because
I
I do
will.
want to
I
look into
will.
that because
So
I
like
kind of believe a
yeah,
little bit like that. I didn't know there
yeah.
was a title for it.
Yeah, it's called an omnist. And so when somebody tries to say to me, "Oh, but you don't believe in this with you go to heaven and this," and I go, "No. There's a supreme being up there, and whoever that supreme being is, he has Muhammad on his left, Jesus on his right, the
Mess
Buddha
with stuff
next
a
to
little
him."
today.
You know what I mean? He's got Muhammad, Jesus, Buddha, any religion, and they're all there with the supreme being. And it's all easy because all you have to say is, nope, the supreme being speaks all languages. Yeah, but what about nope, supreme being? He welcomes everybody. That's all you got to say,
And it's funny, Athens. That's when I started out in 2020. I had a nice testimony, and went through the whole spiritual thing, and just leaned heavily into that instead
If I fall off, I'll be right back, guys.
of
Yeah.
being Catholic. You got it. And
I'm gonna send you.
and then I found myself, because I just wanted to do music, do videos, things like that. But then I found myself gravitating and being led to these kinds of venues, and I'm like, oh, what am I doing here? And then I started to realize, it's just a kind of way of like, spreading like good news, not good news, but just spreading fun, and just
Yes, totally.
having an awareness and letting people know, especially coming from the side of not religion, and coming from it from a spiritual point of view.
Yes.
Where it's just, if you just have that compassion, and just, you're not looking to be a scumbag.
I'm with
And,
you.
And then spreading that around, and then, it's just fun to find out,
I totally agree,
where
buddy.
God has me go, has people go, like where you never thought you'd be. And it's kind of fun for me.
No, I totally believe. When you're talking about a spiritual belief, like omnism, the definition of it is the belief that all religions contain some spiritual truth, and that no single religion is the only way to reach the divine. That's what an omnist believes. Omnist believes that people should be free to believe in whatever makes sense to them and makes them happier. So there's multiple paths to truth. That's like what. So and it says, like, in recent years it's become more popular because it's, to me, like, that's kind of opening your heart. Would you agree?
I agree that it is wise not to try to take fun away from something that's fun to somebody else.
Yeah, sure. Then that's what,
what makes them feel good, because
that's what makes sense to them.
I cannot sit here and say about like Catholics and this and that, and
That's right.
see, on my point of view, how I know it's a big, it's just a waste. But I'm never going to go around and tell people not do that, because everybody's got to find out for themselves.
That's
and
exactly right.
And because sometimes just going to church on Sunday is all people have to give.
Sure.
They have no more left in their tank at this
That's
point.
right.
And so so just by sitting in a pew for fucking 60 minutes, if that's what makes them at least feel a little better about life, then that's all that needs to have happen for them.
And so that makes sense to you, right? Because what they say about omnis is they believe that people are free to believe in what makes sense to them. So that's like what you just said. Like, if that makes them happy, and then they find that it falters them later, because that's what you just said, right? I totally agree with that. Then they falter and they change to something else that makes sense to them, and I'm okay with that too, right? I mean,
yeah, and I don't like anybody out there trying to force anything and whatnot.
Totally.
I'll always be, if anybody has any questions, because they'll say, well, what do you mean spiritual? What do you do? How do you meditate, and this and that? And I very rarely get any questions like that.
Yeah.
But when I do, it's surprisingly sometimes when you just realize that the main goal every day is just to stay even keeled, meaning you don't want to have negative emotions. You want to at least be just right down the line on your emotional scale, because your emotions guide everything, the way that on your emotions. And if you're just looking to have a good time, meaning like you just want to be happy and you don't want to be forced doing things you don't want to do. But then people just, I sometimes I'll show someone, certain signs to look at, certain like warning signs. And if you ignore those signs, well, then you got to expect this kind of situation that you're in at this point,
Yeah, I think that's well said. And I think what you said about emotions, let me ask you, because I'll take it a step deeper. Like, I believe in fear-based ideologies big time, because I think fear motivates behavior more than any other emotion. All emotions definitely are there, but I truly do believe that fear generates more. Would you agree with fear being the leader in, emotions and human behavior? Because I'm
I
deep
know
into
I
that.
know it plays a heavy role in it.
Yeah, I'm
To the
deep into
point where
that.
I would say that even whoever even said it, one of the presidents or whatever, he goes, the only thing who said that? You're a history buff. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Who said that?
Yeah, I think it was
Well,
it
whoever
might have
it
been
was.
Frank. It might have been Franklin Delano Roosevelt in
Okay,
World War II. It might have been.
so I remember just about like 3 years ago,
Yeah.
it was like I call them downloads. To me, it's like kind of like getting zapped by the universe in a way with a download to my thought process,
Ah, it's
and
nice. I
I
like
kind
that.
of just process it.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
so I had heard that, and it was funny because it was from the Cult of Personality song, because that's what the end of the song, the Cult of the Cult of Personality,
Hell yeah.
And at the end of that
Oh,
song,
the
I forgot you hear that
personality.
saying, and at the end of that song, you hear the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And
Yeah,
then
well
I
said.
said, but immediately I got a download like, listen to that, Vinny.
Yeah,
Listen to that again.
yeah,
And then what do you think about that? It was kind of like my way of reasoning and thinking about it. And I said, no, that's so wrong. The statement still is wrong. It has the right
yeah,
idea because he says the only thing you have to fear.
yeah. And that's not the only thing,
No,
right?
no, but listen, Nathan, do you understand
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say?
I'm
The
listening.
only thing you have to fear
Mm-hmm.
is wrong. It's wrong because you don't have to fear anything. So
Yeah,
he says you have to. So basically, that
I'm totally
translated
with
to
you.
me
Yep.
as don't. So you have to fear. So basically, Roosevelt saying the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. But I say no.
Yes, I
Don't
agree.
fucking fear. You don't have to
That's right.
fear.
That's
Fuck
right.
fear and put fear in your fucking rear view.
Well
You
said.
know, I'll always say
Yeah.
this. Life is you got a windshield in your car, it's gigantic. You got a small fucking rear view mirror because it looks behind you. And if you apply that to life where you just want to keep moving forward instead of looking behind, that is at least the first step to take where you don't want to live in the past. You just want to
Vinny
keep
dropping
looking
bombs right
fucking
there, bro.
forward.
Dropping bombs and
That's why
knowledge,
the
right?
glass is so much bigger in the front of the car than it is in the rearview mirror to see the back.
I love it. I love it. I love it, man. I think
And
that's
I started
awesome.
applying these things, and for me, it worked. And to relax more, and to chill more, and to just put me first more, and then it just you'll be amazed how quickly things just start aligning up. Because whether you want to, well, this is my opinion. I know it's scientific as well, but
Yeah.
we all emit frequency. Okay, we emit a frequency. And I believe heavily that frequency you emit, like a radio tower,
Yeah.
is gauged upon your emotions. So if you're really, really ecstatic, you're pumping out an even stronger frequency
Yeah.
than a mush bed mood frequency, or just down, just a
Ripples. The
negative
ripples are
frequency.
bigger, right? When you're involved, and the ripples are smaller with the mush.
Right, but to me, the etheric universe, which
Mhm.
is like your cosmos and all the
I'm
things.
following you big time. I understand what you're saying. I'm picturing it.
So the etheric universe to me is like your dream, like what how you're in your dream state and things, and sometimes when you
Unconscious.
meditate, you
Mhm.
could close your eyes and you could see other things if you clear your mind right. But
Completely.
you're emitting these frequencies no matter what.
Mhm.
So that's why it's always mindful to gauge by your emotions. Your emotions will tell you what you're going to start attracting to you. So it does it where you're not seeing, you can't really see it coming. But then people say, I can't believe what happened? And like something comes out of left field. But on the etheric realm, if the person was wise to it, or if you have a heavy etheric seeing kind of people, or
Sure.
channeler, they call them, they would actually see the heaviness around the person, or if a person has a certain light around them of some sort, good or bad, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it's just that, and if you think about it, most people, they are either talking about themselves of how great they
Yes.
are, or
Ego.
or they're talking about how terrible somebody else is.
Mm-hmm.
90% I find of conversations listening to people, they always insert the eyes into the conversation.
Yes.
The you ask them, well, they ask you a question, but then 5 seconds into it, they just take it over and they just
You ask them a
sure.
question and they take it as you are insinuating that they do
Right.
that, and you're not. That's why,
Right.
like the British, do you know what they say, like opposed to us? Like we say everyone does their best, right? They say one does one's best. They don't say you, because you know how when we're speaking about a community, say, yeah, you try to do this, and that person thinks that we're talking about them when we say you, right? Do you follow what I mean by that?
Yeah. Mhm.
And they think that you means them, but like we're talking about everybody in the community. And so many times you'll see somebody say, yeah, but when I, just like you said, they bring it to I, and they go, no, 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 I'm not talking about you personally, I'm talking about you, everybody. So I try to insert like the word everybody instead of saying you, just to like relax the person. Sometimes I really try to do that. I
And
want to
you
tell
know what
you.
also is a good awakening as well sometimes when you put
Yeah,
it down like, I'm halfway down, I would find, in human existence here, so
yeah,
who the hell knows how far it's gonna go, but let's just say
right,
20, 30 years, right? So, do I wanna spend it's like I would, out of everything that you've gone through in life or I've gone through and just all the shit, I'm still
yeah,
hungry for something fun and exciting
yeah,
and new and drama free.
100%.
yeah,
And it's like I'm at my halftime, I'm in the locker room,
yeah.
and I'm ready to come out for the second half of the football game.
Yeah, totally.
And a lot of people have given
Well,
up.
that Vinny said the
I
other day,
enjoyed
he
this
said, "Do you guys
conversation a
talk
lot,
about?"
Vinny.
He said, "Do you all talk about anything besides politics?" And baby, I felt you that day.
Yes.
Do you understand? I really did,
Yeah.
Vinny. I
Yeah.
was like, God damn, please, Vinny, get up
Yeah.
on panel and wreck this shit. I
Yeah.
want to hear
I'm
something
totally with
funny.
that. I'm totally with that. I can't
But
help
I
it.
also get it because I mean, out of all the fucking panels, and I'm sub to a lot of panels, and I see a lot of different panels do politic talks, and they don't they don't quite like everybody can't have their own opinions, or because people usually get into it. You know what I mean? So I get we do have good
Yes.
conversations on hard
Yeah.
conversations, but
Yeah.
I do like laughing sometimes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I
And if
enjoyed
it
this conversation so much, man. Like just
and for me to say, well, if because I know people that's all they do is talk about a certain topic,
yeah.
on and on and on, but that makes them
Yeah.
happy. And
Yeah.
and again,
Right.
like so then I'll know I would call that reading the room. Well,
Yeah.
segment in 10, do I want to
Yeah.
engage in this person right now? Because I know I'm going to start talking about the things that they talk about and I'll never get a
Yes.
word in edgewise.
That's
Or I
right.
go, maybe I'll hold off and wait another few days and then I'll get my fill
Yeah.
right in
Well
there. You know
said.
what I mean?
Yeah. Well said, man. Before when you were talking about
Smash. You woke up, sweetie. How are you doing?
oh, Smash, come up, man. Come up,
Bring
Smash.
your ass up. We're not
I want
going
to hear some
nowhere.
bounce. I want to hear some bouncer stories. Yo, Vinny, I want to tell you really quick a story. You know how you were talking about when you were talking about the scientific version of that before,
Mhm.
right? And you were explaining, like even in the cosmos and shit. I read Albert Ellis. He's a sociologist, right, from the 70s, and he pretty much created REBT. That's rational emotive behavior therapy.
Mhm.
So that's kind of like changing the things that you do on autopilot. So I'll just like bring up a quick story about one quick one, like now I slow down at yellow lights instead of speed up to get through them. I really do that now, like unconsciously. Every time I see a yellow, you know what I mean? If it flicks on and I'm underneath it, but I don't really try to drive through it anymore like I used to. And I'll equate that to just even making my bed. So I never used to make my bed, right, Vinny? Ever.
Mhm.
And I was reading Albert Ellis, and he was explaining on how you want to change to do something unconsciously. So I put like a post-it on the wall, and I really did resort to this. And you know how they say like in rehab, 28 days, right? And then you get out of rehab. So he said, put the thing on the wall for 28 days. And I put it on the wall. I made my bed, and I would drive to work, and I could remember making my bed. I can physically remember doing it in my mind, right? And
Mhm.
I'll fast forward the story really quick. Day like 45, I had the thing off my wall for 28 days, and I still could remember making my bed after not having to post it. But like day 45, I was driving to work, and I said, shit, I don't remember making my bed today. And when I came home, the shit was fucking made. Do you see what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
so I translated something small as doing that to like everything else in my life where like to slow down, because I get so excited and I'm ended up rushing out, and I've changed that part of my life using like rational emotive behavior therapy. So like when you were talking about that scientific shit before, that's you definitely send out like a radio tower. And
And
like Summer says, good ripples, like they go out. Maybe you put a person, I'll tell you one example. You know what I used to get mad at when you held people open the door at 7-Eleven and they didn't say thank you? I was the guy that was like, oh yeah, thank you for not saying, thank you, asshole. You know what I mean? And then I was in a bad mood. Like that person doesn't care. But now I'm in a bad mood. Maybe I get to work and I snap at my boss because I did that. I never do that anymore. Like
But
shit
how
like that.
about like let's take it in a whole different direction
All
here.
right, all
We're
right.
talking
I'm with
about the
you.
cosmos and talking
Yeah, I'm
about
with you.
etheric realms and whatnot. So let's just say like time and our lives and our eyes are limited to what we see and perceive, and it's a different perception out of every single human being that's on the planet. So we have
Yeah.
6 billion plus perspectives on the planet, right?
Okay.
So what if I was to tell you, like, obviously certain people see certain things more than others and vice versa or whatnot.
That's what you talk about, the aura, right?
So
Around people? Is that what you were talking about
things like
before?
that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm
So
with you.
now let's just say I always thought about, okay, so when the guy decided to make a radio tower and he says, well, I could put this long metal stick on the top, the highest point, and pump this out, and then people have a certain receiver, but you have to have this certain receiver in order to hear this frequency and the signal. And that's the only way to dial in. So what I've been doing is thinking about the universe as dialing in a radio station. So if I want to see and hear the drama on 98.7, salute Theo, then I would etherically in my mind, obviously you would know if that's the dial that you want to go to. But what I'm saying to you now is, let's say the radio receiver is now your brain, and it's always been your brain. So you're always pumping out frequency. So you're obviously always transmitting and receiving. So that's the law of attraction. So what you send out, you receive back. So here is like the frequency. So instead of a device now that's out there, and how sometimes you'd ever hear people say, well, they communicate without speaking to one another. Well, I believe you're going to start to see, especially with this advancements of it, where you're going to start to see people not receiving so much receiving, but I would say transmitting. And transmitting to me is the biggest thing, because I think human beings, God bless it. It's a spiritual, whatever it is, but it's a higher power. It's a divine frequency. I call it the God frequency. They would call it God. I just say it's
good
a
orderly
divine,
direction, right? You ever heard that? God, good orderly
it's
direction.
a direct connect. Correct. When you're riding on a certain, we'll call it level on a disc. So let's just say the higher the disc that you're on, the easier the frequency it is to communicate and receive the signal. And the lower of a person that you are meant, that whole thing, you're not even going to get it. You're not even going to get a blip on your
not even a blip
on your TV, but it's going to be like an automatic. So what it's just a theory, is that there are now ways where I'm feeling personally, and I'm not ashamed to say it, where I could
some kind of way.
I could literally quiet my mind enough during my meditation practices now and actually listen and or see the different frequencies that are getting transmitted that I'm receiving. So instead of a man-made box from Apple that is set to receive a Starlink signal, that's box that's instead of an Apple box that was made to receive the signal that comes out of space, it's actually you. It's your brain. It's the electronic vibrations and frequencies that we emit and receive that I think I'm not full proof. I didn't do 100% on it. You hear a lot of people talk about they cloud the skies with certain chemicals and things like that. And that could be true because I think, well, if that was to be true, why? Well, it would be to fuck up these signals that human beings for a while, let's just say maybe 300-400 years ago, people have figured out this technology, such as the radio, right?
Mm.
And they realize, well, if we put certain chemicals in the sky, we could turn that radio off in people. And then they don't get it, or they don't see certain things. And then let's just start heavily chemicalizing a lot of the things
That's
that we eat
deep. That's deep.
and we
Yeah.
use and we breathe and which,
Yada
so,
yada yada.
but what I'm saying is it's to the point where humanity is at a pivotal point.
I agree.
It's going to be you're either going to be receiving that signal,
Yeah.
or you're not. And it's going to be very obvious and plain to see who is and who isn't. Such kind of like you can kind of see it nowadays. I believe it's playing out with the boomer generations, like your Bidens and whatnot. It just so out of touch, non-caring people.
Can I interject really quick, Chance? And you just tell me if this is a little bit on the plane what you're talking about, because I'm getting where you got to at the end. You know, I was listening and I was a little off base, but then what you said at the end, that pivotal moment when you said we're at a pivotal point where you may not be able to receive it, and then the light bulb clicked. So let me ask you a question. Like, nowadays is different because you can search for your own truth, right? If if you went to Alex Jones's channel and you searched for truth there and he gets shut down, his fans will go somewhere else to someone who speaks like him, right? And then that's their truth. Would you agree with that?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Why not? Okay.
When you speak like that,
Mm-hmm.
I say, well, Google and anything else was made by man.
Yeah.
And Google is going to give results because this man or collective of men, meaning men and women, have already thought about the different results they want to gauge this machine to give the results to me.
Sure.
You know, like, why does Google not fucking have Antarctica all mapped the fuck out like it does on Brooklyn, New York? You know what I mean? Like, so what I mean by that, it is designed by man. And I'll say this, and I was heavy, not heavy, but I investigated when they had Pizzagate and the Dream Home and the bullshit. But I'm like, how much reality am I going to find?
That's what I'm saying, though. That's exactly what I'm saying.
My point is this: that I think that one's best move to ever do is just quiet your mind and just try to simplify everything, like as if you just landed on this planet for the first time. And you're going to realize that it's just, no matter what the entity is, no matter what title it is, no matter who and what says who and who has the bigger microphone and platforms on a man-made system, one always, if you just quiet your mind, maybe spend a little time in nature, at least, at least outside, and get some fresh air and some
they know
grass on
me
your
with
feet.
showing pictures of the I showed pictures of the Vietnam Memorial. I go around and I show people this. I don't know if you were on when I showed the cemetery around the block for me, and I was hopping the fences, and Barbara was like,
but what I'm
Athens
saying,
is
though,
hopping fences.
but what I'm saying,
not real.
Kenzo, I just want to say something really quick. Look at Dub Wubs. Now, when I said Alex Jones before, and I said people seeking truth, I actually believe in some of the things that Alex Jones said. He thought that I was 0%, like, not taking that in at all. But I watched Alex Jones, and some of the things that he said was right. So I wasn't saying that anybody that goes there, it's completely false. So I wanted Dub Wubs to know that. And that was the first time he chimed in. So he says, don't be fooled by the noise. I just read that.
What I always say
I'm with
is
you. I'm with you on it.
Everything in
I'm with you,
perspective.
Dub Wubs.
If people could break everything in perspective as a box, everything is a box in a box in a box in a box.
Yeah, send it there, Dub Webs. That's where you can send it to. But it's not real.
Compartmentalized,
So
right? You're talking about like compartmentalized things in the box. I'm with you.
Now, if you
I'm with Dub Wubs.
And like I said, I mean, the frequency that one is on, I would call certain people that are just batshit out there, just whatever. I call them like non-player characters because to me, this is my perspective right now, sitting here in my house talking to you guys. There's 3 other perspectives on panel, and there's all kinds of 20 some odd plus perspectives watching us and in the chat
and shit. Yeah.
There's a million fucking things going on just between this little group hanging out right here. So on a global scale, it is nothing but frequencies and vibrations. The most amount of the same kind of vibration and frequency collect like ripples.
Yep.
Good and bad. So, not so hot, funny, not funny. They all collect. They all find themselves. Every single thought and question that man has ever put on here is still floating in the etheric universe.
I agree.
As a collective. You ever hear that statement? Well, It's the collectiveness of the consciousness.
That's like a mind. That's like a hive mentality, right? With the hive mentality.
Correct.
Yeah. With the queen and the hive mentality.
It will have to be. And it's the law of attraction. It's the way that the universe works like gravity. That it has to come to be. And I believe the pivotal point we're talking about, Athens, when I say that I think the collective consciousness now is like that bubble is going to pop.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be who and what, whatever it's going to be, but it's going to be, we're in for a really.
Don't you agree though?
Nice,
but pen is mightier than the sword.
It's only your perspective about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You see, like it could be complete fucking hell and asteroid meteorite chaos in somebody's perspective, and it very well could be.
Yeah, it could be. You can't knock that.
In a hot tub, from my perspective.
Yeah, you can't knock it. You can't knock it because you don't know. I tell you this, like, don't you agree that the pen is mightier than the sword? Like, information is definitely.
No, I think words are your tongue is the most important.
Yeah, but that's information. That's what I'm trying to say. That's information. That's information.
But you said the pen.
Well, what I mean by the pen, you know what I'm saying, though. The pen, whether you speak it, it's just a quote. The pen is mightier than the sword, like what you write. So what you write in chat or what you speak on the panel. They're both information, right? That goes out there. That's all I'm trying to say, like agreeing with you.
And everything has an energy and a vibration to it, such as a word, such as a desk, a chair, a tire, your glasses. Everything has energy to it.
Right? They say opposite, right? What is Newton's
certain
law?
words carry a certain frequency and it could trigger somebody who's not riding on a high frequency.
What's Newton's law? Everything has an opposite, right? An equal reaction, right? What you're talking about. That's Newton's first law.
Yeah.
Emotion. Hell yeah.
It's just like when that's how like people like I like crystals, certain crystals I could hold and I could feel.
Oh, like those purple. What are those purple ones inside the rock? What are those ones? Right? Do you know those ones?
Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. I don't know them like that, but I have like I wear like energy bracelets.
Yeah.
Not the ones that change color like the mood shit.
Yeah. The mood ring. The mood ring.
Yeah, like a nice jade or calcite kind of crystal. Nice.
Jade's green, right? Is it jade green?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I know that one. Amethyst.
And I was never like this though. This is things that this is like still a journey for me.
Yeah.
Like decluttering my life has pretty much been going on the past 5 years in the most beautiful way possible. And that's even telling family members go fuck off.
Yeah. No,
hold on, you guys. One second. Hold on 1 second, you guys. So, Dubs, from what I've seen so far in the investigation that we have all done, no, I have not seen anything that says it's real. As far as, but you want to send me some new information, that would be great. And do me a favor and just because I don't believe like you, don't insult what I've been through by saying, now you send me some information and show me something new about Pizzagate, then I'll go, okay. But as of yet, I have not seen anything that proves that Pizzagate was real. And so don't insult what I've been through just because we may or may not agree on something. So please don't do that. I was trying to be rude. Okay, well, clearly.
I'm totally feeling though what you're talking about with radio signals, man. And I appreciate.
But if you think about it, Athens,
I appreciate joking around and then getting serious and then joking around again.
How does one develop that?
It's shit like that shuts conversations down.
Yeah, by listening.
Sorry.
By listening. You get it by listening, right?
But Athens, like, think about that. Like,
Yeah.
before anybody had who and how did show me how the fuck this guy or girl decided to say, I'm gonna make this noise and run it through this fucking tower, put it high up, and I'm gonna make a box that's gonna receive that way the fuck else elsewhere, and it's gonna be invisible.
Yeah.
So just like how, you know, it's to the point now people could say, like, there's certain like, I remember growing up, and you know, I'm an 80s kid, whatever, grew up, but
Yeah, I'm a 90s.
but when the
90s kid.
TV turned on, like, it made like a certain like
Buzz.
frequency noise,
Yeah,
and then the
yeah.
tubes
Like
warming up, and
I
then the
know.
screen, and then when the screen got warm enough, it would like you'd hear the static of it,
That's
like,
the tube, baby. That's the old school tube.
Yeah.
You know, that's the tube.
but now I have a feeling, like Gen Xers and whatnot, who grew up like that,
Yeah,
or
I'm
with
the end of
TVs like
Gen
that,
X.
like we were the remote control. You know what
That's
I mean?
right.
I was the remote control for the fan. Vinny, get up.
Yeah. I'm the end of Gen X. I didn't have a phone, a cell phone in high school or college.
So when I see now walking by, you know, certain hot spots, or even here looking at the Wi-Fi towers and stuff, I literally hear, especially Bluetooth. Now, Bluetooth to me, I literally can, at certain good meditative points, I could literally see when I try to link a Bluetooth device to another device. And I'm just now starting to get it where I could quiet and meditate, and I'd meditate on the Wi-Fi, and I would just listen for certain signals without doing anything, because with the different cars or different people's phones, and you know, sometimes on my screen I would put on, you know, when you see the choices for Wi-Fi's, if you wanted to, you know, ride your neighbor's signal for whatever, but it gives you a list of what Wi-Fi is available in your area. So when I put that up on the screen, then I could hear it. I hear all the different frequencies of the Wi-Fi. It's wild shit, man.
Yo, I wanna. Can you?
And this is without any drugs or
Yo,
anything.
can you do me a favor, Genzo? Do you have like an email that I can send you my meditation clip that I use?
No, I don't do, currently I don't do any email at all.
At all?
At all.
Yeah, I got a meditation clip that I use from the RZA, and it's just 6 videos, and it's extremely calming, man. And it's all about achieving, you know, your better self, and it just helps you.
You know what I like to do too, and you don't even have to look it up, but like when I've always heard or anything growing up, because listen, if you were to tell me I'd be talking the way I'm talking right now, you know, 5 years ago, I'd be like, you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, that's why I appreciate this
where
combo,
God's got
man.
me going, and whatever it is. But with fuck, I just brain farted. I just forgot.
Nah, that's okay. You think of it, just meditate. We'll just be calm. Both of us be calm, and you'll get it. Like, just meditate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So every time I've ever heard of meditation, I always thought, you know, I think of some, you know, somebody with Indian music playing behind, you know, and clashing gongs, lighting incense, and sitting cross.
Yeah.
And that is not the case. All you have to do is, if you could just quiet your mind, no matter what it is you're doing, that in a way, it's a meditative state. So I do it to, you could do it to music. Music, I could meditate with music. And I'm talking about any music, obviously music that you like to listen to. And then even if you dance to the music, that even intensifies the meditative, you know, session, if you call it a session.
Can you dance, Vinny?
Oh, hell yeah.
Show us some moves.
All right. I'm showing you now. Can you see?
No.
No, I always, especially when breakdancing was out, man. Oof. I could still twist it up.
Are you gonna break dance?
When I grew up,
he's an 80s kid.
80s, I'd break out the linoleum, bro.
Yo, do you ever see Vanilla Ice?
With a boombox on the shoulder?
Yo, you know Vanilla Ice, Chenzo, and Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit, they were both breakdancers. They were both breakdancing battlers before they...
you want to battle me?
That was
battle. And then here comes the big
They did a head spin? Could you do the head spin? Could you do the head spin?
I can't really dance, but if you're going...
Imagine Vinny Potts and Pants doing the head spin shit. That's what I'm meditating.
The hardest was the windmill. To get the windmill down. That was
the windmill. Oh man, I'm gonna put the RZA meditation in the back chat if you want to. That's the YouTube for the 6 playlists of the RZA. If you just want to like copy it real quick or take a screenshot, I
Yeah,
put it
but
in the
like I
back
said,
chat.
any kind of meditation, just think of it like a lot of times, and it's not even like I go for coffee. I can make coffee here in the house, but a lot of times I like to just go out and just go get the coffee, park my car with my back against the wall in the car, get my cigarettes next to me, and just sit and watch fucking life go by, smoke my cigarette and drink the coffee. And you'll find even just doing something like that
I be getting
is
too
fucking
anxious for that shit,
relaxing.
man. I
It
can't just
relaxes
sit
the
there.
shit out of
People
me.
watching.
That's it.
Yeah. Yep. I'm
That's
with
some
you.
old. That must be older because if I do that shit, I get too anxious and I just want to get up and go. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Theo just does burnouts and then takes off.
Yeah, hell
Yeah,
yeah. Yo, people watch is
life in a
fun though. You
fast
ever sit
lane.
with like your significant other, like at a restaurant, and you kind of just like chilling? I wonder what that person's doing with you, and you're not talking to that person and they can't hear you, but you're just people watching, watching how people react and
I
like
guess
me
it
with
I
goes
love
good
them.
with
people
me
watching.
because
Yeah. I put omnism, just the basic meaning of it in the back chat for you, okay?
cool.
Okay.
I forget I can use it. You said you were kind of interested in what I said about just you appreciate what makes sense to other people at the time that makes them happy.
Yeah.
So I put it back there just so you could check it out. It has the sign of it.
Oh,
So
cool.
yeah, they have like the crescent moon. They have the image of the Buddha inside there. They have the image of Christ in there. They have the image of everything, like for every religion inside there that they can.
I always say if one always thinks that there is something to answer for the path that you chose to take in this life, that's a good thing
Yeah,
because
I
that
agree.
that keeps you I mean that is because you always have to think you came from somewhere. And where that is, who gives a fuck? Because you're going to find out before you know it because this is a quick pit stop. So instead of spending what man and all kinds of idiots want you to do, and see, the trick here is don't get bogged down by nonsense. Don't They want you distracted. They want your eyes on the TV and they want your eyes on the phone. They don't
Information,
want
baby,
you looking
information.
out and looking in the sky. They don't want you looking in nature. They don't want you to think and shit and freely free your mind. So I always say if you have that kind of attitude going into it, it's a home run for the second. It's like everybody's where they are, where they're supposed to be. I would never say, "Oh, I wish I can go back and do this over." And no, I'm right where the fuck I want to be. And if I was to ever exit, I'm good.
Yeah.
Where some people are afraid to die.
Yeah. You
Like
Yeah,
ever
I'm
been
not
to
afraid
I'm
to die.
Shore?
literally good, like from head to toe, man. I'm ready, and
You
Do you
I'm
think
know
you're
ready.
like
not?
But
You
I'm ready
think
for a
that?
good thing,
You
where
think
most
that?
people just want to hang it up.
do you know like north it'd be like north central Long Island, Shoreham. Have you ever heard of that
Hey,
town?
you think you all think y'all not afraid to die, but y'all gonna be scared as fuck once you actually think you're about to die. Like you gonna be like, nah, I don't
Well,
want to fucking.
I've been in
You
those.
speak
I've
for
been in
yourself,
that
though, Theo.
situation 5 different times, and at this, yeah, I'm not afraid to die
Theo, why would
because
you? So
I
you're
came
speaking for
very, very,
yourself, though.
very, very close to being killed a couple different times, and I mean, once you've gotten there, there's that. When you looked at the devil in the face, you ain't scared of. I mean, I'm not.
But Theo,
Yeah.
I'm
one
just
who's
not,
not
and I know
connected
this.
to the universe
Yeah.
like that, or the higher power that I
I've
described
Yeah.
almost
earlier.
died a
If
few
you're
Yeah.
times.
connected and
Not
you got a good
serious.
relationship with
I've
Yeah.
been pretty
your,
close.
if you got a good
Yeah.
relationship with your divine power,
That's right.
your higher power,
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever you choose that
And
to
your
be,
higher power could be nature, right? That
but
could be
it
your
could
higher
be.
power.
It's just
Right.
it's just that you have to have that relationship with
Yeah, I agree.
your higher power, and then nothing. And then Theo, you'd be surprised. Shit that used to bother you will just fucking wash right
Yeah.
the fuck off
That's
you.
not sweating the small stuff, right? Like you ain't sweating the small
Everything is
stuff.
I'm not
small
gonna
after
say
that.
I'm not
Yeah,
scared
I
of
agree. I
anything,
agree.
but I'm just not scared to die.
Man.
Yeah. No, that's
Because
great.
There's not a lot I'm scared of, but
yeah,
apparently I'm scared of raccoons that bully me. But
Oh,
other
yo,
than
raccoons are
that,
crazy, man.
Bro, I'm scared of mice. But I don't think
Raccoons.
I'm scared of that. Like, but I've been close to dying. But if
Yo,
you ain't been
raccoons
close to
will
dying,
throw your garbage back
Theo,
at
what you
you and
want to
shit.
do, I would say the
go
most
ahead. Hold on
frightening
now.
thing
Let
to
Theo say
me.
what he was gonna let Theo say what he was gonna say real quick. Go ahead, Theo.
I said, I'm scared of fucking mice. Like a little mouse goes by. That's why I got a fucking cat.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, but I ain't scared to die because I've been like what Summer said. I've been close to that shit about 5-6 times, and I
ain't
just
gonna
kind of
lie.
accepted I was gonna die at certain points, and like, but I was scared the first 2 or 3 times.
I got 3 times, 3 times that I can honestly remember that I'm lucky that I'm not dead, and I mean that 3 times.
I would always say it would probably bother one if they had unfinished business,
I
not so
mean
much
that,
for
yeah.
yourself, but for others to free your mind of baggage that you carried around your whole fucking life. When people
Yeah.
learn to put the
Now
baggage
that
down and
I
move
think
on,
the big and Vinny, you're right, because like now that my kids are older, like I was never scared to die because like I was gonna die. I was scared to die because I didn't want to leave my kids here. You know what
Yeah,
I
that's the
mean? Now
fear.
that I
That's
know,
a fear, right? Right
now
there.
that I know my children could at least sustain themselves. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're not little, they're not vulnerable, they're
They're
older, they're
adults.
they're for the
Yeah.
most, and then some of their brothers and sisters are older to where they have sustained themselves, so they could help if God forbid something was to happen to me tonight. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. So I don't fear death as much. That was the only little bit of thing about death that I was scared of, is because I did not want to leave my babies here alone, like, and not being able to be taken care of.
Mine was whenever you're laying in the hospital bed and you think you're actually about to die because your chest feels like an inflated balloon and your fucking everything's all fucked up and you think you actually about to fucking die. And then you scared as fuck, like just hoping for a little bit of release, like a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
And then you get that hope and then you like, hell yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I know what you're saying because I
You
flipped
feel
my
so
car.
damn good. Like they give you that
flipped my
certain
car.
medicine that helps and it just
I
you
flipped
just
my
feel
car,
good.
Theo. So I know how that feels. Honestly,
in
I mean that. I know
in
your
in
experience shared.
in my way of going about it, we never die. I believe I'm in a vessel that is just here carrying around my soul, and that's why I always say life here. It's an experience
It's
that most people and souls are here to. There's a purpose, whatever that purpose is. It's different for everybody, but you never die. Your soul has been around since the creation of the fucking universe. So you always have to think to yourself, what the fuck have I been doing before I, was born in and decided to come down and hang out here for a while? Me personally, I know, and I've been learning more and more that we all signed up to do what we're doing right up to this conversation. We're on the path where we're supposed to be because we're here for a reason. But if you always think about you never die, see, that's why I think man always makes, again, you always know it's a sham when they have all the fucking money and funeral bullshit things that go to things, and people who are fucking extravagant and leaving my legacy. I gotta leave. Fuck that. The trick is you don't want to leave a legacy. You just want to be on your fucking way because you can't take any fucking thing with you.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson said the other day, a little girl was interviewing him, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe he said this." But he was, he was real as fuck, and it was actually kind of just what you said. And he was talking about, basically, the little girl was like, "Well, how do you feel about the legacy you've left?" And he was like, "Legacy?" He was like, basically, like, "Fuck a legacy. That ain't what I'm doing this shit for." You know what I mean? Like, or however he said it. But he said it. And kind of like how you just said it, Vinny, but in his own way.
And that's how
Can't take it with you.
But that's like where you see these statues, and you got to put, I got to put them in the museum, and I got and I got to make the such and such library, and no, that's when you get caught up in that, I'll call it ilk of the way the tapestry of evilness. Now, that's evil in itself because that just plays upon the ego again. And it's just, who the fuck, the biggest fucking mausoleum. Do you ever see some of these buildings in some of
Oh
these
my
cemeteries?
God. I go to my
Holy
grandma's.
shit.
I go to my grandma's grave. I took pictures of it. I'm gonna go there too for some people. It's just a tiny little
But
grave.
some of these fucking places are in there, and it's like they're bigger than normal people's homes.
Yo, you go inside the motherfucker. You go inside the motherfucker, and they're not underground. They're right in front of you, and like the whole family, right?
But to me, that is the last place I want to have anybody fucking find my dead, rotten vessel.
Yeah, my grandma's just in a tiny little
Theo,
grave.
she's cute.
Look at that
This is
cat.
my very first cat. He turns 2 the
Like
day before
Oh
Thanksgiving.
yeah.
I might
Here's
get him some.
this is
super
my
cute.
third cat. My third cat's up on the screen. You see him, Theo?
Hold on.
You see him? That's my third cat. I had two
He's
Damn.
cats
a
before.
fancy pussy. He's a
Yeah.
I got a
fancy pussy.
street cat.
I hope that pussy is a masculine
He's a.
pussy.
You know what's funny is his name. His breed is Neva Masquerade. That's what his. But, you know, that's funny, Vinny. I just thought of it. That's his breed. Neva Masquerade. Masca.
Look,
I
who's
think that's
talking?
so funny.
Somebody's talking. I hear him meowing.
That's my cat.
Let
Because
me
I was
see if I
playing with him.
can-
He's a fucking loud one.
You know, and if you think about it, mostly with the animals, because I love animals.
Yeah.
Animals to me, they're not thinking about the shit we think about. Why?
Yeah.
Because they're really connected on a higher disc to the universe. They know what they have to do, they do it, and they just fucking move the fuck on. They're not worried about they didn't talk to their
Nah.
sister or their fucking boyfriend the next day and shit. They're not worried about fucking blackout sales after Thanksgiving and
I
shit.
know. You know,
I thought
and
you
now
about
they
to
don't
They're
say
not
even
worried
close
about
the
credit
stores.
cards and
Yo, you
and
know they
mortgage.
don't even close the stores now, right? They just keep them open at midnight for blackout sales the next day. It used to be 8 a.m., then 7 a.m., then 6 a.m. Now it's 12. You know, they don't even close it.
If I have to go into work Thursday night,
Fuck
that
that.
means I'm gonna get all the Black Friday fucking people sales. Oh my
Oh
god!
my
Because
God, they're crazy. They be stampeding each other, killing each other
I
to get the
know
sales, running
that
over
shit's
it.
crazy. I'd be
Yeah.
like, there's no way. Like me personally, I just couldn't do it because, bitch, the first time you fucking push me or you run over some old lady, I'm gonna
Right?
fuck you up. Period. Like we gonna have a fight.
Yep.
There's gonna be a
But
fucking
it's just
fight. If
like 200 pounds.
you snatch something out of my motherfucking hand or my card, bitch,
But
I'm gonna beat you up. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
them bitches be
No,
like
that's
200
So
pounds
I
at
don't
Black
go.
Friday.
I don't go.
They've
Oh,
been at,
sorry. What'd you say, Theo?
They make
I
it
said
easy
that,
now anyway.
I
They do
said,
online.
Vinny,
You
bruh.
just go online.
I said them bitches at Black Friday be like 200 pounds. Fat girl. They
Yeah.
gonna mollywop your ass.
Running
They-
at
I
you
don't
with
give a fuck
pajama
about no big
pants on.
bitch. A big bitch can take
Yeah,
a
they
fall
run at
too.
you with
You like,
pajama pants and Crocs.
Yeah, they come. They don't. They come.
well,
Yeah, they
Hey,
call them P. They
not
used to
hitting
call
you.
them PJ Bottoms when they come into the store to
yeah.
buy a car. Chenzo, PJ Bottoms is at the walked in the
They
front
come in
door.
some slides.
I just don't
Yeah,
put. I don't put myself in situations
PJ
that's
Bottoms.
not gonna end well. Because there
Yeah,
ain't no
so,
fucking way. I just couldn't do it. I've tried to do it before on a smaller level, but like on the big ass stores, however. But no, fuck no. That's stupid.
Especially when they got
That's
to open up
asking for
the
me to have
pallet.
a case. I feel like that's
I
a
like
setup.
I like when you watch them when they have to at least open up the pallet of like TVs or something. How that
Oh
shit
my
just
god,
up
that
like
should be going
garbage.
like that. Now, I do know people that go, and I might be like, look, if you can get this, this, and this, then I'll take it. But I ain't going. Fuck that.
Mm-mm.
And
Yeah,
like you said, everything you can order everything online now. So like, what's the point? Like, I'll watch
Yeah.
the YouTube shit and smoke a blunt and watch that shit.
it
That's
has
just stupid.
died
I
down
just
a
think
lot.
it's. I don't like the
And half
way
the
that.
time they're only offering like 2 or 3 of the items, and meanwhile there's 300
I'm gonna
people
put
in
on.
line for those
Right.
4 items.
Yeah, that's the small print. Ain't nobody watching. They get in line, and then I don't know what the fuck happens.
I want to
Bro,
put
yeah,
my.
Oh,
that
there
shit
he
is
is.
wild.
Look at your
Yeah,
pussy.
I know. This is a video that I took of him, and he loves.
Oh,
He loves outside. And it's a video that's moving right now. You see him, and he just loves the outside. And we have to take him outside slowly because he gets so overstimulated. Like when he goes after, like, say, a squirrel or something that he sees, that's all he does is chase insects outside. So I put him up
he's
on the
cute.
ledge. Yeah, I put him up on the ledge, and he's moving around. This is a video, and he's just so he's looking at things that are flying around out there right now. You see his head moving back and forth.
Bro,
Oh yeah, he's focused.
Oh man. And then I got videos in slow motion of him cat, like I throw a little mice toy in front of him, and he coils up like a snake, and you can see his claws come out, and he
listen,
backs
man.
up. his head to his ass, and then he jumps at it and gets it. It's so much fun.
I let my cat out. I don't even
I'm
give
gonna
a
see
fuck. I just let him out, and he comes back home whenever. If he feels
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
I
cat's
don't let
first
my
name
cat
is Edward Scissorpaws.
out.
He can stay in or he can go out. But if I ain't gonna sit there and listen to him meow at the fucking door.
That's what he does, right?
Yeah.
That's what they
And he
beg.
wants to go outside. So
They
I'm just
beg.
like,
That's what he does. And he
See, mine have
curls
never been
over.
outside, so they just sit at the door and like
Oh,
sunbathe. When the
yo,
sun,
Theo,
they love when the.
no, go ahead. Go ahead,
Go
son. I'll
ahead.
tell you afterwards. Yo, Theo, my
I
cat
was
does
just.
exactly what you're saying. He rolls over on his back and meows with his paws left and right, like literally begging. Does yours do that?
mine tries to grab
Yeah.
the door handle
Yeah, he's smart, right? He
and he
jumps out.
meows at it.
Oh
And
my
then
god.
Now my girl cat, she climbs up the door and sits at the on top of like when the door's open, like you know how you leave your bathroom door open or whatever. I'll be sitting there laying in my bed because I have like my master bedroom has like a bathroom and shit in it, and she'll climb up there and she'll be sitting at the top of the door and looking down at me, and I'll be like, what the hell are you doing up there again? And shit. That's her spot though, and he
Oops.
can't. My boy cat.
I dropped
He's
him.
kind of slow. I think he's slow, like for real, for real. He's a little midget, and I think he's a little slow. And I'm not even trying to be funny, but
Like a runt? He's like a
he
runt of the litter?
well, he's like I really think something like I don't know, like he got a little before. He's
Oh,
smaller than the runt would be. Like he's
yeah.
just a small. Katrina seen
Okay.
him. Katrina because Katrina was like, dude, he's so. I mean, he looks bigger on camera, but really he's not that big. Like so and he's like a deducted. Like I don't know. I think he'd be getting in my weed
Let me see.
to be honest, because he be walking around like he's stoned all the time. He's just a little slow.
He loves that when I pet him in his ears. He
My
loves that.
he likes when I rub his booty and he'll
Yeah.
flip flop all over on the ground. And one thing that's funny is anytime I'll pick up my
Makes
girl
me
cat
jump.
and I'll be she's
Yeah.
doing something she ain't supposed to be doing, he'll come over and start petting me and rubbing and loving on me to try to manipulate me to drop her. And then as soon as I drop her, he'll take off. Like he tries to get her sister out of trouble all the time.
Hell yeah.
So he's slow, but he's not that slow because he be doing little slick shit.
Yo,
I
Theo,
think
watch
all
this.
cats attack you if you try to pet their stomach though.
Theo, watch this. Remember you were talking about trying to open the handle on the door? Watch this scene real quick. It's like 10 seconds. Watch this. He goes over, the treats are in this door. And watch what he does. That's where the cat treats are, in that white panel. And look at him. Look at him. You see him with the on the top of the. He's trying to open the door to the treats.
Yep.
Look at him. I hear him. Yeah. He's
That's
fucking
my
crazy.
cat.
Oh, that's yours?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny because I thought it was him because that's what he does.
I don't know what the fuck he
Oh,
wants.
my sound's off. That's crazy though, right?
He's cute.
What you want, homie?
That's
He
just
hears us.
crazy.
Look, he wants to go back on camera.
That's crazy.
Wanna go
Trying
on
to open
camera?
that
What you
door.
want?
Your camera's black. Oh, there it goes.
The same color as
Thank
this.
you, please.
Oh,
Look,
I
he's like,
like
I'm gonna
it.
go
He's with me
outside.
to
He's
his
taking
food
you
bowl.
somewhere.
Yeah, that's where he's
Oh,
going.
Where's
They're
his
so
food?
smart.
as I say, yeah, he's taking you somewhere for sure.
They're so
Hey, I'm
smart.
sorry, buddy, bro. I gotta get you some more. See, it just ran out. It's way too late, folks. He just came back home. He wants some food.
You
They're
got a
so
can of tuna
smart.
fish?
Look
They're
at him.
so smart.
I'm sorry, homie.
If you have a can of tuna fish, you can give it to him.
I give him the
Yeah.
chicken salad. I like the chicken salad that I eat, and I make a little separate bowl for him with no mayo in it, just a tiny little sliver of it.
He's cute.
So it's like
What was
Look,
this?
he's
his
like,
little
look,
bowl.
sir, I'm hungry.
Yo, this is a cat panel right here. I love it.
I'm gonna try to find something for him. I don't know what the fuck to give him.
I like, you know what I like doing?
He
I
ain't leave
use
me alone though.
He ain't gonna leave you alone until you find him something to eat.
Oh, I do got tuna. Hey, look.
What?
Hey.
There you go. Give him a
You got
can of
4
tuna.
pigs of that shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, there
I
you
use
go.
the
He'll be
chicken
super
salad.
happy.
Yeah,
He'll
I
be
love
super
that
happy
shit.
with that.
I love that shit.
Now you gotta find the can of 'em.
Yeah, I love tuna fish too, but my cats love when I'll give them a can, or I'll take the juice and I'll pour it on their cat food. They like that too.
Bro, my can opener is the same color as my cat too. Oh shit!
Here's mine. That's what I give him.
Jumping on me and shit. He's jumping all
Oh,
over
that's
the
a cute
can.
can opener.
That's the one
I
I
like that
use.
can opener.
Yeah, it's a little
Oh
unique.
yeah.
And my countertop's the same color too. He was just up here. That's why I was gonna show it.
Look at that chicken breast.
He's
Yeah,
like,
that's
put
the
the
one
phone
that I
down and
use.
open the damn food. Yeah, I have that one too. Is that the chicken stuff?
Yeah, it's white premium chicken breast, 20% more. You get the
Yeah.
biggest can. Yep. I get it from Target. And I make my
Yeah.
bowl with the mayo in it, and then I give him a little bowl with no mayo in it. I like that shit. He loves that. He can smell it from so far when I make it on top of the counter. He can smell that
Oh,
chicken. He runs right
I've
over.
got to get them. I've got to get them some more wet food. But I can promise you, as soon as I put my nails hit the can, and it's like, and they know specifically their can.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
That's so
They
smart,
go fucking.
man.
But
Oh, my cats are. Yeah, my animals are smart as fuck. Like. That's
What do
why,
you
and
feed
I'm
him?
really happy because I got 4 big ass fucking big bags of dog food for outreach. So I'll be able to
Mm-hmm.
give all the puppies lots of
Oh,
dog
that's
food.
nice.
So they'll have dog food for a couple days. But yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yo,
But
Theo, how do you
we
feed
feed
him?
all the animals, and they're all the animals out on outreach too. They're super fucking smart, man. Them animals are not
Yeah.
stupid.
I
I
bought
feed
this whole
Broly
thing
12
just for
hours
him.
apart.
It's just
Hell
one
yeah.
cat.
Yo, do you feed
Oh
him
wait,
like
hold on.
how do you feed him, Theo? Do you feed him like 12 hours
Put
apart?
it
Like
on.
once in
Hold
the
on. Wait a minute.
AM, once in the PM?
Hold on. Put that
Yeah.
on a plate. Put that on a plate for that baby, Theo.
Oh yeah,
Put it
because it's
on a plate.
sharp. It's
Why?
sharp.
Well,
Yeah,
cut
because
him
it's
or something.
sharp. Yeah, put it on
Okay.
a put it on a little dish.
Okay. Then I didn't know.
It's
Okay.
all good. It's all good. It's
I
just
Yeah,
like
got.
a
you
little
need to put
sharp.
it. Hold on. That ain't even because it's sharp. It's
I don't
because
know.
you need to get it out of the can and break it up a little bit so he can eat it. It'll be better for him.
He's
Eat it
got
through
teeth,
the
don't he?
can.
I
This
share. I
Yeah,
motherfucker
share
but
with
got.
mine.
it's easier when he don't have to use his paws and stuff. You can just put there you go. Yeah,
Yeah,
just like
break
that.
it
That's
up
it.
on the bowl. There you go. That's cool.
Like break it up with my hand or some shit.
But
Yeah,
yes, also because it's sharp. But I'm more thinking it's easier for him to eat if it's on a plate.
definitely, definitely. I mean, yo, you're gonna laugh some at me. I make two bowls. I put the little one on my
He's
left
mad
and
now.
the big one for me on the right, and we eat it together. The chicken breast. I
Come on,
put a
buddy.
little bit of chicken breast and I put it around on his little dish,
Yeah,
and you'd
my
laugh at
cats
his
eat with
little
teeth.
dish. I even tried to put it on the table one time. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. You could eat it on the floor.
Yeah,
But
they'll
it's
when
so
I eat
funny.
my room sometimes they'll come up and I'll be like, you have to wait till I get done eating because they like my
Yeah,
pot pie stuff. So when I eat my pot pie stuff, I'll leave a little bit for them.
yeah.
I don't care.
That's so funny.
They're
Yo,
happy, so
it's 4:10
I,
and I gotta be at work at 1. So I'm gonna try to get 6 to 7 hours sleep, and I gotta be at work at 1 tomorrow. And then I'm gonna go. When Vinny was talking about radio towers, it got me thinking about Shoreham. There's a town in Shoreham that Tesla came to in the turn of the century, and he tried to build like a cell tower in his time. And so you can look it up online, like a Tesla. I'll put it in the back chat. Tesla cell tower, so you can transmit to England. That's what he was trying to do, wireless back then. That's why he was kind of like before his time.
You ever see all these obelisks around all over the
that's
joint?
a nice
Yeah.
setup, Theo, that little tower. That's a
And
cute setup for him.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go to
that's a radio
Shoreham.
tower right there. The cat's pushing out the
Hell yeah.
hits to the 80s right
Yeah, I
there.
got
Hell
a
That's a
Tesla
yeah.
nice
Hell
one.
now.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's a
got the
nice little
little
setup
one.
for him.
I got the little one in the U for him, the little U that goes up. But I'm gonna go tonight. I want to say, Theo, thanks for coming up. Vinny, thanks for dropping all that knowledge. Seriously, I was listening to you
Yeah,
intently.
man, no problem.
Summer, thanks for everything you do, and thanks for having the panel. I wasn't around really during the week because I was trying to catch up on sleep, and I loved
It's
it.
all good.
I love the chat tonight.
Yeah, it's all good.
Christine emailed me and she's like, "Where are you?" And then I wrote her back. I was like, "I got a little tired during the week. I had to catch up on my sleep, and tonight I'm at my brother's for my nieces. So I'm gonna send that video to you too in your email." So
Okay.
this
Watch
week,
out for Christine. She's gonna look to pickle your balls.
yeah, she's like, "Where are you?" And then the second time, she's like, "Now I'm worried." I'm like, "Don't be worried. I'm just catching up my sleep." But I'm gonna be at the Shoreham, and like I did remember summer when I showed you the Vietnam Tower, and then the other time
Right.
when we were at the graveyard, I'm gonna go over there and show you where the tower was in Shoreham. So when you're on, I'm gonna head over there in between work and
And
stuff
take a
and show
picture
you.
of the most obnoxious fucking headstone grave.
Yeah, I will. I will. I will.
However, the amounts of money that they spent,
Yo, I'm
for
gonna go
their
to the
or
Holy
whatever,
Sepulchre cemetery because you know Hitler's half nephew, Hitler's half nephew, his favorite
Mortar.
nephew. He left Germany and fought for the United States in World War II, and he's buried literally like 2 miles from where I live. So I'm gonna go there too, but I'm gonna look for the craziest mausoleum, Chenzo, for
Yeah.
you, and I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna film it
You just go,
just for
look at
you.
this doo-doo. Look at this choo-choo.
Don't that
He could have left all that
cemetery's
money and helped
huge.
somebody that
Oh
it sits
my!
here in marble and
What
I know.
time, Athens? What time are you going to do that tomorrow?
So no, I'm not gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it sometime during the
Oh,
week because tomorrow I got, like I
okay.
said, an appointment at 1, and then I got an appointment at 3, and then I got to go to my night
Okay.
job 7 to 10 or
Yeah, because
7 to 11.
tomorrow's the only day I work during. That's the only time I work during the
I'm
day is
gonna
on
just pay
Mondays. So,
attention. It's not very far from me, Summer. So I'm gonna do it by
okay.
you. So when you go on, I'm
Okay.
gonna just drive there when I have the time this
and you see
week.
the mini
Definitely.
obelisks in there, Athens, in the
They're
cemetery.
fucking crazy. These obelisks. They're putting out radio
No, but the
towers.
obelisk, you'll see the miniature ones that they'll have in there. Take
Yeah.
note to those. To me, they're also tuning forks as well. So
Mm. You see the
whoever you don't see too many of them, but on headstones or
yeah. I know
within
what
that
you're talking
tapestry,
about.
that person thought to connect somehow like that.
Yo,
It's
let me
it's
ask you a question. Is the Washington Monument an obelisk?
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm gonna be looking for the little ones that look like a Washington Monument, like a mini
Yeah,
Washington
yeah.
Monument.
They're miniature antennas.
Yeah, I totally with you. Yo,
They
thank you
feed
guys
off
so
the
much, man.
vibration of the ground, like
No problem.
No, and
Athens.
chat, all you guys, yo, thank you, Boston. Much respect. Barbara, much respect. I think Dubwubs is in there. Much respect. I don't know
Much
anyone else in the
respect,
chat,
man.
but thank you so much. Theo, love you, man. Have a great night, guys.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, bro. I
All right.
love you.
Have a good night,
Take it
sweetie.
easy.
Take it easy. Take it in. Take it
Look
in
at
the ass.
this.
And
Take
Just
it in
don't
the
take it up
ass.
the ass.
Take it up
Oh,
the ass.
from the back.
We used to say loading the head in the car business. We'd shake the guy's hands and say loading the head, and they say, "Oh, thank you very much, loading the head." That's what we used to say. I love you guys.
I've been saying take
Loading
it
the
easy
head.
forever. All right, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, the Washington
holler.
Monument. That Washington Monument is probably one of the biggest obelisks, whatever. But
He's
to
back.
me, the theory is the energy that surrounds that joint. It transmits that energy. So usually when you see that kind of towering, it transmits. This Vatican has the same one. There's certain points on the earth that they all meet up and triangulate. So there's something to it that just like the pyramids and shit like that, it's just all technology that they've never taught us and hid it somehow along the way in his story as they keep rewriting and rewriting history,
I agree.
This time in History Moments brought to you by the Hot Mess Summer Show, starring Theo
And
Gate, the Pussycat Pots and Pans, and Summer.
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah,
And
Theo.
it's okay that
This moment
your
brought to
pussy's
you
talking to you.
Yeah, if you do not leave me alone, bro.
It's okay that your pussy's talking.
It's a talking
Jesus
hairy pussy.
Christ.
I've encountered a lot of those.
Like, sorry, my cat won't shut up. It's like, no, dude, your cat's fine. I'd
This
rather
cat
listen
won't
to your
leave me the
cat.
fuck alone right now.
Miss you.
I only have one, so I couldn't
And he
imagine
missed
having
you.
like 5.
Yeah, my cat
He's
is friends with
talkative
the
tonight.
raccoon, Summer. My cat is
He's running
friends
around
with the
everywhere right
raccoons
now.
outside.
Your friends are with the raccoons? Your
Yeah,
cat
my
is?
cat is, yeah.
That's funny. I'm like
Yeah, bro.
determined, dude. Like, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but I'm like, I got to figure something out. Because he's
back.
cute.
He's back to eating the tuna now.
Well, do you see now, Theo, that it's easier for him to eat that way?
I never really pay attention, like, because I have always had dogs, so I just fucking throw them shit. And I don't really watch them eat or nothing.
Yeah, you can keep a little saucer for him. That way, when you have food, you get him dry food, you can get him wet food, mix it up. You know what I mean? Let him have it in the bowl, and it's just easier. And put his water in the bowl too.
Yeah, this is my first. Yeah, he wanted more
Wow.
water. This is my first
Yeah, we're gonna
cat.
help you out.
Yeah, I noticed that though. Like, I give him big chunks of shit and he won't eat it, so I just throw it away.
Yeah, it's gotta be broken. Yeah, it's gotta be broken down. Like when you go get him cat food tomorrow, then you could get a bag of cat food, and then you can get a box that has a couple different cans of wet cat food in it, and then like every now, like once a day, mix him some wet food up with some dry food, and it's like a little treat for him. It make his belly good and full.
all the wet food that I usually get, I'll always just use that, when you rip the top off of it, I just wear that like as a ring and use that as a chopper and just even give it a little extra little hit, because depending upon what kind of can you get, like sometimes I didn't even realize, like some of them are thick chunks. I'm like, I don't,
Yeah,
it's too big. So they have
their little
shreds
mouths
and
are
shit,
so little. You have to shred it up for them.
What kind of food do you eat, Vinny?
What's that?
What kind of food do you eat?
Do I eat?
Does his cat eat?
I eat my cat's food. She hates me for it.
Like, what's your favorite?
I think you just asking what kind of cat food your cat eats.
Yeah, I like a decent amount of Italian food, but I probably prefer like a turkey, chicken, mashed. I'm a mashed potato. Anything that has to do with mashed potatoes and gravy and corn and shit. I'm a chicken cutlets, shit like that.
You like gravy on there?
Yeah, with mashed potatoes and shit. I'm not a big bread guy. You know how some people are like, oh, they gotta have the bread. I'm not really a big bread guy.
I heard
I've been
Summer
happy,
talking one day. I don't know why I remember this, but I remember Summer talking that she gave her cats gravy or something.
Yeah, so I make sometimes I have little TV dinners or whatever, like the meatloaf ones or whatever, and I'll make it, and then I'll take the gravy and I'll pour it, because they like the gravy on their cat food, so they'll have because I'll give them wet cat food and dry cat food mix once, like late at night when I come home from work. But before, like if it's just regular during the day, I'll just leave a little bit of dry food cat food out for them. But then when I have that gravy, I'll pour it on top. Oh man, they love that shit. They eat that shit up.
I'm about to try that, because I always eat them motherfuckers. Especially
Yeah, you just
Salisbury steak.
He'll like that. Yeah, any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, that has the little gravy on it, because you never eat all the gravy. Like I eat most of it, but I don't eat all of it. So I just pour the gravy, pour it, and I don't have their cat food. They like that shit.
And barbecue, Theo. I love, like in the warmer weather, I definitely love, steaks on the grill, man.
Damn. I ain't feeding my cat no damn steak. Got me fucked up.
You asked him what kind of. You asked him. Well, I think you were asking him what kind of cat does your cat food eat. But you asked him. You said, Vinny, what kind of food do you eat?
I thought it was weird. That's why I said I eat my cat food.
I thought you were a cat, Vinny.
That's right. I'm a hairy pussy. Let me get into it.
I thought you were a cat. That's what I was asking.
I'll switch it up. I'll do Friskies in the can. I learned that the hard food, my cat has, she's been battling this thing called stomatitis, they call it, where the veterinarian, they recommended that she had all her teeth ripped out. And that's the exact phrase that they use. We're going to, we have to rip I says, no, you're not ripping shit out. I says, I'm going to try to figure this out.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I found another veterinarian, great guy.
You get little kitty dentures.
And it's just all a matter of, talking about chopping up food. I bought one of these little magic bullets, they call them. It's like a miniature little blender, like you press down on. It's pretty cool. So
it's
one
like,
of the
yeah.
How did that go again? So I just designate one of the things for her in case I need, use it for anything else for what I eat. But
yeah, that's a good idea.
Bro, I got
but she almost has to have it like chopped up. So I'll spend the time and and then just
Yeah.
so where most
I live
cats
by
they
a
just don't
cornfield.
survive that. So I'm like, that's just
Right.
cool.
I live by a cornfield, so like I get a lot of mice. So when I got this cat, I made sure I got it at like 6 weeks old when it could like barely even eat food and shit. And I taught it how to hunt ever since. And he eats like, so I figured he was fine with that kind of food because he'll eat a fucking mouse and all he leaves is their nose.
Yeah, too much of the dry food is not good for any of them because
He
it
eats mice all
Right.
the time though, and rabbits. He brought a dead
yeah,
rabbit
anything
to
like
me.
that is all right because that's all in their nature to do. And I didn't even realize looking and taking care of the cat. Cats don't need as much water as you think they do, which I found
Right.
surprising. I'm like, this cat, my cat
Yeah, he
doesn't
barely
hardly
drinks
drink.
water.
Yeah, just once in a while you'll catch it, but
I pour him like
Yeah.
a bowl a week and it's good. Like, and I check it and shit and make sure that he's good.
Well, every couple days, try to change it because like
Yeah,
it just
freshen it
water
up.
just sitting there can get a lot of bacteria, and so you just want to make sure they have fresh water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
reoxygenates it or whatever, like a fish tank, it bubbles it up.
Yeah.
But that's cool. And listen, you'll learn. I was probably the same way. I've opened up a can, just put the can on the floor. Here you go, cat, eat.
That's what I do every
Yeah.
time, Vote.
Now I have
Yeah, well, from now on, just put it on a little saucer. It makes it and then kind of spread it out and take a fork or even the can at the top, like Vinny was saying, and just go
Yeah.
like that. Because even though he can do mice and all this other stuff, it's just easier for them to be able to digest it too. So
and a
and to be able to
bowl,
eat it because their mouths are little. I mean, like really, if you think about it.
and you designate like one decent bowl that you don't mind washing out because the bowl
Right.
it'll hold the food in because a lot of cats nudge the food onto the floor when they're finished if it's on a flat kind of plate, and if it's on a paper plate or plastic, that shit tends to move around like a hockey puck by the time they're done. You start them in the kitchen, they're done finishing eating, and
Yeah.
they're pushing that damn plate around,
Yeah.
trying to lick up.
Yeah, dude.
You got
When I
shit
go to
everywhere.
feed him, he's like pushes the food and he's like
You can
fucking
even, you know what
slamming
you could do,
himself against.
Theo? What you could do, like, where do you could probably go to the grocery store. I don't know if you go to like a Kroger's or something like that and get your cat food. But you can even get them two little cat bows, and they'll have like a rubber bottom on them so that they don't scoot everywhere because you don't want them to scoot everywhere. But you could do that, but you still every couple days you need to, well, after every feed, I still say every couple days, like at least once a day, clean their bowls out because you don't want that bacteria because that bacteria can get them sick.
Yep. I have 2 bowls for the food, 1 for the water. And while one
Yeah.
bowl is in service, the other one is being washed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So you
probably
just
need to
rotate
wash
it.
this.
Yeah, I just designated 2 decent heavy bowls that's it. This cat's not gonna move this, and the cat can't get the shit off the side.
Yeah, you can get them pet bows, and literally they'll have the little rubber on them. And like Vinny said, get two
Yeah.
for food. That way you always have one in rotation, and you can wash one, and the one for the water. And like I said, it is important to make sure those. So every day that you come home, or every 2 days that you come home, clean those bowls out.
And what I find too, Theo, if especially wet food, if the cat doesn't eat the whole can and it's in the bowl, you could just scoop it, just put it in the refrigerator, get it cool, because in about an hour that cat's going to be looking around for it again, and you just whip it right out of the instead of it sitting there getting funky,
Yeah.
Because I always see some of now they have these. I said the pet food now in the refrigerators at the supermarket. I'm like, that's all they're doing with it.
Sometimes
They just took warm room temp cat food and stuck in the refrigerator.
sometimes he has food in there and he still like meows me to the fucking bowls.
Yeah.
So I just pour a little bit in there.
If you dress it up with that wet food, he'll probably like that, and that'll fill his belly up, and he'll be happy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the cat's gonna say, "Yo, Theo, I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse."
It'll suffocate me in my sleep.
Yeah, little cat boy, a little miniature pillow. Theo wakes up, all you hear is the cat paws clapping away. Hurry up, Theo.
This is what you actually do, especially Theo, because you smoke. So the other day I was sitting here chilling and I was smoking at home. I was just chilling there wasn't nobody home. And so
I'm gonna take a union break, Sam. I'll be back.
Okay. And so I got on YouTube with my other phone and I started playing kitty videos. and the kitties are like meowing and stuff, and the cats are like running around. They're looking for these meows. They're like, what the fuck? And that shit was so funny to me, especially just sitting there smoking and watching them. I started videotaping them. It's so cute. It's so
I
funny
do
though,
that.
because
I did that, and
yeah,
I did that, and he fucking attacks the TV. He fucking jumps on it. I'm like, motherfucker, you
no,
can't.
I don't the meows that they're saying. That's like they understand what the cat's saying or some shit. The way my cats act, it's funny as fuck. They hit the phone. I haven't done it on the TV though. I might try that. Mine's
Yeah,
got a stand to it, so it won't go nowhere.
it's just as long as you don't care about your TV, because they're gonna attack that motherfucker. Throw the
Yeah, well,
goldfish up there. You ever seen that? The fucking goldfish swimming around on the TV. Fucking cats will go
done that on my.
fucking
I've only done it on
crazy.
my phone. I've never done it on the TV shit. But my TVs are mounted, so they're not going anywhere.
They'll try to get to it. They'll
That's
like
funny. I'm gonna try it.
fucking jump up. Because mine's pretty high too.
That's funny. That
Yeah.
and the laser light. I sit there with those things in my bed or on my couch wherever I'm at and just fuck with them with it. That shit's funny. They love that.
Yeah, I need to get another one. I had two for him. Like I was trying to teach him how to hunt because I don't like mice. I'm really scared of mice. I don't know why. They just like scare the fuck out of me. Like if you ever want to fuck with me, fucking is throw some mice on my front door or something.
You wouldn't have liked it at my job. The other day I was at work where the raccoon is, and I went inside and I was I was going to empty the trash can, and this fucking little bitty baby field mice just jumped out. I was like, ah! Scared the shit
I
out of
don't know
me.
why they scare me so bad, but like I'll pick up a possum by its tail and throw it into the woods, but I ain't getting near a mouse. And my cat will bring the mouse to me, and I'm like running from the fucking cat and shit. And I'm like, no, eat that
And you're
shit, fuck.
10 times bigger than the fucking mouse.
I'm like a thousand times bigger because I'm pretty
Yeah,
big.
that's true.
And
Yeah.
my cat,
My stepdad was he's scared of lizards. We used to live in Florida and when we were little, we used to chase him around with lizards because we'd catch them. And oh, he would scream like a girl. He was like tall like Michael Jordan. Everybody used to say he looked like Michael Jordan. But yeah, you want to hear that big ass man scream like a little girl? Put a fucking lizard by him. He fucking screams every time.
lizards don't scare me, but I owned one when I was a kid. It was like 20 something years old.
Yeah. It wasn't the big lizards. He wasn't scared of those. It was the little ones down in Florida that just like pew pew pew.
Mm.
They're really fast.
Yeah, I could see why you get. Yeah.
Yeah. Those
I
ones. He
seen
didn't
those
care
when I
about the
went
big
down to
lizards.
Panama City.
Yeah.
I
He
was
didn't care about
scared
the
of them
big ones.
too.
The little ones though, he's like, fuck that man. I was like, you're big ass. He wears
I'm
size
the
13
same
shoes.
way,
Shut up.
man. Little shit like that's scary. I'm like, fuck that. I don't know what it is because I could easily just stomp a mouse, but
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I was scared I wasn't scared of the mouse. That just it scared me because the little shit jumped out of the fucking garbage can. I was like, what the fuck? But the raccoon, that little motherfucker, well, he ain't so little. He's fat. He's as big as my belly. Like he's as big as my torso. That's how big a fucking raccoon is. I was like, what the fuck? At least that's how big he looked.
they're unpredictable though, raccoons. So you gotta watch
Yeah,
out with them. They'll fucking
yeah.
attack you out of nowhere.
I got that motherfucker.
My cousin used to have a pet raccoon out in Indiana. And I didn't go near that motherfucker. I was like, that's like going in a fucking monkey. Like that shit
My
gonna
mom had
grab
a
you one
pot
day.
belly. My mom had a pot belly big. I remember I came down from Chicago one
My
time
cousin,
and a fucking pig was running around our house. It was cute though. I ain't gonna lie, but I was like, what the fuck?
yeah, bro. My cousin had the same thing. They had a pot belly pig that ran around, and I would go and try and pet it because I wanted to pet a pig, and it would start squealing like really fucking loud. You'd be like, wee, wee,
Yeah,
wee, wee.
yeah,
I'm like, oh
yeah,
shit, Mo, calm down. I thought you were a pet, so I was trying to pet you. You're. But then his goats, he had goats and shit, and they were like cool as fuck. You go over there and pet them. He
yeah.
had
When
the
we lived in
sheepdogs.
Florida, the landlord he was Jamaican and he had goats for pets. And then he had a couple different animals, some pigs and shit. But yeah, I was like, what the hell? So I was used to being, like seeing it in neighborhoods, but I was just like, why do you ask my mom, like, why do you have a fucking potbelly pig? Like, what the hell? Fucking thing was loud. But
Yeah, we my uncle and my aunt and my cousins, they all used to be in the 4-H fair down in Indiana. So they had
mhm.
pigs, goats, all that shit. And then across the
Yeah.
street
I
were
like that.
cows.
Dude,
It
there's that
was
one girl and there's a chick that does that stuff and they have the huge competitions and all that. Well, she's
yeah.
made like national news because I don't know, I guess a judge said something about that she didn't make enough eye contact or something. So now when she's out there with her hogs and shit like that, and she's doing the stick thing and they're walking, dude,
Yeah, my
she's
cousin
fucking
did that.
yeah, she gives them this look, and actually, I think it's dope as fuck. I've been following her and her brother, but like I forget their names now, but they just do that. They do all that, pig stuff and just whatever all that stuff is. But I don't know. I think it's cool, and I like the way she took the judges, like, talking shit to her a little bit, and she just took it and then she made it something that was shit. It's global now. Like all kinds of people talking about that shit. It's like the stare down that she does. I don't know. It's pretty cool. You'd have to see it, and especially since you understand that world. You would be like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I
But
used to
yeah, it
be
was
in that
fun.
world big time. I used to talk really like I used to be I don't know.
These kitties sound like there was a bird there. Union break. Please hit that like and share. Put your finger to work.
Put your finger to
Not just
work. Just don't pick your nose. Ooh.
there. You go. Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know where Theo went. It sounded like there was a bird in the background, and then he muted up.
Or a mice or a mouse.
Yeah, a mouse
She's
got him.
standing on top of the sofa cushions going, eek, eek.
That's funny. See his big ass jumping up and down on the couch. He muted because he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want us to hear him screaming. Some little mouse is terrorizing him right now.
Um,
There it is.
I
Did
was
the
driving
mice
my
get you?
door. I thought somebody was knocking and shit. I heard something hit it or something open. Did you hear that?
Or some squirrel or something.
Yeah, it scared the fuck out of me.
It was the Potbelly Pig Clan.
Right?
They're oinking you.
That was all the mice here. You talking shit. They're like, all right, we're going to get him tonight. Let's go.
Ring and run.
You there, Theo? Did they get you again?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on right now. It's demon time. Anything can happen.
He's in the show. He's in the show.
I'm in the show. My cat's fucking jumping around and shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck. All right, I think I'm good now. There's just some.
You figure it out.
Maybe they make a pots and pans belly pig.
That
That was a long
Maybe the
stretch.
potbelly pig is making some pots and pans to put Theo in with the mice.
They plotting on me.
And the cat's trying to warn you. That's why the cat keeps talking to you. But you're not listening.
I don't know. I don't understand. Fuck.
Cat's talking in code.
Yeah, he's fucking
He's
going.
like, come on, Theo.
I don't know what
You don't know meow? How do you not know meow by now?
Tell me what he's saying, Vinny.
Oh, he's giving us the daily double picks for the horse race tomorrow. He says take the under and over on the next football game.
If he would have meowed right then, I would have laughed.
He just, I don't know.
I think the mice are getting to you.
Well, it's that time of year, the winter time, they normally start coming in for the heat, you know. Especially if he says he lives near a cornfield, so I can imagine he probably gets
Right.
them running around.
Yeah. That's how these factories are. It's just kind of like, you deal with it because, you know, shit, it's cold and that's what that's what they collect is stray
Yeah.
animals, raccoons, and mice.
I'm scared as fuck. That's why I'm standing up. Ain't no fucking mouse.
What is wrong with you?
Ain't no
You
mouse
get it.
getting me, bro.
He's on mouse patrol.
Hey,
20.
I-
Theo's getting
ain't
kidnapped by some mice.
they bullying me, homie.
And well, hey, that raccoon bullies me, so let the mice bully you. Shit.
That's it. The animals are going to take over. They're going to take over the next
I'm gonna get
frequency.
me
and
another
that's it.
cat. Fuck around.
You'll be at the
Your cat.
DMV. You'll see him standing in line getting licenses to drive.
Today.
He just dipped off somewhere.
I'm gonna mute up for a second. I gotta roll another blunt. I'll be right back.
Gotta roll another blunt.
Theo, I've been getting a lot of the bucks. It's the male deer this time of year. And I guess they're fucking so much that they're just like lounged out, like where they would normally see me come out the door or something, they'd just fucking run. But the racks on some of these guys, it looks like something from National Geographic. So I'm like, hey, you're too tired to run, right? Because you don't know because that's all they do. It's mating season, right? So I'm like, all right. So I throw him out some apples and shit. So I just like bowled the apples, like because he was so fucking tired. I just bowled it right to him. And he just starts eating it. I said, "Guess what?" I said, "You're gonna need all that energy when you start banging your other Gumata set tonight." Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's amazing. These bucks, they just come through. They fuck all the females, and then after a while, the females just chase him off, and he moves on. I never learned that. I had up here now. I learned that. Yeah.
You see that big ass cornfield?
Oh wow. Oh yeah, you're definitely in the fields. You definitely get those little micey running in there for the heat.
Oh, there's like 30 vehicles out here. Just in the yards and shit. And then this side's like totally different. Like it's like this little neighborhood. I used to walk around.
It's peaceful, sounds like.
I don't really like walking around like that anymore. I kind of want to right now, but I don't got that much battery.
Yeah, and the cold weather will knock it down even further or faster.
Yeah. No, that should help. Yeah.
Yeah, normally when I take mine outside, it just drains it.
There goes my cat. See, he's outside now.
That's it.
I'll see him tomorrow. See you, buddy.
He's like, leave me alone. I got some garbage cans to go through.
He likes being outside.
Yeah, it's not too cold. He's got the coat for it. He's got his winter coat.
Yeah, it ain't that bad. I wouldn't let him out there if it was freezing cold. His dumb ass
Another
will probably
pussy.
still go out there though.
Look at the eyes on that one.
That's a cool looking cat. See, that's a nice cat.
The eyes are like bigger than quarters.
That thing's way bigger than my cat. About twice the size. My cat's really small.
Such cool eyes. You can only imagine what they see, you know, the animal perspective.
I don't think they have that good a sense of smell though.
No, cats do, believe it or not.
Not like dogs though. Cause
I
bro,
don't know.
I used to be able to like I've had dogs my whole life and I could sit like a piece of chicken anywhere in the house and they would smell that shit from wherever they was at.
Yeah.
And find it. But cats are like so damn fast. Because I tried playing with my cat like I used to play with my dogs, and they just fucked me up every time.
Yeah. Bears have a wonderful sense of smell.
And cats will like go from, you'll look and like look back and they'll be gone and be on something else. It's like fucking weird how quick they're.
Yeah, the attention span. Like, oh, look over there, squirrel. Okay. Hey, I know some people like that too.
Dude, my cat does that to me all the time. I look away for a second, I look back at him, he's like fucking on top of something. I'm like, what the I didn't even see you move. Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, animals are always cool to have around. It's good energy.
Would you like to have a bird or a cat?
Cat.
Same. Like, I feel like a bird would just be annoying. Unless I could let it outside and it would come back.
Yeah.
That would be really cool, wouldn't that? If you could have a bird and like let it outside and it just comes back home.
The guys who have those, they do that falcon shit. You know, they wear the glove and crap and they send it out. They have falcons, and then I saw one guy a couple of times. I hardly ever see him anymore, but he had an eagle that he nurtured back. I guess it was hurt or whatever. So the eagle just stuck with him, but he would do nature walks, and you just see the eagle, and he'd have a little tiny bell on it, so he would know where it was, and it would just go from like treetop to treetop, and bird would just chill out while he walked in nature. Yeah, thought that was cool.
I wouldn't want that big of a bird though.
Yeah.
I just want like a little cardinal or something.
Get like a little parakeet.
No, that you can just let go and then it just comes back.
Look at pigeons. Do the pigeons.
Bro, that'd be wild if I got a pigeon on here. Can you imagine what the neighbors would think?
They'd be like, wow, Theo's got a lot of messages to send to people.
He done got him a new job.
Don't carry a pigeon. What happened to the postal service? Nah, it's Theo now. Him and his pigeon send out all the mail. That's what they used to do.
Where the fuck could I get a pigeon? It would die though, wouldn't it?
Well, you got to have, it's like everything else. You have to have the chicken coop. I mean, the pigeon coop and shit. Like Debo in Friday.
I just want one of them. I just want one pigeon.
I would imagine there's got to be somebody who has, pigeon. If you ever see them swarming, it's like, they go outside and whoever's running them, they usually clap and they make them go around in a big circle around their house. Believe it or not, they do that in the cities, in the boroughs of New York and shit. They do that. You hear the pigeon.
I'm not in New York though, man.
What's that?
I'm not in New York. There ain't even pigeons here.
Yeah. It's funny that most of the time you just see pigeons in big cities. There's bigger birds too, but you just don't see them as much that prey on.
I think they die if they go anywhere else.
Yeah. It's amazing how docile they are to the other humans,
I don't know. I've seen Mike Tyson hold them.
It's like when you walk, they'll just like, it's like, no, you get out of my way. I'm like, oh, whoa. No.
So are you a fan? Are you who do you think Jake Paul should box next?
I tell you the truth, I don't even know who that is. I know Mike Tyson. I know he had a fight. I heard the name. But
he's the guy that fought Mike Tyson.
But he's like is he a YouTube personality or something like that? Or,
he's a Disney Channel YouTuber.
Yeah. See, I just know that name. I just never really knew exactly who.
Slash boxer. Slash entrepreneur.
Slash. Slash
doing everything. Eric. Can't hate on him, man.
So did Tyson win?
Nah, Jake whooped his head.
Oh, he did. Oh wow.
Yeah, it was stupid.
Yeah.
You could tell Tyson ain't got no legs on him no more. You gotta have them legs on.
Yeah. When he first came out, man, that was it. He just totally was just. I remember the newspaper when I was a kid. They had how much he made per second. It was front page, I think, of the Daily News or something. It was astronomical figure per second because like one of the fights.
Yeah,
I mean, it went just that fast. Like so they put it down to the amount of seconds he was paid for the fight.
yeah, it shit was funny. One of the fighters was talking shit to Jake. He's like, I bet everything, bro. Whatever amount of money you got. He's like, motherfucker, I make more than you're fucking worth taking a fucking shit. I make more than that. Like, get off my dick, yo. I was like, damn. It's true. That's the part that hurts.
I liked when Tyson knocked out that guy on the airplane, though. That was a good one.
That dude was funny about it, though. He did the little face, and he didn't actually try hurting Tyson or swinging back.
So what else is going on? Anything new on these YouTube alleys and streets?
Shit, probably.
Same old shiznits.
I was joining all kinds of panels. That Kazoom motherfucker, the gay ass motherfucker.
What did he do to you?
No, he's on every panel I join. I swear to God, every fucking panel I go to, I see this nigga or this dude. My bad, I've been sitting around. I've been drinking.
I remember it was like probably about 2 years now, probably, or a little more. The first time I was on a show called The Shit Show, and he was up there. And I remember the first time I met him, I was going back and forth. It was like a big battle going on, like real fucking drama shit. And he just happened to be around. He was saying something about the news, and all I heard was the news. And I just told him to go out and touch some fucking grass. Turn the TV off. Just totally laid into the guy. And we make a joke out of it ever since. I'm like, Kazoom, did you go out and touch that grass yet?
He confuses me in a lot of ways. I don't get him at all. Like
he's on with, yeah. I mean, he does. He says he does voice stuff.
he's AI.
Yeah, but it was funny. I can't remember what panel it was on, but he's sitting on the panel with no shirt on.
But
He had no shirt. He just sat there with his fucking.
that's what I'm gonna do on my next stream. The next stream, Rachel.
I said, well, you got to.
Not on here. I could do that on here though, but I wouldn't do that because then Summer would like clip me and everyone make fun of me, and now I feel bad.
What are you gonna do?
I said if I came on here shirtless with my fat ass,
I wouldn't give a
because you was
shit.
talking about Kazoom did that or some shit. I was like, I could do
As long
that.
as you got pants on.
Yeah, so I'm saying you would just make like I wouldn't blame you neither.
I probably wouldn't say shit.
I'm not in shape
I
for
don't.
that shit. If I was in shape, I would maybe. Well, no, I probably still would. But
My husband's got a belly, and I love his belly. I'm not into muscular. Like
I got
no,
fat
that's
and
not my
been
thing.
skinny and been fat and been skinny. I fluctuate.
I like a teddy bear. So I don't. Yeah, it don't bother me. Well, Mr.
Where'd he
Tio,
go?
it is. I don't know where'd he go. Vinny, did Vinny leave? My left.
Drink up.
He either fell off his chair or he's done for the night. I'm not for sure. We'll give him a few minutes to figure it out, I guess. Oh, what'd you do today?
Not shit. Just been fucking smoking. Just
I
woke up a
slept till like
bit.
4:30.
You slept
What'd you
till
say?
when?
I slept till like 4:30 today, and then I got up and I had to go. I had to be at work at 5, so
I
I
slept
jumped
until
up and went to work.
like 8 o'clock. So I ain't gonna lie.
Holy shit! If I could have, I would have probably stayed in bed.
But I was
I
up until
can't.
like 12. Like my schedule's fucked up right now. I set up to like on these fucking panels. I was hoping TPP was on here, y'all. But I was on all different kinds of panels last night.
Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of be up late at night.
Yeah.
You get out into the YouTube world. I'm gonna smoke this cigarette, and I'm probably gonna wrap it up. Oh shit! I said go to bed.
Break this weed down.
Smoke them if you got them. Alright, I'm gonna take me a shower. Go to sleep.
Woo!
I gotta get up early. Well, I gotta get up and go back to work at noon.
I'll probably make one more drink after you leave and then join a different panel and then go to bed. If you're leaving. But yeah.
Yeah. If somebody came up here and hung out with you, I'd keep it, let it go running, but I want to jump in the shower and shit, so.
Yeah, I don't know how to run the shit by myself neither. So I probably have to learn that shit. Is it easy to do?
Yeah, it ain't hard. It ain't too hard. I just don't think there's anybody in that'll come up and chit chat. Because I can always let anybody up. That's not a big deal. But yeah, I could teach you how to do it one day. That way you can learn how to do it. That way, if you ever start, do your own shit, you can do that too.
Yeah.
Sometimes what 420 will do, 420 will jump up because I let people share my lives. I don't care. Like, all you have to do is get on a panel. And then I don't know how he does it, shares it or whatever, but he does. And that builds up your watch hours. And he does it with anybody that'll let him do it. And then he'll do his own panels. You just have to have patience though. Like, especially sometimes it takes a while for people, especially when you're first getting started, it takes a while for people to know when you're going to be live, and YouTube be messing up on sending notifications out too. He be killing me. I be pulling up and then he shuts his laugh off. I'm like, 420. I know he can hear me too. He's probably
Yeah,
giggling.
420 is real bashful. He doesn't talk much.
No, I know. He's cool. I like
Join up
420 a lot.
420. As long as you ain't got to talk that much. As long as we got 3 folks in here.
Hmm. We got 13 people watching, but ain't nobody
I
really
guess that's good
busting,
for
so it's
4
not.
a.m.
Yeah. When I do the regular, like when I go live on just off of YouTube and I go virtual, I be having a lot of people at late at night, and that's how I've been getting a lot of subs too. If you go virtual when you could go live, that gets you a lot of subs. Which I don't really be caring. I mean, each year, like I had a goal. I wanted to make 2,500 before the end of the year, and I got up to that, so I'm happy. And then by like and next 6 months, I'd like to make 500, but I don't really, you know what I mean? You have to make like a bunch of subs before the subs are really like it matters to me because I like a bunch of cool people talking and hanging out with us. But other than that, like you have to have like all kinds of subs before you get a plaque or you even make money or anything like that. Because you don't,
I
I'm
watched
monetized, but you don't make money like that, like people think.
I watched Dolly Vision. He had like no subs really. And then he
You muted yourself. Dio.
Following it's on the chart. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
He started following that Lalani Simon case,
Uh huh.
and then he went to the house and everything,
Yep.
and he had like no subscribers. I watched him from 50 subscribers go to where he's at now, and this brought him way
Yeah.
up when he went to that
Yeah.
house and he was protesting at the house in front of the house, and he had like
I
20
remember
people
that.
send him Uber Eats and shit.
Yep. I
And,
was watching. I
and then
remember all
after
that.
that,
Yeah,
he
I
his
like
channel's
Dominic.
been lit, folks. Like he gets like 3,000 viewers on his live stream when he goes live.
Yep. Yeah, I'd be over there sometimes.
I
I've
don't
been up
really
on his panel
join
before.
because he's too redneck for me a little bit, if you know what I'm saying. But that's why I can only listen to him for a little bit, and I feel like I'm losing brain cells.
He's
Because
alright.
he's
He
not
does when he goes
smart.
out. No, he's not. But like when he goes out and does his stuff with the true crime stuff, I follow him on that because he
Yeah,
really be trying to help. So
yeah,
and
yeah. He's
so I think
dedicated. He does crazy shit.
yeah, that's what I like is he'll go above and beyond to when he's
He'll
out
go
on
to
something.
jail for that shit. Like he's already
Yeah, he
did.
has been. Yep.
Because that lady was screaming in the mic, and she charged him with assault. I forgot her name.
I
Old
forgot
ass.
it. I know what you're talking about. I remember that. I was watching when he got locked up,
Yeah, he was there
or
with
they when he got out.
Bullhorn Betty and all them.
Yeah, I watch her too sometimes. But like I said, I mean, like personally, I don't know, but like I like their dedication they do when they do the true crime stuff. Like they
Yeah,
actually go out there and try to.
because if not, no
But
one
there's
would
a
even pay attention to these cases, really. It's
nope.
small. But YouTube makes them pay attention.
Oh yeah, shit. I've watched YouTube solve some of those cases, so
And then he'll go out to the, like, it's kind of dumb, but he'll go out to the spots and try looking for them. But, I mean, it's not dumb, but yeah, if the cops actually looked for them and then a YouTuber actually found one of them, that'd be kind of wild.
well, I mean that's what happened here with the highway killer person, the I-95 guy that shot the people on the expressway. He went into the woods and killed himself, and the sheriffs and everybody had all this equipment out there, been looking and everything, and these two elderly YouTubers found him, and that's who got the reward.
Damn. Have you ever watched the guy
50,000.
that pulls the cars out of the water?
I think so.
And there he finds all kinds of cars that they never found, and he finds dead bodies in them, and he's a YouTuber.
Yep, I think I have watched it before.
He does he like throws the fucking magnet out the little boat. It's
Yeah,
pretty
there's a couple different people. Sometimes I'll just scan through and like be dipped off on different things. Just
yes,
different
they
shit. I'll hit that where it says like live, and I'll just go up and down and see who's live and what they're doing. Because I like finding different shit sometimes too. You know what I mean? Like obviously I have like here on TPP, but that's like where I'm usually at. But like yeah, I like to go off on my find other shit sometimes. That way, if I'm not in the mood to go live, or if I'm not, TVP's not live or whatever, shit, I have something to watch. I've been watching a lot of shit with P. Diddy stuff. We
yeah.
find out tomorrow if he gets out because he went on a bond hearing, and the judges said that he would give a decision hopefully by Monday. So we'll see.
Hmm.
Some people are saying he might get out. I don't think it'll be good if he gets out.
I don't think he'll get out.
I hope he don't, but nothing surprises me. So.
He'll be like the new OJ if he does.
I mean, shit.
I
And then
mean,
I
if
also have
OJ,
a theory. Well, I have a theory too. Like, okay, so he's in the same jail Epstein was in, right? They can't necessarily unalive him like they did Epstein because everybody knows Epstein didn't unalive himself. So allegedly, we all believe that someone else did it, right? Well, they can't do it there. So if they let him out of jail, then if they unalive him, then they can blame it on whatever. So that's also a theory I have.
Yeah,
Because I don't think he's gonna make it to the court date. I keep saying that.
probably not. It all depends. I don't like it's. I don't think the people that are watching are really as powerful as the people that are protecting them. So, or trying to
Well, that
protect
too.
themselves. I mean,
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about shit. I don't give a shit about the people that are watching him anyway. It's the people that he you know what I'm saying, that's trying to protect themselves and he has shit on. And he's been doing all kinds of shit from, so this is why I think he won't get out of jail, is because he's been doing a lot of stupid shit from jail. Like having conversations that he shouldn't be having and just whatever. So I don't know. That's what the prosecutors are like. Well, how the fuck he can't even act right while he's in jail? He's harassing victims and all this other shit, and you want to let him out of jail? Like, how are we supposed to watch him then? They talking about having a security guard and basically letting him be locked up in a mansion, which I don't know. It's weird.
like fucking
So
what's his name, Paulo Escobar and shit.
yeah.
Well, what's the? That's stupid.
And
I
plus,
don't
like his
fucking know.
stuff's not just trafficking. He has a RICO. He's the head of the RICO case. He's got guns that have fucking serial numbers sawed off. Like it would just be, and he's blew up Kid Cudi's car. Like he's man, he's done all kinds of shit. It would be stupid as fuck to let him out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
money and power does a lot of things,
Mm,
and he don't have as much power as like he thinks he does, but the people around him do. So
it's hard
we'll
fucking
see.
telling what the fuck. They might. Shit, do they have?
Well, it'll be all over the news if they do let him out. That's for sure. And that'll just tell me there's some powerful people at play, and they do not. Which I already know that. So, are you there?
Do they have the death penalty in his state?
I want to say I can't remember if death penalties in New York, and I don't have my other phone to look it up. I can't remember right at this moment.
Cause that'd be an option. They
Well,
just
my
do it
thing
fast.
is if he has all this other shit, like I don't know if they're trying to let him out, then about why don't they put some other charges that they say they got more charges so he can't get out? Like it's just stupid.
But even if
He's
they
either
gave him
gonna
the death,
escape,
sorry,
huh?
I was
No,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
even if they gave him the death penalty, he would still get a trial, right?
Well, yeah, he has to. Yeah, I mean everybody has the right to a trial. You have the right to face your accusers, blah 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 blah, all that shit. And
Yeah.
he would have to have a trial to find him guilty to then, you know, if death penalty was a part of what they're gonna do. I don't know
But
if I can't remember if New York has it or not though.
what is it possible to do a plea on a death penalty, like a plea bargain?
Well, usually what people would do is if they were facing a death penalty charge, they might try to make a deal so they don't get the death penalty charge. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not gonna
Unless they
make a
wanted
deal
to
so they get
die.
it. Yeah, but that ain't really how it works, I don't think.
No, not most of the time. But I'm saying that he's trying to die. Because, I mean, going from having sex parties to sitting in a cell, this motherfucker might want to die.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not getting that feeling from him. I'm getting that he wants to get out of jail. And like I said, he's harassed victims before he went in jail. That's the whole reason why the feds picked him up. Um, and so he's already been told twice no, he can't get bail. But now, I don't know. We'll see what this judge says.
I wish we could get
But
like a day in the life of Diddy. Like like somehow I wish they could make that happen somehow, just so we could all see what was going on exactly. Like how he was being
right.
taken care of and shit. I don't know why they can't show us that.
Well, from my understanding, from what court papers are saying, I mean, he's not getting this horrible treatment because, I mean, he's been having access to the phones. He's been using other inmates' phone time because he's ran out of his phone time. He's bitching because, like, he wants to be able to get access. He wants to have a laptop and all this other shit in jail. So that's why they're trying to say that he needs to be out because in jail he can't. He has not been able to do his case or some shit like that. So I don't know.
Jeez.
But it is 5 o'clock, so I think I'm gonna wrap it up.
All right.
But thank you for coming up,
It's
Theo.
been real. It's been good. It's been real good. Y'all take it easy.
That's right. That's right. All
We
right. Night,
do.
Theo.
Salud. Night.
Salud. All right, everybody. Thanks for everybody that has stopped by, everyone that came up on the panel, even in the people in the views, the lurkers and the jerkers. Thank you very much. We got 13 people holding on strong. Number 13. Anyway, y'all know how we do it. Be a part of the solution, not the problem. But if you're going to be a whole part of the problem, be the whole fucking problem. Have a great day. I'll see y'all later. Holler.